Sawubona. Unjani? Ngiyaphila? Yes. Okay. You have a 30-minute stretch. 30-second stretch. 30 seconds. And 29. 28, no pressure. We're good to start, ne? Those who arrive will find us where we are. But we are continuing. No, I'm introducing Lindy. Lindy is program director. Where is Lindy? Just get a signal. Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There are gentlemen in the room this morning. I trust that you are all well rested and you maybe took that bubble bath. If you did not, I trust that you had a glass or cup of something comforting. Of course, comforting your way, your rules. And I trust that we're all feeling refreshed this morning. So today is day 3 of the Women in Leadership Conference. We've got a full day, which is why I'm proposing we get on with this morning's proceedings. Unfortunately, we cannot wait. So we will start, and when colleagues arrive, they will find us where we are. This morning, we do have a new program director, and maybe before I hand over to our program director for this morning's proceedings, I am going to ask, remember yesterday we had a short activity. It was to go home and reflect. Would anybody just like to share their reflections from yesterday's discussions? Anything? Mpo?
Hello? All right. Good morning, everyone. Before I start with my reflection, I would just like to thank NASDEV that I'm here today and attending such conference. And yeah, the conference yesterday was actually quite insightful and I learned many things. And I would just like to maybe comment and share with the rest of the team here that what I took from home was that we are having many issues as women, but however, do we sometimes take time to self-introspect, because we all want positions, we all want that, but at the end of the day, what do you have in you that can take you there? That is something that I took with me and I really reflected on it, so yeah.
Thank you, Mpo. Thank you very much. That's very important, and thank you for sharing that with us this morning. Anybody? Simon?
Hi, everyone. I certainly hope we're all well this morning. I think for me, the session on the LGBTQIA+ inclusivity was actually quite important because I think it shed some light on some very pertinent research that has been done in the space. A lot of things that even I did not know happened because I think experiences are very different provincially as well as regionally for people of the LGBTIQ+ community. So I think getting that much needed insight in terms of the work that has been done, the research that has been done, was really quite eye-opening, and it's something that I hope that going forth, it's conversations that we will have to include the transgendered women in the conversation and in the chat, and even when we're having conversations within like the leadership, that we are able to include the marginalized in the conversation. So I think for me that was the highlight.
Thank you very much, Simon. Lindy?
Good morning, everyone. So for me, just to add on what Simon was saying, what I also thought was extremely important was the takeaway, the learnings, because the assumption is that people understand the LGBTQI community and they understand what it stands for. But after Prof spoke yesterday and broke it down, and I'm sure a whole lot of people that assumed they knew, learned something. So I thought that was extremely important for me, and I hope that people took that away and understood exactly what Prof
was saying, and the explanation, and how we can maybe probe deeper to see how we can self-educate as well, because ignorance is not an excuse. Thank you.
100%. I missed some of yesterday's session. So, Lindy, what was just the 3 salient points from Prof's, like teaching, like key teachings that for me I need to just take forward?
So I think from my side, it might not be for everybody, but from me, it was, again, self-education, understand what's happening, be vigilant, because she was also speaking about people who be coming for an HIV test, but then because she's vigilant, she would pick up that there's something deeper.
Yeah.
And also creating the safe spaces and be intentional about getting, for example, an office that is there to support and care for the LGBTQIA community rather than doing it as a tick box.
I agree fully. Thank you very much for that, Lindy. Any other reflections from yesterday's session? Lucinda and then Tuli.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Okay. Are we good to go? Am I audible? Okay, Lucinda, then Tuli.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Lucinda from Salt University. For me, what I took away, all sessions were great, and I think the LGBTQI was really a very good one for me as well, because just the mere fact that it was harsh realities, it was all from experience spoken, and even the work that was done, the studies that was done, it was all experience and it's reality. It is what's happening. And that is what made the session so good for me. And then what I learned from it is just, I think from all sessions, introspection, go to yourself, see what you have, see what you want, and go for it. And then also from that session, LGBTQ, we have a responsibility to safeguard freedom of expression. I mean, it's all of us responsible to safeguard freedom of expression. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucinda, for that honest reflection. Tuli?
Good morning, colleagues. For me, yesterday, I had quite a lot of takeaways, but I would like to specifically reflect on Sekedi's presentation and the amount of research that she conducted as part of her study. It's good to know about those statistics. I mean, we read about things, we see things on the news, but it's different when you actually get the real information. Also, Prof. Harrison, I think, yeah, I love honesty. I love honest conversations. And my key takeaway from her presentation was goal setting. You need to be honest about setting your own goals for your personal and career development, as well as values that you need to take with. Trust and excellence. We spoke about a lot yesterday, gender equality, women empowerment, GBV issues, but we all have a role to play, and it starts with me. Yeah. And the key question that I need to ask myself every day, am I ready? That's my key takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Tuli. I think you've touched on some salient points, especially around, am I ready? But if I think on our opening evening, of course, the question is, have I forgiven? Have I healed? And am I now ready? And if I'm not, then I need to ask myself, what work do I need to do for me so that I can do work for others? Any other key take-homes from yesterday or even the day before? And then I'm going to hand over to our program director. Oh, I look cute there. Okay. Yes.
Oh, good morning. My name is Amanda Mzozo from Walter University in Namtata. So yesterday what I took home was taking up the space as a woman. Even when you're walking into a boardroom full of men, they must feel your presence. It's just show them you are a woman and you are capable of doing anything. Another thing is push yourself as a woman, but always remember to be kind so that you can achieve exactly what you want. Put up your lipstick. And indeed, today I woke up and then I said, let me put up my lipstick and then walk in that space as Amanda from Umtata. And even if you don't know me, one day you will remember me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amanda. I love that. And I like that color on you. Thank you so much. All right. So I think we've had 2 brilliant days. I'm looking forward to day 3. And thank you once again for the honesty. We are running 25 minutes behind schedule, so I'm now going to hand over to today's program director, who happens to be a dear friend of mine who I met in this organization many years ago when I was, I think, like a SDP, and maybe I was in my first year of being a student development practitioner back then. And Lindy was part of the NEC then, and then I had the opportunity of learning from her when I joined the NEC, and she guided and mentored me, and now she's done with NASDEV duties. But I appreciate Lindy's support always and a commitment to the work we do, especially around women within the organization. So Lindy, my honorable friend, sister, colleague. Oh yeah, she's from UCT too, but yeah. Over to you.
Thank you, Nicole, for that. Good morning, everyone. Igama lam ndingulindelwa Gayiza. Isiduko sami ngumambathane. Xa sibukhanda nyawana. Unonzaba. I hail from Engcobo. I hail from Engcobo, eZadungeni. But ndixelenga ngokumsebenzi eCape Town, eUCT. So, the reason I was doing that, the introduction, is because I noticed the Indovukazi asked permission. There was another colleague who asked permission. I think it's high time we don't ask permission about who we are, where we come from, and who we are. I mean, we've been asking, especially as women, as femme bodies, we've been asking for permission for far too long. If we want to be intentional, and I'm hoping as we leave this conference on Sunday, we will be taking away intentionality as femme bodies, as women. Because if we're not going to be intentional about wanting and working for these posts that we say we want as managers, if we're not going to be intentional about taking up space, if we're not going to be intentional about sitting in these boardrooms, then what was the point of this weekend? What is the point of the whole year? What are we celebrating and who are we, right? With that said, good morning, colleagues. Colleagues, mine is very simple. I'm just going to stand here and look pretty, read people's, educated people's bios, these amazing speakers that we're getting, and I'll be asking questions. So mine is not a lot. I'm not going to take over your space. I'm going to give you freedom so that we have more questions, we have more interactions, and we learn more. So today is day 3, and I'm hoping that everybody's still rejuvenated. Can I get a round of applause to see if people are still alive? Okay, all right, no, impressive, thank you. So the session today and the theme is a continuation of the LGBTQIA plus theme, but this one is part 2, and it's more focused in higher education and training. So this morning's session will contextualize discussion surrounding the inclusivity and transformation in relation to LGBTQIA plus centered policies, frameworks in institutions of higher education and training. I think there's been a couple of discussions around this, especially around transformation and if everything that's in paper is translated to reality. And maybe when we leave here, we're gonna find tools and ways of actually making these paper and ink that we've seen and that look beautiful and translate them into reality. So we will be addressed today virtually by Professor Mzikazi Nduna, Dean of Health Education, Fort Hare University. I'll give you just a snippet of Prof's background. Prof. Nduna is the Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences at the University of Fort Hare. Mzi's university teaching, supervision, and mentoring. Prof. Nduna had done over 50 external examinations in 14 years, an average of 4 per year. Mzi started and led a research team on further connections in short fact, and the Net 10, a team of researchers from the universities in SADC region who work on the destabilizing heteronormative project. Mzi was part of the SADC research consortium aimed at building young women's research leadership. In 2009 to 2010, she was a visiting scholar at the Department of Public Health and the University of Alberta in Canada. In 2013, Mzi was a visiting scholar in the Anthropology and Sociology Department at the University of the Western Cape, South Africa. Mzi continues to teach, train, and facilitate for various institutions. I think Prof is here. Welcome, Prof. We really appreciate you being with us today and taking time out. We do want to apologize for starting a little bit late. I don't always condone this African time kind of tendency because that's not the truth. It's not a reflection of who we are. So without further ado, thank you, Prof, for joining us today. We look forward to this discussion. Over to you, Prof. Thank you. Let's just, sorry, Prof, you're muted. Prof, sorry, Prof. 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 Prof, sorry, you're muted. You're still muted, please unmute. You're still muted, Prof. Just unmuting your computer, please. We still can't hear you, Prof. Apologies. Please unmute your PC. You're unmuted. Please, you're muted. Please unmute so we can hear you.
Actually, we are muted on.
Okay, okay, Prof, just a minute. We'll just try to sort out our own. Prof, can she hear me? Hi, Prof, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, yes, thank God. We can now hear you, Prof. Sorry about that. We had technical glitches. So we didn't hear you from start. Apologies again for that, Prof. Can you start from the beginning, please?
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Prof. Thank you.
Okay, that's perfect. All right, thank you so much, colleagues. So again, I just wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity to be here and to share with you some of my thoughts on this topic. And I'm worried and I feel that I really missed out yesterday because it would appear that yesterday was a great day and my colleague Ajri from UNISA presented on this topic. So Ajri and I worked together on the project that resulted in the book. I hope that she mentioned the book yesterday. And the book will be available very soon. It's published by UNISA Press. So today we are having a conversation, colleagues, about lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, queer persons. The conference session is looking at women in leadership, and we're having this conversation so that we are mindful of some of the issues around LGBTI in higher education. So my presentation is based on a book chapter that I have contributed to the book that will be published very soon. And the book will be available. It's not yet available. And as soon as it is available, I'm sure you will have access to the book. I'm going to be sharing some slides with you, and please do confirm when you can see the slides.
Yes, Prof, we can see the slides.
Great stuff. So the book title that will be in the shelves of your offices very soon, or in your coffee tables at home, is entitled Unsilenced LGBTI Experiences and Identities in Institutions of Higher Learning in South Africa. And this title comes from an observation from us as editors and all the people that we've worked with, that there is a phenomenon that continues to silence conversations about experiences and identities of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and queer people in institutions of higher learning. And we all know that whatever is happening in institutions of higher learning is a mirror of what is happening in the society. And hence that my chapter in this book focuses on what is happening in the society, which is then carried to our institutions of higher learning. And we know that there is a claim that is prevalent in some sectors of our society that in the African continent, homosexuality is a sexual descent. And this claim is made against the profilation of global North knowledge on the subject of LGBTQI. When we talk about global North in this conversation, I use this term to refer to the developed world, or sometimes represented as the West. And we know how people always refer to LGBTI as a Western phenomenon. We know in South Africa and in other countries that there are beautiful laws that actually protect the rights of everyone, including the LGBTI community. However, laws themselves do not automatically translate into safety for the queer communities. And this is because laws are implemented by human beings, and human beings are members of the same society. And so we need to have changes in the social ideologies for us to be able to implement these laws. And in some sections of the society in South Africa, queer people are still violated and killed. But what is important for my conversation for today is that the violations are not only happening in public spaces where we see lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersex people under attack and physically violated and killed. But actually what we see happening is that in our institutions of higher learning, discrimination and marginalization of LGBTI people is actually institutionalized. And we see this in how LGBTI people struggle with accessing different services and different spaces in institutions of higher learning. The term homosexuality is often used loosely as an umbrella term that refers to variants of sexual practices that are considered to not be heterosexual. And the use of the term homosexuality encompasses identities, a person who identifies as homosexual, practices which are same-sex practices, behaviors that we observe in people. And despite evidence, we sometimes use this to refer to people not even knowing if people are actually in same-sex relationships, or not even considering the difference between a sexual identity and a sexual practice. So the term homosexuality is also loosely used to refer to the LGBTI community because they are not conforming to the normative. So anyone who does not conform to the cis heteronormative, I'm hoping that those concepts have been covered already, then is seen to be deviant. You will find that the term homosexuality is often used again to refer to gay, and gay being used then as an umbrella term to include all people who may or may not identify as LGBTI. So LGBTI, I've got to say this, and I really wish to encourage you to get used to saying this. LGBTI, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, queer people. I find that I sometimes am in spaces in the higher education sector and outside the higher education sector where senior people, where professionals, where matured adults are struggling with the concept LGBTI. And it's one of those easy acronyms for one to say. And again, that says a lot about the acceptance of the term as an indication of the acceptance of the people behind the term. So it's very important that we look at this. So the fluid use of the term homosexuality and gay are true. We see this for scientists and also for the lay person. There is this claim now that I'm talking about today, which is the claim that homosexuality is Western. Why do people make this claim? Because we see it all the time that no, Africans don't know this thing is Western. I want to argue today that people make this claim because they want to reject what they perceive as a gay culture, and that is believed to be an imposition from the global north, from the West, or from Europe and America. It's interesting because, in fact, these sections, these societies, these spaces have actually criminalized homosexuality and same-sex relationships, and yet we still in Africa sometimes blame homosexuality on societies that themselves have criminalized homosexuality. The claim that homosexuality is Western is made in other global South settings as well and is not restricted to South Africa or to Africa. It is this association between homosexuality and the global North that creates perceptions of homosexuality as deviant and Western. So when people say that homosexuality is Western, they don't just end it there, because you can say something is Western and then people can identify as Western. They can identify as, I'm going to use this in inverted commas, as civilized and Western, and so they can own this LGBTI identity. But we go further. We then hear claims in our society that no, homosexuality is un-African. Why do people say homosexuality is un-African? I want to make arguments today about why people say homosexuality is un-African. This claim is related to the claim that homosexuality is Western, and this claim is ideological. It is deployed deliberately and strategically so as to sanction homosexuality and disassociate it from an African identity. And again, we've got contestations of what this African identity is. However, there seems to be less interest among those people who make these claims that we need to investigate, research this phenomenon so that we get to understand diversity of sexuality, diversity of sexual orientation, diversity of gender identity formations in Africa. And so we are very quick, because we are lazy to think, we are lazy to do this research, we are lazy to analyze our society, we quickly say that this is un-African. And the fact that there is very little knowledge on queer sexualities from the African continent is then used to silence the existence of the phenomenon. So people would ask very unnecessary questions and annoying questions about, oh, but what is the African word for this? What is the Xhosa word for that? What would you say that is in Sotho? We don't need to say that, because it is the very same scholars of language that do not develop the language to be able to positively speak and express these sexualities. Remember, language grows and develops because of our contribution as scholars to language. And so when scholars do not contribute to the development of positive language to refer to queer experiences and identities, then we are not going to find it. And then we can't come around now and silence these identities because there isn't. There's very little research, for example. I know because I work in the field of father connections. So in the field of father connections, I work on father absence. When I compare the amount of research that is on, I'm going to use the word homosexuality also here as an umbrella term. When I compare the amount of research on homosexuality, for example, to the amount of research on absent fathers, you will find that there is a lot of research and publications on homosexuality from this continent, and very little on absent fathers. But we do not use the same argument. We do not say there's very little research on absent fathers, and so absent fathers do not exist in Africa. Everybody embraces and knows that that is the phenomenon that exists, even though there is dearth of research. So why is it that now, when we talk about homosexuality, we then use the very same argument to say we do not know enough, there is not enough information? What are we waiting for? How much more information do we need as a society to be able to accept the existence of this phenomenon? The claims that homosexuality is un-African continue, and they continue to be used by scholars. And this sends messages that variations and diversity in sexual orientation, sexual identity, and sexuality is wrong and that it is a wrong choice. And I'm using the word choice here deliberately because, again, that is, a discourse that is deployed by people who say, but these people choose, and they choose to be homosexual, and that we need to do something about that. As if we're doing something about everybody's choice. Today, you chose to be where you are. Today, you chose to be in this conversation, and we are not persecuting you for your choice. So if homosexuality is a choice, if homosexuality is a lifestyle, why is it that we do not persecute other people's lifestyle? People choose to make up like I do every day. I don't walk around people, insulting me for wearing makeup. People choose to go to church, it's a choice. We don't walk around with people persecuting us for going to church. But when people choose a partner that they want to be associated with, then we persecute them. Why is it that particular lifestyles are allowed by our communities? And yet when it comes to lifestyles around sexuality, we want everybody to be heterosexual. We want everyone to choose a particular sexual identity and sexual experience that fits what some members of the community think that is a norm and think that it's African. So the lifestyle becomes a choice that Africans should not make. Why is it that we restrict Africans from making this choice? Because everybody else is allowed to make this choice. But when it comes to Africa, we say that homosexuality is un-African, and so Africans cannot choose this choice. And yet we know of so many experiences, identities, and phenomena that were never African, but we chose them, and we are now following them. I mean, we know when we read about religion that Christianity was never African, but today we are, we are so Christian, you could swear that Christianity was born here. So why is it that when people choose certain choices, those choices are not deemed un-African and so are not outrightly rejected, and we don't dictate to those members of our society? So this lifestyle, if it is a lifestyle, it's a lifestyle that Africans cannot choose. Why is it that we dictate to Africans what lifestyles they can choose when it comes to sexuality? And yet Africans can choose where to stay. They can live in suburbs, they can have swimming pools, they can drive big cars. Like, Africans can do all of these things. We don't say anything, we don't dictate to people. So why is it that it's about their bodily integrity? Why is it that their decisions, that their lifestyles are about them and what happens to their bodies? Then we want to dictate what should happen to those people, because now we are creating an impression that being African, the identity and the experience of being an African, is an identity that is restrictive and that dictates, and that is not true. So the choice is deemed a phenomenon that is associated with moral decay and urban. People, in all the research that we do and we follow, suggest that when people move from rural villages, they go to universities and they go to colleges and they go to the cities, then they become, I like that one, the idea that they become, homosexual, because they are now in the urban areas. And yet the image of this urban lifestyle is instrumentally deployed to separate the African from the other in ways that are similar to the constructions of gay men as anti-revolutionary or as products of bourgeoisie decadence in the colonial Peru. And these are similar to the experiences of anti-apartheid gay activists during the liberation movement time, people like Simon Nkoli. So these claims that this is not African, then associate African with rural. Then you move from rural, you go to urban, then you want to be gay, as if urban spaces are not African spaces. So there's a political ideology around what urban spaces are, which is again untrue, because urban spaces are spaces where Africans are found. Actually, Africans created urban spaces. Africans created townships. But now when our African LGBTI communities members are in the townships, then we attack them for going out of the villages so that they can come out as homosexual when they get to the other side of the world. So this artificial separation of a society where we know that it continues from the rural to the urban in South Africa, there isn't a strict separation but a continuation. So in the discourse of sexuality, Africa is associated with the rural, and the rural is considered to be traditional, and the rural is used in these conversations as symbolism of Black indigenous people. And this currency reinforces ideas of an authentic African as being synonymous with underdevelopment. So on the other side, we are actually looking down upon our own communities. We are saying to be Black and African equals to be underdeveloped, to remain where you were from, to be indigenous is not to be urban, and that is problematic. So any modern developments are thus seen as Western and are racialized in those ways. So there is this undertone that is very racial about whiteness as presiding in urban areas and whiteness as presiding in sexualities that are seen to be emerging in urban areas. And that is the racialized undertone that we need to push back against, because sexualities need not be racialized in those ways. So this further demonstrates the confusion and the tension that exists wherein the rural and the urban divide is used as if these are two opposites. And yet in reality, urban townships offer both freedoms of expression as well as the risk of prejudice and violence that can be lethal against LGBTI communities, because we know that lesbian, gay, bisexual, intersex persons are not safe in the townships in South Africa. And yet we want people to believe that those spaces are more Western and urban and so accommodating, and we know that they are not. So these ideologies that homosexuality is Western, it's un-African, it's a lifestyle, it's urban, are aimed at silencing Africanism. And when we make these claims, we make them against the backdrop or background, or we hide behind claims of ignorance. We hide behind these claims and we avoid doing research on these sexualities. We make assumptions that everybody is heterosexual, and we pathologize scholarship on homosexuality. Let me start by talking briefly here about what I mean by claims of ignorance. People may live among gay people and claim that they do not recognize a gay person, and so they do not know anyone who is gay. And you hear this all the time, people saying, I don't know anyone who is gay in my community. Why do we do that? Why do we say that? We know because this statement is a personal defense mechanism, and it is deployed discursively and used to allege that since sexual expression is private, I am not able to know who is a lesbian because I'm not a lesbian, because then they would not come to me. So you are defending your space as if someone is attacking your heterosexuality. So there is this sense that knowing an LGBTI person might actually mean that I'm one of them. And so for me to defend my space and who I am, I must distance myself as much as possible and claim to be ignorant and claim to not know anyone at a personal level who is lesbian, gay, or bisexual, transgender, or intersex. So this discourse is thus used to assert the speaker's oblivion to this phenomenon and to relegate queer identities to a non-issue. Secondly, I argue that the claims of ignorance constitute a discourse which is deployed to ascertain the speaker's heterosexuality and eliminate any suspicions of homosexual encounter or allyship to the queer community on their side. So people are, they don't want to be associated with being homosexual. And so because they don't want that, they are very quick to want to say, I don't know anyone who is homosexual. Even people who work in this space don't want to be seen to be allies of the work around homosexuality. And so they might make, this ridiculous claim. I'm yet to see anyone who don't know anyone who's homosexual. Thirdly, I argue that this is a form of communication that is adhered to in order to advance the idea that homosexuals do not exist in their communities, that homosexuals are un-African and therefore invisible. So in this way, when the speaker says that I'm ignorant, I don't know anyone, they make this claim on behalf of their heterosexual community so that they perpetuate the idea that only straight people exist in their radar. So they want to minimize the visibility of LGBTI people. Fourthly, I want to argue that this claim of ignorance is a claim that perpetuates the myths and understandings that gay people can be seen by some signs. I don't know anyone because I have not seen them. How are you going to see them? And again, it brings us back to the idea that is ridiculous, that gay people behave in particular ways, that if she wears particular clothes and walks in particular ways, then she must be lesbian. It suggests that there is a visible gay behavior and that it is possible. And because the speaker is not interested in this behavior, then they can miss the gay people even if they walk past them. Of course, we know that as scientists and as scholars, as academics, we don't need to have personal encounters with gay people. And so even if you do not know any gay person in your life, it is still important because there is enough knowledge, there is enough information, there is enough research evidence at our disposal so that we can all confront our ignorance and arrogance in terms of this topic. So these claims that are made are claims that are made to invisibilize, to dismiss, and to repress homosexuality. They become institutionalized, wherein some institutions do not see gay people. I know of universities where gay advocates, organizations, and students on campus, when they advocate for LGBTI societies, for LGBTI rights, for inclusive language, for inclusive infrastructure in terms of, facilities. The management of the university would ask them to bring a list of gay students in the institution because they would say they do not know how many they are. You don't need to know how many they are for you to institute inclusive policies for gay students. So this results in what we call avoidance research, where scholars generally avoid doing research on homosexuality. They avoid this because they are personally uncomfortable about this. But in some contexts, in some countries, it is because there's sanctions that are imposed by the state. In our society, we don't have sanctions that are imposed by state laws, but we've got sanctions that are imposed by the societal prejudices, by the eyes and the articulations from the society. And this is a disservice to scholarly work on sexuality. It deprives our postgraduate students of being introduced to this topic because lecturers don't want to investigate this topic, but it also stifles the growth in the field of sexuality because then we do not investigate the lives and experiences of LGBTI people. So studies from Africa show that some people have come to associate heterosexuality with being African and homosexuality with being African. And as a result, this is even punishable by law and socially frowned on in some societies. So the limitation in terms of scientific studies that are published on this topic contributes to the reproduction of this racialized discourse that I spoke about earlier, to the point of being, normalized that heterosexuality is a norm and homosexuality is deviance. We choose different topics every day. We avoid this topic. We deliberately exclude questions about sexual orientation and gender identity when we ask about demographics. We overlook any evidence in our data that points us to homosexuality, and we do not analyze and report on sexual orientation and gender identity. And by doing this, we continue to reproduce and perpetuate these ideas that discriminate against LGBTI people. So whilst there is enough information to suggest the existence of sexual orientation diversity and gender identity diversity, some scholars persist on studying human sexuality as if the society constitutes of cisgender and heterosexual persons only. And I think that some of us might already be familiar with the term cisgender and what it means. Otherwise, you can check it up. So through our science as academics, I argue that we assume heterosexuality in research by commission or by omission. And by doing so, we reinforce heterosexual ideas. We know that all the assumptions that we make when we do this research, our ontological and epistemological assumptions underlie a study, and they do not consider the variance in sexual orientation and gender identity. And as a result, variations in sexual orientation and gender identity are excluded from our constructions of research. And these studies would fail to seek knowledge about the experiences of LGBTI persons and assume that we only have the binaries of men and women, and we only have people who are cisgender and who are heterosexual. And yet we know this is not true. And when some scholars do study homosexuality, they do this with an intention to pathologize homosexuality, to find fault in the experiences and identities of people who are homosexual. Sexuality scholars sometimes undertake research with this cis-hetero bias, and they relentlessly produce and reproduce restricting sex and gender binaries of male-female and man-woman, and we see this all the time. Assuming these binaries in our society silences, represses, and others the identities, and that challenges this. We need to challenge these binaries because we know of the existence of intersex people, transgender people, bisexual people, and other queer identities. And where these identities are not mentioned, then that is silencing. But sometimes they are mentioned in a way that problematizes their existence and that pathologizes their existence. And this is one of the challenges that the LGBTI sector has been living with. This is especially so in health studies. And these health studies now, there is a proliferation of studies of men who have sex with men. And that is one of the examples by which we tend to focus on the disease aspect of being in same-sex relationships. Some states that promulgate laws, sanction and punish expressions of homosexuality and acknowledge its existence, and yet they seek to silence it. You do not have a law against a phenomenon if you do not think it exists. So there is a contradiction here where people think that being gay is un-African, and yet they've got a law that says if you are found kissing with another man, you'll be sent to jail. But did you not say that that does not happen in your society? So why do you even have a law against it? Because if you have a law against it, then it means you are accepting that it does exist, but you are repressing, those experiences. So these political efforts at curbing homosexuality are also supported and legitimized by the scholarship of silence. When we are silent as scholars, we collide with oppressive regimes. When we are silent as scholars, we render the expression of diversity dissident. So I want to conclude by saying the global inequality in knowledge production means that the global north epistemologies and ontologies dominate in research on sexual orientation and gender identity. And so we need to develop local grown research on this topic. This is inadvertently creates and reinforces the impression that variations in sexual orientation and gender identity are a Western phenomenon because existing information does not adequately capture the idiosyncratic elements of African ways of expressing diverse sexualities. And we know that there are many beautiful ways in which Africans express diversity in sexuality, and we need to capture this in research and report it so that our people are informed. Legal restrictions to sexual expressions restrict research on social orientation and gender identity, and they limit research funds. They sanction information and communication and education, and they seek to render sexual orientation and gender identity diversity a myth. We need to confront these repressive laws because they are used as a political current to mobilize Africans around a discourse that shifts homosexuality from being a natural form of sexuality to be a lifestyle, and we know that that is incorrect. Then sexuality, when it is homosexual, is then judged from a moral lens rather than looking at the scientific evidence. And this could be pushed back only if we grow locally, local research that provides the necessary and sufficient research evidence, for our people. So the book will be out very soon. The presentation today is based on a chapter that I contributed to the edited book, and the book is Unsilence Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Intersex Experiences and Identities in Institutions of Higher Learning in South Africa. I look forward to seeing the book in your bookshelves and in your coffee tables. Thank you very much.
Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you so much, Prof, for that in-depth and very thought-provoking presentation. It is truly appreciated. But it is a sad day. It is a sad time where we are still sitting here and learned as we are, institutions having educated professors, etc., but they're still creating the exclusion within the space. So I picked up when you said, homosexuality is loosely used. I think the other thing that I mentioned earlier this morning was that the assumption is that just because people are in universities or they're professors or they're researchers or they're lecturers, that they understand the space, and ignorance is not an excuse. And I think when we are, trying to oppress our own us, where are we going? So it means it's not yet Uhuru. We can never say freedom is here. Freedom is not here if it's not for all of us. And the other, issue that I have a serious problem with is this whole concept of transformation, when it only works when it's race related, not just when it's women related or when it's LGBTIQIA community. So we're very selective in what we fight for in these spaces, and I think that's extremely problematic. Without further ado, what we would ask, Prof, I'll be asking the delegates online and in the space for a few questions and comments, and then we'll take it from there. Any comments, questions? I'll take 4 hands. Noted. Anyone else? Okay, we've got another one. All right, we'll take the 2 that I'm seeing now in the space. If we can see anyone online, please just let me know. Please introduce yourself, name, surname, and which institution you are from.
Okay. Morning, everyone. My name is Kekinesi Mabuya. I'm from the University of the Free State, and my pronouns are she, her. I'd like to ask Prof about the space of allies, or yes, the space of allies in the LGBTQI plus community. Myself, I'd like to consider myself an ally of the community. However, in most cases, especially in our institution, because that's where mostly I've interacted with other people from the community, and these student organizations and associations that host spaces for the community, often times when one is attending those things or those events as an ally, we struggle to understand our space in the advocacy for the community. And as much as we do acknowledge the privilege of not having to explain ourselves as heterosexuals when we walk into a space, the problem, or what I'd like to ask Prof about, is how actually can one be a proper ally? Because those spaces are kind of hostile, because you don't want to say anything, because you don't want to offend anyone in that space, because it's a safe space for them to express themselves and the struggles that they face on a daily. And we go to those spaces to also understand and to further our knowledge and to, advocate as well and to promote the common interest, which is the rights, the social rights of the queer community. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Pros, can I please check, would you be noting the questions or will you be answering directly? Or will you be noting so I can take a few hands? Did you hear me, Prof? Okay, I think the Prof is taking notes. The second question?
Good morning to the House at large. My name is Kholi Wendona from the University of the Free State. I have a question and I'd also like to add a comment. My comment firstly is say that we always say that it takes a village to raise a child. We are not only as students inside the institution, but outside the institution, we are members of the community. It is about time that we accept the members of the LGBTQI+ and support them in everything. My question is that, isn't it there a way that the institution can educate or engage with the society to promote their homosexuality outside the institution? Because the LGBTQI+, when they are outside the institution, they face homophobia. So in what way can we engage with the community to help or promote the LGBTQI+? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. We've got a question online from Bongani.
Please, Bongani, go ahead.
Hello, it's Dr. Nkala here. Thanks, Prof. Luna, for a wonderful engagement on this topic that it tends to be shied away within the respect of the tertiary institution. Sorry, I've got flu, so I'm struggling. I think I think for me, I wouldn't say really a person is to be gay per se, because if you look at, I'm a biologist and also I'm a gay man, it's more things that you are born with. You are born with, and you tend to like certain things in our DNA. Because if you remember biology, we have chromosomes of a man and a woman. If there's the overemphasis of one chromosome, the person tends to express a particular way. And that wanted to sort of put that before you. But my general observation on this topic is that, you know, sometimes, I'm not sure if you're feeling on that one, you will hear people say, my friend Gala is gay, but you'll never hear Gala saying, my friend Z is straight, you know, so there's that situation, and constantly find ourselves fighting for the space. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you for that. Prof, I think those are the questions for now. You may respond.
Thank you, colleagues. I see there is a delay between us, but I hope you can get me. So I want to start with the last one and completely agree with Dr. Gala on how in our everyday encounters we use language and social interaction to reproduce the ideas around the binaries. And even by doing that, by introducing people as gay or lesbian, or by asking people to come out of the closet, and you know, by asking people when did they realize that you know, they were gay, by talking about people chose a particular lifestyle. All those things are problematic and homophobic, because nobody asks straight people, when did you realize you were straight? When did you start to be straight? When did you choose to be straight? No one asks straight people to come out of the closet. Yeah? So I'm yet to hear a girl or a boy saying one day to their parents, you know, Mama and Dad, I want to sit with you because I've got something to tell you. And they listen attentively. And the child says, I wanted to tell you, but I'm not sure how you're going to feel about this, but I think it's important that I tell you that I'm straight. Like, I don't see people doing that. And I think if we're going to expect, you know, LGBTI people to come out of the closet, and if we're going to refer to them as my gay friend, if we're going to talk to, you know, about them as, you know, the gay professor, that's going to be problematic, because again, it reinforces the same issues. So I agree with Dr. Gala on that one. And having said that, I do know that some of the advocates and activists out there believe that there is a political motive why you should come out, right? Because in this world, we need visibility, and visibility will happen if people publicly proclaim that, so that the political work is done. I also want to talk about the allyship. How can one be a proper ally and not offend anyone in the space because the space is hostile? I like that question, because in fact, if anything, the world is hostile against LGBTI people. So I don't see how a small space of minority disempowered people can be hostile. The world is offensive against LGBTI people. The people who call themselves allies come from a society that every day subjects the minority groups to oppression. So already we've created a group of people that lives against the wall and in defense. We cannot now expect that when people who call themselves allies walk into this space, they will find the space very welcoming of them, because you represent the perpetrator. We need to know and accept that if you are a cisgender person and if you are heterosexual, you are sitting on a lot of privilege every day in your life, and you represent the perpetrator in the eyes of queer persons. And so when you are an ally, you need to be mindful of that and respect their everyday identity. So it's very important that we learn about this and we understand that I don't think that any small minority disempowered group would be hostile against a large patriarchal ideology that rejects their existence. Even when we say that and when we ask those questions, it's because we still have a blind spot in terms of our understanding of cis heteronormative privilege that prevails every day around us. And I'm sure in the venue where you are now, when you leave now, when you take a tea break and you need to go to the bathroom, you will not have to wonder whether there is a comfortable bathroom for you. You will know, which side are the ladies, which side are the gents. That language on its own is a language that excludes, people. So they are excluded every day and every minute. So the other one was, is there a way to educate? And the speaker says promote homosexuality outside. So we don't need to promote homosexuality, right? People are going to be straight or homosexual when they are designed by God. What we need, because we come from these communities also, these communities that are outside of these institutions. And again, we should not create an illusion that institutions of higher learning are safe spaces for LGBTI communities. They are not. However, we think that there's something different happening, and so it's a bit safer for them when they are there than when they are back home in their communities. We need to educate ourselves, we need to educate our families, and we need to call out people who are prejudiced. And we see this happening every day in terms of the language that they use, in terms of the practices that we see around us. It's the responsibility of us all to call out each time and every time homophobia happens. And if we do that, then our communities will be educated. Also remember, as educated people, you are held in high regard by your communities. People in this conference are respected by their communities. You are graduates. You hold important positions. So when you speak and when you call out and when you educate, at least people will listen to you. So make use of that privilege that you have and make sure you use it to deploy the kind of work that needs to be deployed to our communities. And it all starts with us. We are all responsible for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof, for that. I'm just going to check if there's any other questions before we wrap up this session. Any questions, any? Okay, we've got one. Questions, two. After this is the last round, three. Okay. In that order, please. Please introduce yourself and which institution, and then you can ask your question.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Onesimo from Walter Sisulu University. My question to Prof would be that how would she advise us as student leaders to properly advocate for the inclusion of this community, for the rights of these people? Because it will happen that they'll have their society and we'll have like allies and other political structures, but then decisions are now made in a council that is represented by only 2 students. So now how would she advise that we as student leaders try to make a space for them, even though we as students don't make the decisions in a university?
Thank you for that. Next question.
Let me take this opportunity and greet the House and Large. I am Babala Petro from Walter Sisulu University. I think it is a comment. There's something that Prof mentioned about people who live with gay people and they claim that they don't recognize them. I think I kind of relate to what she said because, and she also said that when people are not interested to a kind of behavior, like they won't recognize it. And I think I have went through that, like at home, like I have been staying with my parents and none of them asked me about my sexuality. Like till this day, like they came home, they said that people are talking and they're saying that you're gay. Like I've lived with these people, they've never said anything. So to me, it looks like they didn't recognize me. So I think that Prof was right when she said that when people are not interested in a behavior, they will act like they don't recognize it. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. The last question.
Hi everyone, my name is Mona Lisa Mapapom from the Nelson Mandela University. So I basically have a question at the same time it's a comment. The question would be, don't you think the problem of this people who have hatred against lesbian, don't you think it stems from the fact that we label them as, oh, you gay, oh, you lesbian? Because okusalayo, you are a human being, we are all one. It's not like when you lesbian, oh, you have blue blood, I have red blood, we have the same blood. So honestly, I really don't get it, because I think that's where the problem lies at. Oh, so she's lesbian, or you're not our friend, or so you gay, get away from us. Why do they need their own community? Like, I just really don't get it. So that's basically my question on, don't you think the problem stems from there, the fact that we always have to label them, because they're human beings at the end of the day. So that's also my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Those are the 3 questions, Prof.
Thank you. I did not get the last question, but I got the second as a comment, and so we will acknowledge the comment. But I'm not sure if the third one was a comment or a question. The first one was, how do we properly advocate for inclusion of LGBTI people? So student leaders know what to do. That's my answer. Student leaders choose which struggles to rally behind. We want to see them choosing this struggle.
All right, thank you.
Student leaders know what they want to increase visibility on, and they do increase visibility on the things that they are passionate about. We want to see them increasing visibility of advocacy for LGBTI rights. We, and as scientists, we're not going to tell student leadership and student formations how to properly advocate, because they know how to properly advocate when something that they are politically convinced it's important. They need to read, get the information, educate themselves, politically convince their constituencies that this is the struggle to rally about. And in the same vein that they rally behind all other struggles on campus, we want to see them rallying behind this struggle.
Thank you so much for that, Prof. I don't know if the last speaker wanted to maybe clarify, Prof, but I think what she was alluding to is that why isn't it the problem, the fact that we are labeling the LGBTQIA community, and we're saying that they're a separate community rather than, because they're human beings, they are part of us. Why are we labeling? Isn't that maybe the first problem? I think, is that more or less? Okay.
So you're right, it is a comment. You're right that labeling is very important. Language actually is not neutral. And so how we use the language and how we label influences what the reaction will be from the society. So the fact that we label and distinctly put these labels, but it is not, the problem is not the labels, the problem is the devaluing of the people who are labeled in particular ways, right? So it's important that we understand that the labels may be neutral if we did not use them to devalue particular people, if we did not use them to understand particular people. So sometimes the language itself is a problem, but it is what we use the language for that is more problematic in this case.
All right, thank you so much, Prof, for that. With that said, this is the wrap-up. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate you availing yourself. And I hope that when we do make contact at some stage in the future, you'd also still avail yourself, Prof, because I think these spaces are very educational, and I think we even need other forums for these conversations to be had so that more people can learn and understand and find solutions and a way forward in these spaces. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Prof. All right, with that said, I know we're running about 20 minutes behind. I'm going to try and catch up with time. We have our second session this morning, and that session will be a panel discussion that will be taking place. So the theme of the second session is Women in Higher Education, an analysis of higher education environment. The mid-morning session will contextualize the higher education environment by delving deeper into frameworks and policies addressing entrepreneurship, the portrayal of feminism in media, and menstrual hygiene practices within institutions of higher education and training. The panel discussion is definitely going to be in person. We have our panelists here. I'll quickly run through our first panelist, and as I'm done, could the panelists just maybe come down and come join me down here. Our first panelist will be Nondumiso Mtwa. Mrs. Nondumiso Mtwa founded Idwala Property Group after accumulating a wealth of knowledge, experience, skills, and mentorship to drive and operate a real estate company professionally. Having been in the industry for 15 years, Nondumiso has become well known for her deep-seated industry knowledge and has been called upon on multiple occasions to share her expertise. In 2014, she organized and facilitated a business seminar for the Institute of Estate Agents in South Africa, in Umlazi, to sensitize the community about property and the real estate industry. From there, she was invited as a real estate expert on radio shows. She featured on a women's empowerment campaign radio, Vuma FM, in August 2017, and was a panelist at the Tomorrow's Leaders Lead X event the following year. Nondu is also is no stranger to public eye. In 2018, she was profiled on ENCA Forerunners as young women making waves in the real estate sector. The same year, she was featured in the Sunday Times magazine and invited for an interview on the Jane Dutton show on ENCA. More recently, she has been a guest speaker on several private property podcasts, and she continues to be invited to speak in engagements to share her knowledge. And an avid writer, she has also contributed to Property Professional magazine on numerous occasions and other local newspapers and magazine editorials. Nondu is passionate about real estate and has an invested interest in effecting transformation within the sector. In 2018 to 2029, Idwala Property Group ran an internship program for 39 participants, 57% being women, to provide a gateway for aspiring real estate agents. Thank you. No, I'll try the next speaker. All right, and then I'll read the next speaker, which is Monalisa Zambila. Monalisa Sibongile Zwambila, founder and CEO of Reverbed. Monalisa Sibongile Zwambila is the CEO and founder of Riverbed, one of South Africa's leading advertising agencies. She built the agency with an ambition to showcase to the world that women are more than capable and can create businesses of excellence that drive change. To this end, Mona Lisa has relentlessly focused on challenging the status quo and systematic and cultural construct that continue to be major barriers to any level of success for women. Mona Lisa has received both industry and business recognition that include the Agency Leader Woman of the Year accolade in 2018 and 2020 and 2021. More recently, Mona Lisa spearheaded the agency's 8th agency ranking at the preeminent Laurie's Awards, making Riverbed the first female-owned agency to ever receive a ranking in the predominantly male-led industry. In addition, the agency is ranked 11th digital agency and 25th in Middle East and Africa. Mona Lisa was the 2017 Gauteng Business Woman of the Year. Since founding Riverbend, Mona Lisa has been committed to driving industry transformation, and in 2019, Riverbend received the Mark Lives Industry Accolade for the most admired agency for diversity. She is also a 2022 finalist for RMB Africa's Fearless Think Award and Centum Women of the Future 2022. Monelisa is a sought-after speaker, a thought leader, and has served on several industry and business jury panels, which includes the prestigious International Garrity Awards, the only global award show judged by women. She is Vice Chair of South African Advertising and Communications Associate, ACASA, and has an MBA from Reading University Henley Business School. With that full mouth and my nerves, because wow, let's give them a round of applause. So without further ado, I will then hand over to you. I'm sure you've been briefed in terms of the topic. So the first presenter can come through.
Wow. Good morning, MC. Xesibe Nonzaba. Nami nginguXesibe Nonzaba, uNomaxaba. Morning, greetings to the NASDEV committee, the delegates from the different universities, and a word of appreciation to all the speakers for just thought-provoking presentations and dialogue. So ours with Usis Mona Lisa is just to speak about opportunities in terms of funding for women entrepreneurs. We all know that gone are the days when parents would discourage their children, you know, saying, why on earth are you thinking about business? Why don't you just study, get your degree, and go and find a real job? That's how we were brought up, find a real job. So right now, we are in a time where we understand and we realize that we need a paradigm shift in terms of what we call employment, what we call opportunity. So while South Africa has made some gains in supporting women entrepreneurs, access to funding of women-owned businesses in South Africa continues to be a challenge. Although female entrepreneurship is on the rise, but there is still a challenge in terms of women launching their own ventures. Because we understand that actually if you empower a woman, you empower a nation, you empower a community. You know, when it comes to women owning a business, when a woman attains something or finds a treasure, it's not just for the woman, it's for a community. We all know the statement when a mother would say, "Mina ngisebenzela iy'ngane zami," I'm working for my children. You don't normally hear that from a man, and I'm not saying that men don't say that. But when a woman goes up, wakes up in the morning, does something, pushes themselves to their ultimate, hey, ngisebenzela abantwana bami. So that is what is very important about encouraging this thing of women being entrepreneurs. It is true that South Africa has created a more conducive environment for women entrepreneurs over the years. And access to funding for women entrepreneurs has improved thanks to government and private companies. I just want to commend South Africa because South Africa is actually first on the MasterCard Index of Women Entrepreneurs. That index is first in Africa as the most, as a country that actually empowers women entrepreneurs the most. And we are 23rd in the world. And I think that actually deserves an applause for our country, although there is still much, much more room for improvement. So yes, I would like us to actually applaud ourselves. Despite this, women continue to face greater difficulties in becoming and succeeding as entrepreneurs. Women are still the minority in terms of business ownership. Only a third of businesses in South Africa are women-led. Now, before I go deeper into conversation, I'd just like to talk about why women make the best entrepreneurs. And now, I'm not being anythingist. This is just something that has been proven research. I'm not being feminist or discriminating our male counterparts in any way, but this is proven research that, in spite of all the above, it is widely considered that women leaders in business have specific qualities that make them very effective entrepreneurs. Female leadership is slightly different to male, but it is very, very effective. Firstly, it is proven that women don't take unnecessary risks, yet they actually take more risks than men. It's just that they don't take unnecessary risks. So women tend to be more cautious when taking decisions. I believe this is a maternal instinct. I mean, if you think about it, we are the ones that would carry and bring life into this earth. So women tend to be more protective, tend to be cautious, and they tend to be incubators. So when a woman gives birth to something, they make sure that when they were incubating this thing, before bringing it to birth, it was nurtured, it was incubated. Secondly, women want everyone to feel included and engaged. Women business leaders are usually more supportive and inclusive of people who are making an effort to improve their work, and they are less judgmental and more willing to accept different point of views, working towards, obviously, a common vision that is shared by all. We are here, the conference is saying women in leadership, so I will be just talking about those points on my presentation about women in leadership. Thirdly, women are not afraid to ask for help. I think we would remember growing up, some of us are still growing up, some of us are old, so we can relate to husbands, or others of us can relate to our fathers. Just remember the time when you are driving. Okay, this is before the navigators and everything now. You are driving and you are lost. And your mother would say, let's go in there and ask for directions. And your father would say, no, we'll find our way around. So generally, women are more receptive when it comes to asking for help. And that is a brilliant quality because you are able to actually engage help. So men tend to be horrified of asking for help because they always want to seem like they are in control. And women, on the other hand, are more willing to understand that asking for assistance is better than making a mistake that can damage the enterprise. It goes even to an even bigger picture. Women are not afraid to actually find out more, to be silent and listen more and understand and show that, you know what, I really don't know at this point what is happening or what I'm talking about or what I need to do. Can I get help? So women, they prefer to consult with experts who might guide them through such processes. So, and also women are not afraid to put their needs, the needs of the business before their egos. And that can really, really make a huge difference, a tremendous difference. Women leaders are more determined and ambitious than men. I know this might not really sound like it is it, but it actually is true. Women are endowed with soft power. We have what we call soft power, but we are actually more determined when it comes to achieving our goals, more seriously than men. And I think it's because even the issues that the professor stated, that sometimes when you feel you are at a point where you want to prove that you can make this work, sometimes as a woman, you have to work twice as hard just to prove that I am capable and that I am worthy. So that is why we tend to actually exert more strength in what we do, because we want to prove that, you know what, I'm not just in this space because I was petite because I'm a woman, so I'm in here. So you want to prove that, you know what, I qualify. I actually am worth it, and I can be here, lipstick and all, weave and all, high heels and all, but you know what, I am here, I have arrived, and I will make an impact. So that actually makes women to put pressure on themselves and stretch themselves more than their male counterparts. When a woman is involved in something, they will do all that is in their power to make sure that that thing works. I mean, let's take an example let me just put an example. I'm someone who likes talking in pictures. when a woman wants something to succeed, it succeeds. Let me make an example of a marriage. Do you know, or a relationship generally? When a woman wants that relationship to work, that relationship will work. It doesn't matter, the man can be as whatever, but if a woman is determined that, you know what, this marriage will work, this relationship will work, it will work. But you find that if a man is saying, you know what, I want to keep this relationship, no matter how hard they try, if a woman says that is it, it is it. It doesn't matter what the man can try. It doesn't matter if the man is at home morning to sunrise, morning till the night on weekends. But if the woman says, this is it, it's not going to work, it's not going to work. But if a woman is saying, you know what, I do not care. Wherever, that man can do whatever they want to do. I am determined to make this work for my children. It actually works. So that is the power of a woman. Women are builders, women are makers. So that is another fact, that this managed just to actually encourage us as young ladies sitting in this room that actually we are endowed more than we could ever think to actually go into business and run our businesses more efficiently. It is not a disability to be a woman. Sometimes, you know, you find young ladies saying this like it's something that is a chip on their shoulders, like, oh, I'm a woman. No, it's not a disability. It's actually a superpower to be a woman. Another thing that is very powerful and that makes women in leadership very, very strong, women do more with less. You know, it is true that access to funding and access to resources is much less for women. And also, even in a normal work environment, you find that females are paid less than their counterpart. It is a fact, although there is an improvement, but it is the truth of the matter. And because of that, women doing more with less, you find that a man can get 10 million rands to start a business, and a woman maybe gets 3 million rands. But you find the woman will create it and make it as competitive as a man to actually make that business work. And women are not willing to back down, even with fewer resources. Again, I'd like to make an example. You remember when you were growing up, and maybe you had those modernized daddies who would like sometimes to cook. Your mother can make a mean stew just with anyanisi, potatoes, no tamatis, and you know what? If there's nothing, they'll make something, they'll make the stew, and you will eat. Your dad, they would say, there's nothing to cook. You understand? Because that is something, women are able to do something with nothing. They are able to do more with less. So I would like to encourage each and everyone that yes, we are at a point where women do not have the same resources when it comes to starting business. But you know what? As young women, as young ladies, we are able to do more with less. Also, women have a long-term view. You know, especially in our industry, it's a very white male-dominated industry. I would like to say that. It's a very white male dominated industry, and maybe let me not put color and just say male. You know, this is one thing I've noticed is that for men, you find growing their business as quickly as possible. That's the view. They just want to grow this business as quickly as possible. Hence, you find them stuck in you know, getting caught up in short-term goals. Women business leaders tend to plan long-term and are not afraid of delayed gratification, which is why, especially in our industry, what we've noticed is that young women have actually overtaken the male counterparts in terms of even buying property. You find a young gentleman, they work, the first thing they want to do is buy that Golf GTI or that expensive fast car, quick, and they want everybody to see, now I'm working, now I can afford this, and they get going. But what we are finding in our industry, in the real estate industry, is that young women, they actually plan. They start with buying that flat. They start buying that small property. So women have this long-term view. You know, so because I don't know what it is about young men, but yes, women have overtaken, young women have overtaken young men when it comes to buying property. And really, I think that is also something that is worth a very much great applause. And I believe it is also that reason why women manage to keep their businesses afloat despite having fewer opportunities and money. A man, they would get that contract or start that business, they quickly want to buy that Range Rover to show, you know what, now I have a successful business. A woman will not mind driving that moderate car, dressing that moderate way, until the business is sustained and they can say, you know what, now this business is strong enough. They are builders. They will just keep building and keep building. And also, I believe it's because women define success differently to men somehow. You know, women have a more holistic approach to success and are not solely focused on numbers. Yes, profits are important, don't get me wrong. Profits are important. But you find that women do tend to have that generational approach when building their businesses. Like I just made that example where a woman would say, I am building this legacy for my children or my community or society. Now, having said all this, I am in no way discriminating against men, but I am actually addressing the topic of the conference and also addressing what I have witnessed in terms of this industry that we are in. So just closing off to hand over to Sis Mona Lisa, I'd just like to say, when I started a business, I did find that, you know, when being a woman in the industry, you had to actually have proof that you are worthy of the finance. I will just quote my story. Firstly, I began as a franchisee, a principal of a franchise, before actually owning Idwala Property Group, which is our own brand now. So when you want to buy, when buying that franchise, you had to have finance, a certain amount of money. It was very little finance that was needed. But I found that it was a struggle. I was scrutinized. How many properties have you sold? How many years? It was such scrutiny beyond words. So, and the collateral, there were issues of collateral. At that time, my husband and I, we were just owning a property and it was not worth the collateral that we were looking for. So, yes, I believe that government would need to come to the aid of women when it comes to issues like that, because not everybody who's going to buy a business actually owns a property. So I really believe that if initiatives like this, like NASDEV, platforms like this, can really continue and be strengthened so that there is an understanding that it's not everybody that has collateral. It's not everybody that owns a property. It's not everybody that has got a policy to seed for finance. But rather, my belief is that programs, mentorships to actually equip women to understand about various industries, to understand and be equipped emotionally and mentally, more than funding, because I'll tell you in honesty, got that funding, gone into that business. At that first time, at that first trial, it didn't succeed, and that money was lost. But thank God that, you know, we were able to pay back the money. But the issue is not the funding. I believe the issue, more than funding, is mentorship, guidance. If women can see other women succeeding, seeing, okay, you know what, this can be done. It's more than getting the money. Because most of the time, I do find that women get access to finance, but because of lack of leadership, guidance, and mentorship, the businesses, they fail dismally. So before getting the finance, before getting the funding, before doing that loan, programs need to be in place to empower, to build the inner capacity, to build the mental capacity, and also for someone to be learned in their industry so that they make the business work. Because I can tell you straight away that with Idwala Property Group, there was no funding, there was no collateral, there was no grant. It had to just start with this and this and this. And that is how that business grew and succeeded. But where in that space where there was actually funding, because there was not yet enough capacity built, those businesses, they struggled. Those businesses, they battled. So that is just my emphasis that, you know what, mentorship, platforms like these, encouragement, having conversation, engaging one another. Just generally role models like Abo Sis Mona Lisa, like Abo Professor, like all those women that have made it, role models. And if other women can see, you know what, this can be done, they will follow suit. Now I know that we are in a room full of graduates, so I'm not really going to be going into each and every program or funding, sorry, or financial assistance for women entrepreneurs. I mean, we've got the Isivande Women's Fund, we've got the Women Entrepreneurial Fund, Business Partners, Women in Business Fund, IDF, Enablers Acceleration Fund. There's so many of them. Each of these funds have got their own criteria and threshold in terms of minimum and maximum amounts. We are in a room full of knowledgeable young women, men and women, so I believe Google can be our friend in terms of finding out those particular things. But I would just like to reiterate that we are grateful for these platforms, we are grateful for these fundings. And maybe Sis Mona Lisa can also reiterate on these things, like as someone who's actually made a success from funding and grew her business and made it into this world-class business that it is right now at this point. So with that, I'd just like to say, you know what? Let's encourage one another. As you succeed, as you are encouraged to succeed, and as you push yourself beyond your limitations and make your business work, others will look at you and they will see that, you know what, this can be done, this is possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We would like to welcome Sis Mona Lisa, and then we'll take the discussions further after.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today. Can I start by saying, just based on the last session, I'm a gay woman, and it's good to see I have not only allies, but people that possibly are gay too. There's also a Mona Lisa in the room, as am I, so I'm really in good company. Thank you so much. And I just thought it was important to share that, because I think Prof said some really important things, and I think the more we have these discussions and talk about it, one suddenly realizes, I think, that there are clearly more gay women around, or at least more LGBTQI people around, than people actually realize. And so that's probably another discussion for another day, just in terms, I think, really of the importance of, even as women, just being truly authentic in terms of how we show up, especially within a work and an entrepreneurial space. So yes, good morning. Thank you really for the opportunity. Simon isn't here, but he reached out to me saying that he would really want me to be speaking today. And I'm glad I took him up on that, because there's really some amazing women that have been part of the program over the last 3 days. And albeit I haven't been part of that process, it's just really great to see that important discussions are being opined, especially during Women's Month. I'm extremely passionate about women and women entrepreneurship, women in business. And I think more so because there really are challenges in terms of how women navigate the business world, and you've shared that as well. So I'm not going to repeat a lot of what's already been said. As per the introduction, I am the founder and CEO of a company called Riverbed. We are an advertising agency, and I think I'm really proud of the fact that despite being female-owned, and I think the percentage of women-owned businesses in the advertising industry is very low, possibly sitting at around 5%. And despite, the numbers being so low, it's really great, I think, just as a black female-owned agency to know that we are ranked 8th, in South Africa, and over and above that, ranked 25th in Middle East and Africa. So really doing some great things, and I think it's all contributed to the people that work at Riverbed who are really part of the success. I think it's important, when we talk about access, to resources from an entrepreneurial perspective, that we set the tone. The reality of the current landscape is that something like 5 out of 7 businesses are failing in their first year. And that is such an alarming statistic. And so entrepreneurship is not for the faint-hearted. I think it's easy enough. All of us are passionate about ideas. We're passionate about the dreams that we have, and really start with this belief in what we believe is possible. But if the stats are that alarming, I think it becomes really important that we tap into what are those things that entrepreneurs need to be able to access in order to be able to create and develop successful, and not only successful, but sustainable businesses, because that really becomes important. And so as a business owner, I know that access to resources is critical. I found out the hard way, because when you start a business, you start it with a dream and not much else. But those resources are really important. I think we are lucky that we live in a country where we have a government that is quite focused on ensuring that small businesses thrive. But clearly there's something wrong if we're still sitting with statistics that say 5 out of 7 businesses are failing. And one has to ask then, what access are we looking for? What are the key things that we need access to be able to really create sustainable businesses? And we know the key ones: capital, access to funding is important to be able to buy products, or really working capital to be able to make your business work. We know that human resources are important. Most entrepreneurs are skilled in one particular thing, but there's certain other aspects of the business, like finance, like HR, sales, etc., that one needs to be able to have access to human resources to deliver on really building a sustainable business. Technology, more and more, is critical in terms of really being able to create innovation and provide really differentiated products. And then, like you said, mentoring and training, I think, is really, really one of the most important things, that women particularly need access to as they build their businesses. One thing that's not talked about a lot is the importance of social capital. And, when we compare businesses that actually succeed, social capital is the one thing a lot of women-owned businesses do not have access to, and a lot of small businesses don't have access to. And what is social capital? Social capital is this ability to have and know the right networks, either within your industry, within the financial capital world, etc., that you have access to be able to mentor you, to be able to help you in terms of the things that you want to achieve, and to be able to give you access to routes to market in terms of some of the things you want to achieve. And so, these are things that will obviously enable entrepreneurs, but there's clearly barriers to, being able to access these things. And we know that there are many challenges in that regard. Another challenge, which I think is a really important one, really is this inherent patriarchy of African culture. It really is a critical barrier, I believe, to women succeeding, not only from an entrepreneurship perspective, but also within business. I'm a big believer that the first thing that women need to be able to access to really achieve business success is access to their own agency, right? I think as women, we grow up in a world where who we are and how we show up in the world is very much dictated to us in terms of, our role in society, our role in homes, and even our role in the business world. There's almost this social construct that says to us, we need to behave in a particular way. We spend a lot more time doing domestic care work, etc., which really takes time away from being able to build businesses. It takes time away from being able to succeed in the things that you want to. And I know there's a UN report that says, on average, women are spending 5 hours more time a day on unpaid care. And that's even if they are running their own businesses, right? And so how do you then compete with men that are running businesses, with your peers that are running businesses? And we know how much time as an entrepreneur you need to put into running a business when you're spending that much time doing that. And so when I talk about access to your agency as a woman, what I really talk about is how do you show up in a way where you start to redefine your role within the societal construct? How do you start showing up as a wife, but still doing it in a way knowing that you still need to put time and effort into this business that you're trying to build? How do you show up as a daughter and still be able to have conversations with your parents and your siblings to say, I need to be able, to put time into this business that I'm trying to build? So access to agency for me is a really, really important one, because I think it really sets the foundation to be able to really tread this entrepreneurial journey, which at best is difficult. I think everyone knows around the barrier of lack to financial capital, which most businesses, have to go through. And rightly so, there are lots of organizations that provide funding. But even then, a lot of small businesses do not have access to that funding that is available because of the barriers just within the application process and really trying to get that funding. And so that's another barrier. We know, I think the biggest in our country really are economic disparities and barriers just from that sense that really stop women particularly from being able to succeed in business. And so when we talk about access, to resources, we have to first obviously understand what the barriers are. And for me, those are really the key barriers. And when we look at it, I guess from the context of academia, I think it's important as you move from, university into the business world. I really think it's important, as I said earlier, to really take agency with you and be able to show up in a way that's going to benefit you and your ambitions. So I think what's important, there's great policies in place. We have a Department of Small Businesses that really spearheads and drives a lot of the access that is required for small businesses and for women to thrive. We know that there's organizations, you mentioned probably most of them, but like the IDC, who have programs in place that support startup women organizations. We've got the Youth Development Agency as well that's really quite focused on that. So a plethora of government agencies that are really focused on delivering on this mandate. Over and above that, we know from a private sector perspective, we also know and understand that the private sector, your large corporates, also have a mandate through BEE to be able to ensure that they are working, especially with women. We know that they get preferential points as a result of that. So from an access perspective, how do you begin to tap into that to be able to truly benefit from what they're able to offer? And so, I think for me, and I'm not going to, repeat what was said earlier. I know it's a panel discussion and we'd love to, just hear questions. I think for me, the reality is that there's definitely a firm foundation across the entire ecosystem that's in service of trying to help women succeed on the one hand. But the reality when we look at the numbers is that women are not succeeding. 5 out of 7 businesses, we know that women are disproportionately impacted when it comes to starting businesses and maintaining businesses. And, for me, the reality is that, a lot of this is because of the fact, that as women, we possibly have so much other things going on that, we lose sight of what we need to be doing to deliver on our business ambitions, and that becomes really important as well. Being in the advertising industry, we have access to a lot of consumer data and information. And what's really interesting for me is that when we look at the purchase decisions that are made across pretty much any sector, women are showing up making those purchase decisions. It's something like 70% of all purchase decisions are made by women. We shop for groceries, we're buying more cars, we're buying more homes. we're buying more clothes. And so why is it that the biggest brands like Batu Shoes, like Drip, are owned by men? You know, where are the women growing fashion industries in terms of the clothes we wear, etc.? We have this buying power, we have this purchase power, but it's not translating into the businesses that we own. And these are the things that we need to really start questioning. How do we take advantage, I think, of the scale in terms of the number of women in this room and in this country, the power that we have as a result of that in terms of the purchase decisions we make, and how do we then start to try and support the women-owned businesses that exist within our country. So, and in some way, hopefully help ensure that that helps, with changing some of the disparities that exist. So I'm not going to go on. I mean, I think we are opening the floor up for questions, and I know we have time constraints. So thank you for the opportunity just to do a preamble. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our two panelists. Without further ado, are there any questions, any comments? Okay, wait.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the round. So in that order, yes.
Sanbon, igama lami Sinethezekile Mpanza, and I'm from NMU. Sorry about that. I just wanted to ask Sis Nondumi, so you mentioned that one of the advantages of women in business is that they have high levels of strength, and they apply pressure for them to work, and for them to be extremely productive, in comparison to their male counterparts. I just wanted to know, is it good for women to exude that much strength and that much pressure for them to succeed in any space, but particularly for this question in entrepreneurship? Is it good for us to wear the strength, on our sleeves, and, even though we can see that it does work for us, but is it then good for us to I don't know if you get me, do you get me? Ne? Because I don't know, because sometimes our strength is used to a disadvantage also. So is it good for us to be proud of it in a way?
Thank you. How does this work? Because I'm worried that they come. Having to come all the way.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, my sweetheart. That is a very good question. I would say it's maybe, let me not say it's either good or bad, but I will say we are well capable of it. We are well endowed of it. Because, like Usisi quoted, that only a woman can actually be a wife, a mother. You come back from your business exhausted, you're still taking your children's homework. Hi, Bo, have you finished your project? Have you done your homework? This one hurt their toe in rugby. You're still there to put up the bandages, and yet, you know what I'm saying? So maybe, maybe let me not be rigid in saying it's either good or bad, but I would say we are capable of it. We have been given it, and we can do it. So maybe it is good, because it is good to actually, you know when you buy a new car, or maybe your car has come back from service, or maybe it was broken and went to be fixed. Men usually say, "Vuli mota mapayipi." It means, see how far this car can go, push it through to its ultimate. With a new car, you put it to the high speed, you want to see how far it can go. So maybe it is good, ukuzivula amapayipi as women. Don't limit yourself. If your car can go to, if you can go to 120, push, see how far you can go. But obviously now, I'm not saying go to the point of breaking down, because that's also now an extreme side of the spectrum. Don't go to extreme, but at the same time, be the best that you can be. Show up, stretch yourself, see how far you can go, so that you don't have regrets in life, that you know what, I could have done this, but I did not because I was afraid. So I think fear, let it go. Anything, let it go. I am capable. ngiyazivula amapayipi, I'm pushing myself to the ultimate, and be the best that you can be. Be excellent, show up, and just do your best. Yeah.
Thank you for that. The next question? No.
Hi everyone. My name is. Oh, is it me?
No, it's you, it's you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. My name is Bitumelo Mhlophe from Salt Lake University, and we all know that starting your own company as a woman is not easy in and of itself. So, for example, self-confidence. It may sound simple, but in reality, developing confidence can prove to be a very difficult endeavor. So, okay, for example, if ever I have an opinion, I'm scared of saying that opinion because in the name of what will people say? And so my advice, my question to you, Ms. Nondomiso, as a founder of Idwala Property Group, what advice do you have for women looking to grow either their own business or within the company they work for? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, my dear. Okay, my advice is that firstly, just know that you're capable. That's firstly the advice. And you are right, I will agree. As women, we do tend to have a low self-esteem. I'll tell you and be very, very honest. Especially in our industry, it's a very white-dominated industry. I would be sitting in zone meetings, and there are all these white men with these big real estate company names. I would get there, and I would even want to hide. But you know what? I just want to assure you that it does get easier. Skill yourself in what you do. Become more knowledgeable. They say knowledge is power. Applied knowledge is even more powerful. Don't just know, but apply the knowledge. And I just want to assure each and every young woman in this room that yes, it is more difficult. Yes, it is more challenging. You're going to come in there with your high heels and your lipstick, and they're going to think, I wonder what she thinks she can even do. You're going to even at times look more fragile. They're muscular. I've gained weight now. I was actually much thinner than when I started the business, and I wouldn't even look promising to the eye. But as I worked harder, because that is the sad truth, you will have to work twice as hard because you have to prove yourself that you do qualify to be in the space. But as you equip yourself with knowledge, and as you practice, every day, just keep on doing something, gain the momentum. As you do that, your confidence will increase. But you have to know what you're doing. You have to invest in your business. Also invest in yourself. Not just your business, but also yourself. So I don't know if that answers the question. I don't know if I got you correctly there.
Yeah.
And am I answering you? Are you happy with that answer?
I am.
Thank you so much.
All right, please.
I'd just also like to add to that, because I always talk about, even just from my own personal perspective, I ask myself how the girl I was became the woman I am today. And it really is that. How do you build self-confidence? I was the shyest girl in a room like this for a very long time. And what I've realized first and foremost, and I think it's important for all of us to know this, everyone has fear. The fact that some of us are standing here and speaking to you doesn't negate the fact that we possibly arrived here nervous and anxious, but we did it anyway, right? And one has to do it afraid. You will not move ahead without doing it afraid. And I think what happens in society, we see success and believe that it's attained without fear. And there's constant fear with anyone who's made a success of their lives in terms of what they need to do. And I think we almost need to normalize fear and remove the stigma that being afraid means that I'm not capable, because the two are actually mutually exclusive. And I think we all know as well that change and growth comes from putting ourselves in uncomfortable positions. And the more we put ourselves in those positions, It's actually a good thing if we feel that fear, because it means we're growing, right? And so how do you become more confident? By doing it. There's just no other way. There's no other formula. And, you know, that's just what I wanted to add to that discussion. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Fair question?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a rider on what has been...
Just a quick one, introductions, guys.
Oh, sorry. I am Babalo Fundagamaboza from Sifako Makhato Health Sciences University. Just a rider on the response of the two speakers. I think, as much as we appreciate NASDEV for having brought us giants on this topic today, and we hope that the billions that they have in the bank, they rub off, because this is how you get to meet great people and become a greater person yourself one day. But I think what is lacking is the fact that we need to get to the bottom of knowing those tools that has moved you from being a smallest person in the room and you still managed to make it. And that has moved her also from being a person that has never been vocal in the room but making it. So I am calling on NASDEV and saying thank you for the opportunity, that maybe look at those, because I think that's what is lacking on the ground. Now to my comments. From the lady from Idwala, the owner of Idwala, you've made us to realize that some of the qualities that we have never translated into a business sense, they become very important for us to build ourselves, which is something that we need to start looking at to say, how do you use what has been referred to as women qualities that we can translate them to becoming a greater person in life? We do have the most beautiful constitution and policy imperatives in this country that has led to the influence of us being players in business. But is this enough? Or is there a problem with the translation of policy and making sure that it is then put into practice? I think that's something that we'd like to find out from the business world, and also call on the academics to say, we need to close the gap. Clearly there's something that is not happening, and what is that gap? As much as we do appreciate the fact that there is that 15% or a quarter of businesses being run by women, if we are forming 60% of the numbers of the people, then there's something wrong with the 15% whilst we are appreciating it. So how do we bridge the gap? How do we find out what the problems are that have led to that? As much as, secondly, we do have triple BEE and other imperatives that are there, but are they really addressing the issues? Are we ever going to get to a point where we say, as a male-dominated company, as much as you might have a few number of people or a percentage of your company that has been allocated to a female figure, how do we force male-dominated businesses and spaces to at least give a certain percentage of their businesses to mainly black women? Or also, on the flip side, if you are the one that is offering a service, that when you then offer that service to a female-owned, a black female-owned and female-owned businesses, that will have to offer a service at a certain percentage because they are now empowering these people, or even be forced into a structured mentorship kind of an arrangement. That's for you, ma'am. And then coming to also the lady, and we also applaud you for having made it into the 15% river band. You raised something that is very central to what women do and not even think about it. Women do free labor. This is something that we need to think of. Even if you are not paid in rands and cents, people need to be able to put a value to the work that you do. Please allow me to make an example. If I were to make you a cup of coffee, it will be 10 rands because of the kind of experience that I have and the kind of value that I would add into the economic change. If one of the ladies there made you a cup of coffee, it will most probably be 1,000 rands because there's a lot of factors that we put into that. Do you, when you go home, start cleaning the house and say, if we had a helper, it will be 100 rands? But because it's my wife who's also a billionaire and this and this and this and that, so the service that has been offered to me is most probably 20,000 rands. We need to put value to ourselves. The minute you put a value to yourself, things change. Lastly, She
Let's
also
wrap up.
mentioned something that is very important, the issue of patriarchy. Since we have, majority of us are now starting to think otherwise from patriarchy, we're moving either to matrilineal, matriarchy, and also other different types of lifestyle. Have we seen any change on the economic makeup and the economic growth of women since now there has been a change? Because patriarchy has got its own rules. But if I am forming part of the limited groups of the LGBTQI, which means I'm no longer exposed to that if I'm lesbian, so there's no longer patriarchy. Have we seen change with those changes in the economic makeup of the world going forward? You also mentioned, lastly, one thing, that there has been a failure of businesses that are initiated by women, with 5 to 7 in a year, except for the fact that we lose sight and we give our energy towards free labor. Is there any other reasons that you'd like to flag for those students that are sitting here that are starting their own businesses, to say, except for the fact that I'm going to divide my time into these things, and we are expecting them to divide their time because they are also students, what other factors do they need to take into cognizance? Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair, for allowing me to take so much of your time.
That's fine. I think those questions and comments were very relevant. I don't know which panelist would like to go first.
Thank you so much for the questions. I did write some of them down, and I think maybe just to start with the last point around, the free labor, and I love your analogy just in terms of quantifying it, because we don't do that. I think the bigger challenge of this 5 hours of unpaid work that most of us are putting into our day is, the barriers that it provides from an education, work perspective, etc., which I obviously did allude to. But, when we look at some of the reasons, if we look at that 5 to 7, 5 out of 7 businesses failing, and we look at some of the reasons around it, one of the key ones is, just as women, I always say our career clock is in complete conflict with our biological clock. And so at some stage, most women want to have children. And unfortunately, the way, especially being an entrepreneur, it really becomes difficult unless you've got a supporting family system and people that are there to support you. It really does become difficult for you to be able to, still raise your children and run your business. We also know that, I think, and my data might be wrong, but what is it, 48% of all households are single-headed household or run by women. 70% of all children, black children living in South Africa, live with absent fathers. And so, the burden on women to do so many more things really is a huge barrier. But what I've also seen, just, within my work environment and some of the women that I do mentor, is, to that lady's earlier point, just this belief in what they believe they are capable and what they believe is possible. And it's really difficult to show up in your home environment as a, in the construct of a patriarchal marriage and believe you can come out of that and run a business and, look at men and tell them what to do, etc. There is a lot of, mental change that needs to happen as a result of that. And I see that show up a lot, just even in the work that we do, at Riverbed, or the conversations that I have with some of my peers and the ladies that I mentor, to a point where I had a discussion with somebody who'd left work and she was so keen to start her own business. And my first question to her was, why did you want to become an entrepreneur? And her response to me was, she wanted to find balance between work and life. And for sure that entrepreneurship it demands so much more of your time. Success, and be it from men or women, will demand 16-hour days. And you need to be able to make sacrifices to put in that kind of time. And so when I talk about, redefining our role, it's also redefining what does being a good mother mean? Because it can't be about how many hours I spend with my children. Because for as long as we stay bogged down into believing that, we won't succeed. Those numbers and statistics will continue to rise. And it has to be okay for us to be able to put in 16-hour days because we're passionate and we love the work that we do and the business we're trying to build, and still come home and put in the time that we need to be able to show love to our partner, our children, etc. Because men have done it since the beginning of time. And until we start making those demands, I think, these statistics are really not going to change. And unfortunately, whenever we talk about businesses failing from a female perspective, these are some of the things that are not put front and center. And, we wonder then why some of these stats aren't changing. I think another point for me is that, because, women ultimately are running households, etc., there is a lot of pressure on them to focus just on that. So you're trying to run a business, a lot of the money you're making is going to the family. A business needs to fund itself to grow, right? And so one does need to be able to separate trying to show care and love for this business you're building and still at the same time, show love and care for this family and lifestyle, etc., that you have. So I know I've spoken quite a bit, but I think for me, it really continues to be that in the context of, why businesses continue to fail. I think I also chatted really just around the free labor and the value of that. I mean, it would be an interesting exercise to actually quantify just how much that impacts GDP if we put a value to what we do. I know the ILO did a study around that, but it becomes an important one and unfortunately quite a key barrier to the success of women in entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Sis Monalisa actually covered everything. But maybe just to, Sis Baba, just that little point, you asked what can be done to improve the landscape, the status quo in terms of women and business. Besides, I have a friend of mine who's in business, and she said what she battled with the most was the fact that she kept asking herself, I'm a single woman, I'm going to get into business, I'm going to be powerful, I might not get married. It's small things like that that are actually self-inhibiting beliefs and societal stereotypes in us as women, even ourselves, that if you're a strong businesswoman, you won't make a good wife. And then you now need to start defining what does make a good wife, what does make a good mother. And Lucy's actually, touched on that. So I believe for me, the causes of failure for women, or the causes of things that discourage women to actually pursue their goals and their dreams, is the stereotypes and the stigmas, So first and foremost, also, I think the men in the room who are here as well, they also need to help us as well. Also, stop this thing of always making women feel like a woman that is driven, that is purposeful, that wants to achieve something in life. Oh no, then you won't make a good wife. Oh no, you won't make a good, a good mother. First and foremost, before going into the intricacies in terms of programs and this and initiatives, let's first start with the mindset of society. Women can be all and they can do all, obviously with balance. Like one of the ladies says, you don't obviously want to overexert yourself, but you can be, or you can be successful, you can be in business, and yet you can still be a good person. Some people even have that stigma that, successful women, they're bossy. It's small things like that that are so self-inhibiting. So it all has to start with the heartbeat of society and the mind of society. So I think that is just that little 2 cents that I would actually like to add on this topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Second last question.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. My name is Naumgwebu from the University of the Free State. I would love to ask if the two ladies in front have experienced, I'd say, dealing with men in the space, the business space, where they sort of hit on you to a point where you feel like, you know, if you get into a space, to make it, you need to smile with the big boys. And if you don't do it, then you know that things might not turn out well for you. I say this because I think I've observed in our country, particularly also because of corruption, you know, when gents meet for business, when they shake hands, they know that they can exchange whatever they exchanged and they don't have to compromise themselves. But when it comes to females, you know that it's not a shaking of hands where you exchange money and it ends there. You need to also compromise yourself by giving them whatever they want as males in the space for them to even open up to taking you in, or, you know, in terms of mentorship, for example, or just in terms of just being exposed to opportunities. So have you ladies have had to, you know, encounter such, and how did you go about it if you found yourself in such situations? Thank you.
Thank you.
It's such an important question. I talked earlier around social capital and its importance in terms of how a lot of businesses succeed, right? And to your point, men can be on a golf course or in a bar, talk business, and you know it's business. With women, you can, especially because men, the majority of men are those in decision-making roles in terms of what you need to be able to start a business or grow your business. And I have experienced that, where you believe you're going for lunch to have a conversation around starting your business or trying to get funding, and the lunch conversation ends up being something else, or you meet in somebody's office but here's the thing, you to be able to stay true to who you are, you shouldn't engage in that. It's something that I definitely don't advocate. I think your ability and capability need to be what enables you to succeed. You need to have a strong and compelling business plan, be very clear about what you want, and find the right people to be able to, you know, speak to be able to deliver on that. Unfortunately, we do live in a country that is full of men that believe they have access to women in any way, shape or form, and not only business owners. The security guy, as you're driving in, is asking for your number, right through to the people that you're working with, right? And so you have to be strong, and you have to be very clear that there's certain things certain boundaries you won't cross, and stay true to that. Because at the end of the day, that's what they want from you. They're not there to support the business that you're trying to build. And you have to know that for sure. Okay.
All right, thank you for that question. You know what? I just think, Sam, you need to know your story. You need to know why you are in that space. Know who you are, know your self-worth. And it doesn't matter what type of men or positions or how strong they are. You have to show them that you know what you're doing, you know. Because sometimes I think what causes temptations, especially women, it's the low self-esteem, and sometimes also having that sense of wanting to be pitied because, oh, I'm a woman in this space and it's male-dominated. And you do get people who can prey on that. So you need to show your strength, that you know your story, you know why you are there, and you know what you came to do. Because you are, like I always say, being a woman is not a disability. You must not have, they mustn't feel sorry for you because you're a woman. It is, I am a woman and I am here. It's not, oh, I am a woman and I'm here. You know, you cannot be showing traces of being needy, but rather show that I am present, I am here, I have arrived. So I think that really can help in terms of protecting your integrity. Well, for me personally, now you asked what you know, what you do. I'm so happy, I'm so glad my husband is actually here. I know he didn't want to mention this, but for me, I've decided to have a blind spot. If you're hitting on me, I won't see it. I've decided, I made that decision a long time ago. I will just not see it. You can charm and do whatever, I've decided to have a blind spot there. So as a result, because I've made a decision to have a blind spot there, it just does not affect me anymore. I've made it, I'm just gonna have a ton of vision when it comes to hits and whatnot and the other. And it really, really helps. So it's not only for the sake of that I am married, it's for the sake of moral integrity. Because your gift can take you places, you can go very high, but your character, it will bring you down. So you've got to watch your character, you've got to watch your integrity. I mean, we've all heard where people, even in government positions, they've gotten so far. And then just because of moral compromise, that small thing, something can happen and it gets exposed and you're down and you're out. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. After working so hard and pressing in and you know, finding your space in society, and then you just let go. You allow, just because a man is rich and they've got it all, and you allow that small moment of compromise, it will just finish everything that you've done. And they're not gonna say, oh, she worked so hard, but this little thing happened and now she's down. You know what they're gonna say? She probably slept her way up anyway to begin with. They're not gonna consider that you've actually worked hard. So really, really, let's be strong. Just have a blind spot to those things, those comments. You can say, oh, you beautiful, you sexy thing, you whatever. You're not present there. You're not in that frequency. Just, you know when you're not in a frequency, it just doesn't get there. It doesn't even penetrate your ears. You're focused, you know what you've come to do, and you're just going to do what you've came to do. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, quick one. We've got 30 questions. Don't be long-winded, please. We've already closed for a session. We can maybe after, because we had already, and we're late. So I'm giving 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes. I'm gonna cut people. It's you, and you. Quick.
Greetings to the house at large. My name is Tolana Golbera from the University of the Free State. Mine is not a question, but it's a comment. I would like to thank both the speakers for a mouthful presentation. You guys really shared the strong points. And I liked when the first speaker said, the women are more determined and ambitious when coming to their goals. That is very true, because the women have the beauty of the heart. So when they're doing their goals or planning on their goals, they're not just doing for themselves, but to the community, because they believe in creating a difference and bringing change. So for that, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that.
Hi to the House at Large. My name is Atlan Bukaba from the University of the Free State. Firstly, I would just have a small brief comment to Sis Nondumiso, the first speaker. I literally love how instead of the mindset that people usually carry, women carry, that if a man can do it, I can also do it. But you literally, not comparing ourselves to men. If a man can pick up a chair, I can also do it. But you literally highlighted our differences and our unique qualities as women and how they enhance our capabilities. Because whenever women try to take up space, it's always a matter of comparing yourself to the man. And as a woman, you always have to work twice as hard in order to actually prove your capabilities in any space. So also for the question, the actual question goes to Sis Mona Lisa, the second speaker. You spoke about a male-dominated industry, especially in the small and the big business sector. And one of the biggest issues we still face in South Africa is patriarchy in the business sector as well. Whereas you can find potential business investors or business partners, but the minute you enter the room as a woman, they always become reluctant to assist you, to even help you. They always look at factors that you also addressed about whether you're a wife, do you have kids, do you have to do all those kind of things as well. So how do we move beyond associating capabilities and gender? Because now, what ways are there, or what ways can be mechanisms that can be implemented to also address this, and what would you advise young women who face such issues on a day-to-day basis? And wouldn't you think that if we were to educate men on moving from the mindset of patriarchy and actually making their business environment more friendly and comfortable for women as well, it would assist in actually making women more prosperous in the business sector as well, and pushing our business sector as South Africa to the top, as I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can ask your question and then we'll just close off with the responses and sum up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vaizi Mahlangu from Nelson Mandela University. So, I think, also Nondumi, so you mentioned something about strength, a woman's strength. And as much as I believe in work ethic, showing up, standing your ground, I don't think that a woman's strength or value should be measured by how much she can endure, how much hardships she can suffer. I don't subscribe to that, and I think everyone should feel like that as well, really. And then secondly, you also, when you were elaborating on the shortcomings women face in the industry, you just focused on race. But I'd like to add that when we recognize like the landscape, we need to also consider social classifications such as race, sexual identity, and class, you understand? So, because these are interconnected. If we ignore these intersections, it'll perpetuate our challenges further, you understand? And secondly, I think that under white patriarchal capitalism, these ideas about race and ethnicity are constructed and circulated in ways that tend to keep white privilege in power, you understand? And that's why it's so difficult for black females to really enter into the industry. So with that being said, I have a question, right? Do you not think that the foundations that really hinder us from succeeding are capitalism, colonialism, and patriarchy as just opposed to gender? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I'll start just in terms of responding to that. Look, I think what really is important in terms of how women are able to succeed and lead within business environments is really based on a couple of things in terms of how we're able to enable women in that regard. So the first one for me is around policy, right? Policy is really important across, private sector government. What policies are we putting in place that ensure representation at a leadership level? And so one has to ensure that when you're hiring, you are bringing in, the right people into those roles. That's an important thing to look at. And we know that this exists just in terms of, employment equity numbers, etc. But we know that those numbers are still quite low. When it comes to the way women are showing up in boardrooms and how they need to be representing themselves, one of the things I've written down here as you were speaking is, for me, what I've realized is that outside of when I show up in a meeting, I'm not showing up as a woman, right? I'm showing up as the CEO of Riverbed. And I think that's really important because it gives you very clear guardrails of who you are and what you're there to do. Albeit it becomes important to have this discussion from a woman's lens. When you show up in those rooms, you do it as a business person, as a leader, and that's what people need to buy into. So if we're looking for financing or funding, if we're pitching for business and for work, all of that has to be based on, did we understand the job to be done or the work? Do we have a compelling proposition that we're offering to either our customers? If we're looking for funding, do we have the right business plan in place to enable that and make that happen? And if anything, how do we position ourselves in a way that creates differentiation because we are female, right? So we've had all of these discussions around the benefits of being female. How do we translate that into a business case, right? So for me, we've talked a lot about, women and their role. How do we start to change that narrative and talk about leadership? Women are leaders because of these key things. So not only am I delivering on the strategy and all of those other things, you've got this added advantage because of, these key things that I offer as a woman, if it comes to that. So I think, and then the third one for me is allyship, and I know that was spoken about earlier. We know that men, still occupy boardrooms and leadership positions and roles, and it becomes really important that outside of policy, we're creating, men are creating the right environments for women to thrive as we move forward. And I know just from a riverbed perspective, those are some of the things that we've put in place. Obviously, it becomes important that we hire as many women in leadership roles as possible, but there are men in leadership roles, and you know, they realize that they are allies in terms of ensuring that women succeed. Okay.
Thank you. As we're wrapping up our 5 minutes.
Okay, as we are wrapping up, I'll be very brief to that beautiful lady that has just spoken lastly. I think just to respond to where you are saying that you don't think women should be pushing themselves as hard, I just want to say, maybe let's fix this narrative. Business is difficult. The business world as a whole, whether you are male or female, business is not easy. So I think maybe we just need to understand that. And unfortunately, we cannot change the fact that entrepreneurship is demanding. So it's not that you have a choice or you have a choice not to work hard. If you want to make it work, male or female, you have got to do what it takes. So it really is the way that things are. It's not about Usis Nondumiso saying, oh no, if you're a woman, you have to work hard. It is because of the way, the status quo that it is. The business world is not a joke. It can leave you dead if you do not build in a capacity to handle it. I mean, as I just mentioned that my husband, he is a man, he is also a man in business. So it's not really about the fact that the world is going to make it easy for you. It will not make it easy for you just because you're a woman. So you do not have a choice. You have to show up. You have to gird up your loins with strength, and you have to just go for it if you want to make it work. So it's not a matter of us just saying that you have to work twice as hard. It is what it is. It is the way life is. So unfortunately, I understand it's not nice when, saying to ladies, push hard, but it is what it is if you want to make it work. And also, I like what Usis Monalisa said when she said, when you're showing up in that boardroom, you're not showing up as a businesswoman or as a woman in business. You're showing up as usoma business. Ngiyazisebenza. I am a business person. So I think that is also very, very important. Then lastly, just to address your question in terms of, do I not think that colonialism, racism, or capitalism is what is making business difficult? Am I correct? I think that is what you actually said. Yes, there are external hindrances, like our past, colonialism, capital, whatever. There are obviously external influencing factors. I mean, some businesses, some industries are still not transformed, very certain race dominated. That is what it is at the moment. But now, before even tackling those external things, we could, in fact, while tackling those external hindrances, let us also tackle the internal hindrances. What is stopping you from succeeding as a person? What qualities do you need to have internally, even as those who are in the arena of fighting capitalism, colonialism, racism, whatever, are also active in their metron of influence? But you as a person in the space that you are in, what are you doing to fight the status quo? What qualities have you now also developed internally now? Have you developed perseverance? Have you developed integrity? Have you equipped yourself with knowledge? So yes, you are right, there are external hindrances. But remember, while they are being fought, simultaneously, fight also internally with the qualities that you would need to have as a woman in business, as generally a person in business. You've got to develop the internal qualities. Otherwise, the war can be fought externally. Racism can be demolished, and capitalism, colonial, whatever can be demolished. But if you have not developed the inner capability, if the environment can be made as conducive as possible, but you have not developed internally, it's not going to help you.
All right, thank you so much for that. A round of applause for our panelists. With that said, I think I would like to take this opportunity to thank our panelists. I know that, especially in business, time is money. So I know you've lost a lot of money being here, so we do appreciate you being here. And we've got just a little token of appreciation, just to say thank you so, so much.
Thank you so much.
So with that said, because we're running way, way, way out of time, tea is ready. Can I please just ask colleagues to step out just for 15 minutes, and I'm not joking, guys. 15 minutes. So just body break, grab some snacks, and we're back so that we can finish earlier, or in time at least. Thank you. I think with the pace that you are moving, we will not be back here on time. It is now 1:45, so by 12, please be seated.
Yes, you are.
It's called him.
Thank you so much. Go to the bottom. Most importantly.
I'm happy because no one.
No, I know.
fine now? Huh? Yeah. It's cool. We'll have to put a new unit there. I think it's channel 1 on the soil. Yeah. 1, 2. Okay.
Hey, Simon. Yes, but hey, with the queue outside. Yeah. Ish. Can they hear me outside? I want to be spicy. Ugh, so boring. This is okay. Yeah, bo. Here's my life. So I'm 8 namhlanje. And andikho for abantu abango-8 bethu. I'm not available. Do we have a video ka Candice? No, so some skate bike. Yeah, because I think they were supposed to do a video, a message of support via video. But if they're not here, I'm not gonna read their bio. I'm gonna just read the two speakers. Ah, which one? Wait, is it Ramona? Blessing. Oh, the research. All right.
Is it now the video?
No, no. Huh? Why are you talking? Oh, no. So it's going to be a panel discussion, right? So I'm going to be introducing the rest of the panelists who will come, but the one is going to be a message online. So if the video has not arrived, just send it to the facility, and then we just introduce the team, and then move. Yes. So I'll introduce the topic. Remember, I introduced the topic first, and then I did their bio. So, no, no, no. Chairman. So what we're going to do is going to be a panel discussion. So you're going to, like they did. So I'll introduce the topic, the session, and then I'll give over to you. And then you say what you need to say, the preamble or whatever you want to say. And then from there, you sit then the next panelist, and then you open up for comments. I'm thinking and I'm hoping. Oh, Simon, Simon, is it me? I should not be stressing like this. I don't deserve it. Let me check Simon. Connor, where's the rest of the NEC? Yes? The NEC. Okay, good. All right, we're moving. Can you move? Please. Let's go. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to introduce the topic, and then I'm going to read your bios as you come up to the stage. And you can sit in one of these. Which one do you prefer? Do you prefer sitting first, and I read what is seated, or bio, and then you come down? You're not about to see you making any of that. Can I sit next to Nicole here, and then I'll just call you down, so that you're not too far. So that you're not too far from the space. I'm saying so that you're not too far from the space. They're killing me. 2 minutes. Are you kidding? Oh, yes, I'm talking about. Okay.
Okay, we're counting. As you move, we're counting. Exactly, that's what it is. I wanted to say that. No, I'm waiting because the technical pickups that they sort out. Yes, I said 2 minutes. So I'm just waiting for the tech guys. After the tech guys are sorted, I'm moving. Maybe put 2 hour and a half. If it's time. Come here, please. Simon, do we have like a notepad and a small paper? Because what I noticed with the other is that I had to borrow my pencil so that we put it there for them when they're writing questions. Because I see in the paper. Yeah, I said just in case nobody's one page now, just in the pen. So that Mabuza. Yeah, just so that because I had to borrow. Good, thanks, how are you?
My days, very sensitive, mate.
It is.
For sensitive people.
And then I'm picking my paper just in case.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. Yes, Salenza. Mara ipen yona, I don't have pens.
I'll borrow.
Yeah,
I had to borrow them mine. Okay, I think everybody, please, for those who can hear me, can we start? Can everybody walk in? I'm going to be starting the session, and people will join us as we go because we don't have time. And I think it's very important for us to respect time. All right. Thank you guys for coming back on time. I truly appreciate this. It shows respect to yourselves and to each other in the space. So thank you for that. Our next session, it's also a panel discussion, and the discussion topic is period poverty and awareness surrounding menstrual care and hygiene, a higher education analysis. I'm going to be reading bios of the two panelists that are going to be joining us today. As I complete reading the panelists' bio, can the panelists please just come down, but I'll direct you. It's fine. I'll lead. The first panelist is Ms. Ramona Kasavan. Durban-born Ramona is the CEO of the social enterprise called Mimi, which she proudly founded in 2014. Her goal to promote girl-child education through the sponsorship of her own brand and sanitary pads. Ramona holds a master's in entrepreneurship and new venture creation from Wits Business School, an honor degree in marketing strategy and triple major in media, marketing, communication. She started her venture after pursuing her honors degree in brand leadership and strategy marketing, writing her own dissertation on construct
of femininity in sanitary pad advertising. She has successfully completed her certification in social entrepreneurship at the Gordon Institution of Business Science. Mimi is not only her passion project, but also her brainchild. A social entrepreneur and media personality, Ramona is a strong-willed, outspoken advocate for women empowerment. She previously worked as a radio DJ on Highfield Stereo East Coast, radio and Heart FM, and was a presenter on the popular travel and lifetime TV magazine Eastern Mosaic. Ramona founded an in-house entrepreneur developmental program named Pads and Sense, which addresses the needs of underprivileged young women in South Africa through the direct selling, through a direct selling model aimed at empowering unemployed females, pads, and Sense teaches young women between the ages of 18 and 35 to save, secure, and invest in their own future. As one of the few business incubators in the country for women run by women, Pads and Sense gives women financial literacy and business skills in a bid to decrease unemployment levels and encourage women to embark on their own entrepreneurial journeys. On Ramona's request to expand Mimi, she has been nominated for multiple awards as well as won Prism Award for Mimi campaigns. She has been able to travel abroad to speak to global organizations such as the UN Women to speak about the plight of women globally regarding sanitary pads and their necessity. Can you please give a round of applause for Ramona? Sit in the middle chair. Okay. As I am trying to get to my next presenter, our next presenter is Blessing Fatimango, a student from Central University of Technology. Blessing will be taking us through her research paper on the topic, Period Poverty Awareness Surrounding Menstrual Care and Hygiene, a Higher Education Analysis. I'll give you a short brief of Blessing's biography. Blessing Fatimango, born in Bloemfontein and matriculated at Bloemfontein High in 2018, became a peer mentor in 2020 and later in a year joined Enactus CUT and became the Secretary General. In May 2021, she joined the Student Representative Council under the portfolio of Transformation, Equity, and Diversity. She is also a supplementary instructor for micro-teaching and education in media studies. In her spare time, she spends it with her loved ones, traveling and attending seminars aimed at personal and community development. She aspires to become an acclaimed academic in the future. Can you please give a round of applause for Blessing? All right, so with the topics already presented, I would like to ask the presenters to maybe come and give an overview or a synopsis of a presentation that they would like to share with the House. So you just share your points about the business, the background, etc. I'm not sure how you put it. So it's just basically touching on the topic. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to give Simon my phone. Family. Sorry, guys. I'm from this university, so it's a big moment for my family out in Inanda. So Simon just needs to take the picture to say, well, I've arrived. Can you see? Can I have a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Yes, so my story is very similar to all of the women sitting in this room. to some of you. I come from the majestic hills of Inanda. It's across from this road. If you look out later, you will see it on the hill on the other side. And I grew up as a young girl without sanitary pads at times. I have no water on days. I'm 36 years currently, and there are days where there's no water on our farm, there's no electricity, so I have to get out, have a wash. You know that wash? The Polish wash, as they call it, but we invented it in South Africa as the rural wash. And as a young girl, periods was such a problem to talk about. And I'd have this vision that when I'm older, I'm going to make sanitary pads that are long so that I don't have to mess myself and feel embarrassed. So true to the word of God, 10 years later, I'm the leading sanitary pad brand in the country. And and I am obsessed is the word. I am obsessed with hygiene amongst young people. I was a teenager and I used to have really bad body odor. And I was blessed to have women girlfriends who were really kind, who was like, hey girl, you know, there's a vibe going on here. Can we fix it? And I went on a journey to find the right antiperspirant to fix that. And lo and behold, in the past 9 years, my companies, I have a non-profit, I have a full profit. We've distributed over 4 million pads. We've kept 100,000 girls in school in 4 African countries. Thank you. Thank you so much. My greatest achievement to date is we are listed in 350 stores in Pick and Pay nationally with our sanitary pads at 10 Rand, which has always been the vision. And why do I fight period poverty? I fight period poverty for 3 reasons. Firstly, if you heard my bio, I have all these degrees. And the story of this university, the logo of Natal is very important for me, and I'm very happy to say it today. I failed a first-year law at Natal University. As Indian people, you all know we're supposed to be lawyers, doctors, and accountants. There we go. And I failed for a few reasons. I failed because I didn't love it, and it wasn't my thing. And because I was a creative, or I was in a Girls Strong in maths or science, I ended up not pursuing that. But if you asked me ever since I was 5 years old, what would I want it to be? I would have told you I wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to be in public health care. I wanted to work at Addington Hospital, and I wanted to save everybody. Strangely enough, I work in healthcare, right? I'm in sanitary pads. I'm a GBV activist by trade. I sit on commissions that do things, and I help people along because my connection with hygiene and academics is based on, I don't think any woman in the world, in the universe, should ever be denied the right of a sanitary pad. I don't think we should use socks. I don't think we should use anything that's foreign for my menstrual cycle. And I fight it every single day because I believe that as women we should talk about it. That's the second reason. And the third reason I do it is because I can. I am the first locally produced Black-owned sanitary pad business in the country. Thank you so much. I'm busy fundraising with the government, and I do it because 10 years ago, and I didn't bring the pads, I'm sorry, I'm traveling out of a suitcase, but I didn't bring the pads purely because I was busy. But my favorite moment now is 10 years ago, I was a radio DJ on East Coast Radio, 1.8 million people listening to me. And I wanted to make these sanitary pads, and everyone was like, are you mad? Like, always stay free, are you mad? Hey guys, this is what mad looks like today. Hello? Like I've worked hard and I've made it. So that's my journey on sanitary pads. I am not sure what else, because my presentations are all on my phones and my laptops and I haven't shared it. But from a social perspective, that's what I do and why I do it. I truly, truly admire all of you sitting here. I'm a woman in academia. I must tell you, Personally, the reason I pursue my degrees so hard is I was married 9 years ago. I was in my late 20s. It was a beautiful wedding. Everything was great. But I had no economic opportunity, right? I left the comfort of my homes in KZN. And the reason I just want to share the story personally with you quickly is because I was out of the workforce for 6 years, pursuing my media career. And would you believe it was my honors degree and my reputation that got me a job into one of the big 4 companies globally to just get a job and get out. And for me, I always say our girls need their education. They need a matric. They need to come and sit in institutions like you and I. They need to be brought along because they must be given the opportunity to be empowered. And the only way you empower us is with education. So for me, you can take everything away from a woman, and you all know this. You can take anything from us. You can take whatever you want to. You can beat us, you can do stuff to us, but you can never take away our education. Because that is ours and ours alone, because once your name is on that paper, it's all yours, honey. It's all yours. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ramona, for that. Blessing, if you could come and just present words shortly. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Blessing Fatima Ngo from the Central University of Technology. I am also a 4th-year student in education. So I conducted a research on period poverty and hygiene from a student's perspective, specifically in CUT Bloemfontein campus. So I am going to give a short summary about the research that I have conducted. So, period poverty is a global and national issue that affects women who do not have access to safe, hygienic menstrual products. They need to manage their periods with dignity. This results up to 7 million South African girls being unable to attend school due to not having access to sanitary products. This research focused on higher education institutions, specifically at the Central University of Technology. So, a survey was conducted to investigate whether period poverty is taking place at the Central University of Technology and to explore the experiences of menstruation and period poverty among CUT female students. Out of the 278 responses of the survey, 36.3% indicated that they are not familiar with the concept period poverty, and 43.9% indicated that they experienced difficulties purchasing sanitary items. 38.1% missed class due to periods, and 96% indicated that they do not know of any facility within CUT that assists with menstrual health. These figures clearly indicate how period poverty affects female students, and they must go to unusual measures to address this challenge or miss school altogether. A virtual interview was held with one of the social workers from CUT Wellness Center. They indicated that they do assist female students with sanitary items that is offered for free at the CUT clinic. They run campaigns by going to CUT female residents by giving them free sanitary items and one of the services. However, it seems the initiative is not reaching to many students who are in desperate need of it and do not reside in the institution's residence. Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers and our panelists. At this stage, we're going to be taking some comments. I'm sure this is something that's been happening across all universities, and it's been a challenge. I know in some universities, House Common members, SRCs, they do drives, even societies and other governance structures. I think this is something, it's a big topic that's happening, and we need to find solutions. So without further ado, may I take any comments, any questions, any hands? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6 in that order. The first one, please introduce yourself. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the speakers that spoke. This is directed to both of the speakers. I wanted to ask, with a lot of discussions around handouts, how we shouldn't give people a lot because they'll have a mentality of receive, 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 but rather empower them. But with such a topic as period poverty, they just may not be in a position where they can give, but at that point at the end where they need to receive, how do we navigate that to say we need to give, we can't stop giving because people feel like we're just going to have the mentality of receive, 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 because it's something that happens every month, it never stops, so we need to keep giving pads. But I just wanted to know, what's your take on that? How do we continue meeting the need without creating the I must get it, that mentality? I don't know. Yeah, thank you.
You can press.
Oh wow, okay. This is next level stuff. Also, I'll take some of that question. So, ladies, the one thing I must tell you is that I'm a very interactive speaker. I lecture in my free time. I mean, really, when do I sleep? I really don't, right? But the question I wanted to ask before I answer on my behalf is, and it's very important because I really believe in the year 2022 we have to change the narrative of that. How many of you, honestly, and I need to understand this because it was hard for me as a young woman in business when I started. How many of you actually help somebody? Like if you have 50 bucks, right? Be honest. How many of you, if you have 50 rand and someone's asking you for something, a loaf of bread, a pack of pads, what goes off in your mind where you actually say, let me help Blessing? Or do you negotiate and she's fine, she's got a nice dress, her shoes are fine, she'll be okay, the next person will help? Who has that judgment moment in your head? Like, who, when you move past that, do you share your 20 rand? Can you just show me with your hands? Yeah, put it up bravely, because, okay, that's cool. So the ones that don't help, there's a reason you're not helping, right? Because you need that 20 rand. Yes? When I started the business, I remember clients used to tell me, oh, you know, Soweto is such a rich area. Everyone gives money to it. And Alex is such a rich area. And it's not your business which is a rich area. If somebody is in a dire straight situation, they don't have anything. I've taken the approach where it's not my business what happens to the pads after it's been handed to our girl child. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to come to your house and knock on your door and make sure you have it there. I'm going to believe with the intention that we've sent it and the trust, because you have to build trust, that you have the ability to use it. Coming back to the entitlement issue, for me, because I study this stuff and I'm obsessed with sanitary pads, I've written my honors on it. The things I've seen in this industry, it's shocking. From like cow dung to buckets to girls sitting on buckets in the Northwest. It's really intense stuff, right? But it's to shape that mentality, you have to understand with an unemployment rate of 8 million to date, if there's no money in a household, there's no money. I'm not going to buy sanitary pads, am I? I'm going to buy bread, and I'm going to buy sugar, and I'm going to buy something that the family can eat. So you can use a rag or a towel or a sock. And for me, you are not the decider of someone's fate. And I don't work with people like that. If you're going to tell me, no, I really, and it's been very hard for me to understand this, but it's my reputation of the past 10 years. When people steal from projects, I will never work with you again. I mean, and we've seen that. There's no way. I mean, we see it in national government at times. You just have to be pure about your intentions. You have to help with a good heart. And I always say this to people that come up to me. I run a nonprofit. It's very hard. It's super hard work. In 2016, I was in severe depression. And I was in depression because I kept giving everything I had. You know, you keep saving the world. And as brown children, as brown girls, you are taught codependency the day you are born. So I've learned to be like, I can't really help right now. I don't feel like helping right now. When I'm ready to pick it up again, I will. And that's how I approach that. You can't save everybody, but for me and Mimi, like if we can do 100, I mean, on Monday, I fly back to Johannesburg. We're empowering 770 girls in Diepsloot. The business is running nationally as I sit here. And there's pads just moving. I don't ask for a beneficiary register. If you sell it, you sell it. You got to draw the line and choose your battles. And do good where you can. If someone asks, and you can see. I mean, if we go to a Quintile 1 school, right? Quintile 1 is no fees. Where the kids have, like, there's no fees being paid because I've lost my parents, I'm staying with my grandparents, I'm adopted by a family, I'm an orphan. Schools like that don't need us to question them. Those kids are just trying to get an education. So you must help. Do some research, but it's not your choice to make judgments on whether that person is deserving or not. Then you shouldn't be giving. You should keep it for yourself. Blessing.
Thank you for the question, but I need some clarity. Is it coming from a student's perspective or the institution?
From a student's perspective.
A student's perspective, specifically like the SRC.
Even an individual, I think the previous speaker touched on it to say how you can say no, but this area can cope. They're already getting funding, so we don't have to give them, we can give somewhere else, because then they're going to think they didn't, like it's a demand now. I don't know.
So as an individual, I feel like it goes about identifying what the problem is and then bringing the best solution for it. That's my answer to your question. Did I answer it?
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lorato from the University of Soplake. Mine is just a comment that we appreciate the work that you are doing with regards to periods, but we must also be considerate. There are certain conditions that young women, actually it's about 11% of women go through. It's also called endomytosis, whereby a woman have heavy bleeding and excruciating period pains. And what I think such pads drive will assist, because of there are some young girls, it's so bad that every, maybe for example, 5 minutes you have to change your pad constantly, and it's also very taxing financially for parents who cannot even, how can I say, for example, afford pads. Sometimes you have to buy just for the 7 days. You have to maybe buy 5 pads or even more, just so that you can maintain the whole period when you're in your menstrual cycle. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Our next presenter.
Greetings to everyone in this place. It's an honor for me to be sitting in front of you. Right, I go by the name of Kopotonyane from Soplake University. First of all, I would like to applaud Mrs. Ramano for using her experience to shape the life of others. Right. My question will be, what kind of recommendation will you give to someone who wants to further giving away like sanitary pads? Because I remember in my first year, I used to be in Amasa Academy, which goes about tutoring mathematics and giving away sanitary pads. But due to COVID-19, it eventually stopped. So what kind of recommendation would you give to someone who's still like, I still want to give away sanitary pads? Because you consider yourself as a change agent. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that question. There's Blessing mentioned that it's 7 million girls in her research. That's the number counted. There should be more than that. And for me, I was at an event recently, and do you know Sia Kolisi?
Yeah.
His wife was talking at an event in Cape Town, and she said something very profound, and I've been saying it at all the platforms I'm speaking at. She said, each one teach one. That's what they believe in the Kolisi Foundation. And when she started with Sia, they got so overwhelmed by people asking and asking and asking that they've just taken the mandate that if we can each one teach one, we're still making a ripple effect. So to answer your question, if all the women sitting here can buy 1 pack of pads to teach someone else to have their period, we have halved how many women sitting in this room? About 35? 50? There we go. Sorry, I haven't slept, as you can see. I mean, I'm still tired from last week, and I'll catch up on my sleep next month. But yeah, that's 115 girls getting sanitary pads, and that's the position you have to take. I applaud drives like yours. Coming back to your question, I must tell you this personally happens to the business. I get requests for sanitary pads 3 times a week. I have a sponsorship list that goes into the hundreds. And I commit to it because when people send us money, I deliver the pads to the communities and I don't ask. But there are, and this is my favorite part of the business because as you all have seen, I'm pretty fearless. I really don't care. I mean, I'm not gonna walk away from here thinking about all the things you guys didn't like about me. I'm gonna walk away being like, damn, those people thought I was awesome, and that's my life, right? Because I'm sorry, the biggest thing we have in life is everyone lives in judgment. I'm really unapologetic about who I am. My favorite part of business is when I tell my team, call out those pad drives, ask them where the pads are going, and I'll supply it. Show me the school, send us pictures, or give me the principal's numbers. And out of the 10 pad drives that are running, I think 4 are legit. Because if you're fundraising for a school that doesn't exist and I'm asking for accountability, I don't want to back that. Mimi is my everything. I don't have kids because I run this thing every day. I don't have a husband because I'm committed to being a visionary and an innovator in Africa. So if you use that approach where you're pure with your intention, and people trust me. You're talking about COVID. Liberty Group gave us 100,000 rand during COVID. And they're like, Ramona, sort it out. It was 25,000 packs of pads. They only asked for a register in October. We supplied pads across 9 provinces, the Cape Flats, Gugulethu, Alex, you name it, Inanda. Pads were just moving. Because when you're good at what you do and you're great at and you're pure about it, people will always back you. And you know what I'm talking about. You know when someone's telling you the truth. You can see it. You know, I can be here being a slave queen. Yo, I can moonlight as that. But you'd never believe me because you can see from what I've built is that I'm honorable on what I do every day. And I have pictures, guys. People always want to see pictures. I will keep giving Blessings pads in the next few months because she's got a whole research paper. Why wouldn't I back that? I will ask clients to give her pads because this is her passion. She's not going to bring me someone else's research. And that's how you collaborate. The only way we're going to move forward in South Africa is to collaborate. Otherwise, if you and I sit on islands, just the 2 of us, Blessing and I, if we sit here and we look out at all of you in Africa, we are not moving along. Yeah? So that would be my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Babalo Fundagamapoza from Sifago Makhato Health Sciences Universities. Members sitting around the table, she raises something that is very important, that she is running a non-profit organization and a business. That's a very interesting way of doing things, because even if you do have a foundation, there are times when you cannot find funding. But if you're running your own business, you can always find a way of how you then circulate and complete the cycle. So that's something maybe that you can just talk to, because we're sitting with students here that are also going to be running their own businesses, or some of them are running their own businesses also. That will assist with also the question that she was asking. Then to my direct comments. I usually like utilizing the word period care than hygiene. What does this translate to? And it's also going to talk to what I will be asking you as my next comment to say. Periods, they don't only come with blood that is coming through you because there's an egg that failed to fall pregnant, which is a conversation that we like, because now we need to start opening this conversation. That when we see blood, which is something that we also need to talk to about our own children, because in African not culture, there are some people that still see period as a dirty thing. It is simply a process of blood because there was no pregnancy. And so I always say to people, if period blood is dirty, then you are dirty too, because you are a product of the same thing, but that's because a certain process happened with your pregnancy. That as part of policy imperatives, and with the kind of influence that you have, having worked on RIDO and other things that you have done, have you started talking to our government to say, why are we still buying pads? Because there's no reason why anybody should be putting their money towards buying pads. These are supposed to be things that are free. And second, to the effect of pads. During the periods, we are going through a very uncomfortable time. At least about 70% of women, research shows that they do have period pains. Are we going towards an instance where we have 1 day care, at least because within that period there is 1 day that is worse than other days? Are we going to go towards that direction? It might be very difficult for students, but for people that are working, that you would have that day where you take care of yourselves. We know of countries that have started implementing this already. And also that during this time, if the pads would then be given for free, that you would also most probably get something for pain that is also going together with the pads, because why do women have to pay this additional expense and also something for pain because they are only having periods? So I think it becomes very important that we need to start pushing that policy. I know at some point it had been started, it's a conversation that was started, and how far are we and how much information do we have around it? We have a lot of different sanitary towels that are around the country. One biggest pest that they do is the fact that they are not biodegradable. And when it comes to Africa and African culture, blood is very important. So you don't want to use this pad and then you end up with your blood, because now in this day and age we don't have long drops toilets. So it means one way or another this thing would end up somewhere in a dump, and it has got your blood on it, which is why also maybe for women we can just give additional information to say, if you are one of those women that are really careful about what happens to your blood, it becomes very important that you need to wash your sanitary towel before you throw it. So are your pads being biodegradable? If not, is that the future that you are looking into? And there's a use that is advocate. We usually advocate that let's go to the use of menstrual cups. What is your think on the use? You're thinking on as an inventor of pads, of the use of menstrual cups, and do you think it's the future, and is it something that you are also implementing or you are thinking about? And I just want to find out, of all the institutions that you are donating to, do you have any list of the universities, and can the universities that are here approach you to add themselves on the list? But just to add up on what Gugu was saying.
Okay, as we wrap up, ne?
I'm rounding off.
Thank you.
It becomes very important that we don't give when it is not necessary. If somebody has got, because we've got into a culture where we also have lost conscience, when do we stop? To the researcher, I just want to find out the people that you have done research on, and making sure that they understand the poverty of period poverty, and that you have approached, were any of those students NSFAS funded? And also calling on the members that are sitting around the table to say, we need to engage with NSFAS. NSFAS for a male student should not be the same amount for a female student, because we need to include, because that amount was counted based on basic needs that don't really involve female needs. So can we start having that conversation to say, over and above for a female student, because they also need to have period care, we need to put a certain amount for period, for sanitary towels, and for something for pain as a form of relief. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. I think you would want to tackle those couple of questions before we move to the others, if there's any of the panelists.
Yeah, That wasn't a comment. That was an entire research paper that you asked me about. I'm not gonna go through all of your stuff because Blessing's gonna follow some of it. Blessings, you have some answers there.
Yes,
Yeah.
I just give a pen just to write them down.
Blessing needs a pen, so I'm just gonna. The three things I'm gonna cover, which you asked me about, is my non-profit and my full profit. Remember I said I had severe depression in 2016? That was because at that stage in my life, I was running a non-profit all the time. And when funding is finished, you're under pressure, people are coming. You must remember there's about 100,000 NGOs in the country all looking for the same pot. And I then set up a full-profit business where I got women to sell the sanitary pads in communities, which were part of our Pads and Cents, and agents. That problem became that they wanted more and more money, and then the team leader was taking their money and channeling it to funerals. And guys, I've paid for a lot of funerals in my life. You know, I don't know where the funerals were, but it was sad because it was co-ops, and these women would work so hard to sell the pads, but I couldn't go and find the money after it moved. So it took 5 years to get the product into Pick and Pay, which is the sustainability arm of the business that keeps it running 5,000 packs every month, slowly, which then goes into speaking to SPA, checkers, and that sort of thing. So non-profits and full profits. Non-profits have seasons. Full profit is business. It's entrepreneurship at its best. I learned this when I went to Israel with Investec. It was one of the very big rich businessmen from Investec that said only rich people give things away. True story. I learned that very hard because they do philanthropy. He's like, Ramona, teach women how to sell the pads. Don't give it away for free all the time. So that's how a non-profit and a full-profit work, which is also being given the work of social entrepreneurship, which is what I specialize in. I believe that everybody can do social entrepreneurship. I make money while I'm doing great things, and I'm, as I said, unapologetic about it. Your question on policy, I've been instrumental in that. I'm one of the big changes. I have sanitary pad framework policy on my table at home. I worked with Minister Suzanne Shabangu on it in 2017. To date, the state is rolling out 256 million rand worth of sanitary pads in their budget. Some of us don't see it because they go to quintile 1, 2, and 3 schools across the country. Right now, as I speak, there's a tender being released for the Northwest government. I do not supply tenders. I did not make Mimi sanitary pads to be free in the world. I do not hustle in that business. I'm not a tenderpreneur. I run very far away. I work very hard for every 10 rand that I make because I believe in pure business. That has been something on the agenda, and I think sanitary pad rollout would support 2 to 3 million. I'm not sure, but I know the number because I listen to it when they give the budget speech. So that's been happening since 2017. I am a champion for it because I'm very quick to call it out in presidency if the sanitary pads are bad, which is why some of us don't get it. It's moved into regions. So no-fee schools get pads first. It hasn't come to universities because the state is having a huge issue on disposing of it. They're figuring it out. But I must tell you something about myself. I'm not somebody that sits in a room and complains about our government. I actually don't sit in forums like that. I sit with leaders in the state that we are constantly looking for solutions to move people forward. So with that challenge was putting in incinerators where we dispose of the pads like you asked, and companies like Steiner Hygiene, Sarah, Bidvest, they all move the pads and move it. I don't know if anyone remembers, but public schools do not have sanitary pad facilities. Do you know that girls don't have anywhere to throw their pads at school? So they throw it on the floor, and then the cleaners don't want to clean it, and it's another issue that they're having because you're now plugging in 200,000 packs per region on free sanitary pads. And the reason I'm sharing all this information with you is if you're passionate like I am, you come up with innovations and theories because you are walking around looking at these things every day. So, yeah. And to your last point about my sanitary pads being biodegradable, no, they are not. Biodegradable pads will be in the future in the next 5 to 10 years. If you've seen the organic pads on the retail shelf, they range anything between 56 to 150 rand, which is the household income of some people at certain times. Am I looking at it in the future? Yes, I do believe that our business would put up sanitary pad plants with diaper factories and adult diapers. To move into that technology to a country that's not there yet is not a part of where I'm moving. But in terms of saving the planet, we have incinerators that burn the pads in 30 seconds and they become ash. It's a chicken and egg situation. I am saving the country, but then there's ash going up, so it's biodegradable. And the one thing I've learned as a businesswoman, I stick to my strengths. I'm a pad girl. I make things happen. I'm a gender-based violence activist. I'm not going to get into medical health care and provide tablets for sanitary pad pains, for period pain. I'm not a doctor. I'm a businesswoman, and I stick to that. Like I said, when I shared my first lesson, I know what I love doing, and that's hygiene and sanitary pads. I'm not about to go and speak to Joe Pashla, minister, and be like, Minister, can we make tablets? It's not my thing. There's someone else that's passionate about that, and they will pick it up. So I hope I've answered all of it. Blessings will take anything I missed. Thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, you spoke about the government giving away free sanitary products, and to the research that I conducted, you asked, was it like NASDEV's students? Am I correct?
Yes, I just wanted to find out what that the students that you realized they needed sanitary towels were the NSFAS funded students.
The survey, unfortunately, we did not ask that question, but then I will assume that the students that face difficulties are unfunded. But then I want to make a comment about what you said about the government giving away free sanitary products. Last week, I'm not sure what specific date, Switzerland became the first country to give away free products, sanitary products. So I believe that South Africa can also do the same. That's what I wanted to add to your comment.
All right, thank you for that. The next question, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Katekani Mabunda from NMU, and I have a few questions. I hope I won't be long. Thank you.
Please try not to be.
Yeah, thank you for all the work you are doing. It really makes a change in someone else's life. I believe that that one person doesn't need to be 10, 15, 100. That one person, it's a big change. So my question to you, I think you missed it, you also asked it as well. I know you're focusing on pads, but are you looking for, will you go into making your tampons, I don't know, the new cups that they are making, these different kind of products? I maybe going to look into that in the future. And with students that are already having these drives, like at my society, we have a project called Women of Worth, and we are trying as well to focus on your orphanages and your homes. So how do you encourage students like us to continue doing good and not give up? And how do you support them, both with your business and through research as well? What are you finding in students like us? What can we do further to get to a point where we at least we're doing enough, at least we can cover 3 or 4 orphanages per team? And my last one, what are the few struggles, you can mention 1 or 2, that you've come across when beginning to establish yourself? And Mimi, it's called Mimi, right? Yes. What did you come across, so that with us, we also know that if we're starting these projects, like a Woman of Worth, I might come through this because you've also went through it, maybe, and I know that looking at your struggles, I can say I will also struggle, but I will get there one day, because I believe that we all talk about the good side and we forget to mention the struggles that we went through. Because now if I start and I go through struggles, I'm like, she didn't go through that, so I'm giving up, Yeah, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so I'm a pad girl. I'm a straight up, I'm a surfer. I use only pads. I'm not a tampon girl. Never been, never will be. I love my sanitary pads. I'm lucky. I've birthed a business from it. I love how it looks. I have obsession. My team will tell you there are boxes in my office where I bring it from our suppliers in China. I don't advocate something I'm not passionate about, which I've been saying. So I respect the cups, I respect the clots, I respect anything that other people do. If anything, I wish everyone well. I have no jealousy, I have no issues. I've worked hard for my trade, so I wouldn't get into tampons because I don't know anything about it. I don't know if it's gonna hurt or leak or also as Africans we have tribalism. There's a huge issue in 2009 when I wrote my honors research that girls have an issue with using tampons because they're not familiar. Even the menstrual cup. I mean, if you've seen that, giving girls the opportunity to, I know some of the people that make it, they look a bit scared because, it's foreign. So I stick to what I do. I like that. Your second question on about the list of universities, I can't help all the time. And I'm not the only sanitary pad organization, Blessing will tell you in the research. There's hundreds of us. There's many people, and that's why I don't understand why we don't collaborate. You're welcome to get in touch. When we can help, I do help, but I can't help on a continuous basis. There's also the aspect of, even though Switzerland has given out free sanitary pads, Blessing, and I know this because I work with women every day, would you really give up your brand that you're loyal to take the free pad when you're going to a conference and wearing a white pants? Think about it. Who wants to answer that question?
Over here.
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Bonsara Sakanya from the University of Free State. Your question on would I take a free pad and leave the brand that I trust most while wearing a white pant? I wouldn't do that.
Anyone else? There we go. Because, tell us why. This is just you, and go girl. I love when women are honest. As you can see, I really am honest though. Tell us why. Because I can promise you 90% are thinking the same thing you're about to say.
First of all, when I'm on my periods, it's the most uncomfortable time of the month, and then our flows differ. Like, I am a heavy flow girl, so there's only one brand that I trust, that I know it can hold me maybe 2 hours max. So taking a brand that I wouldn't trust, that means danger. What if I might leak while taking a free pad when I
While asking the panel a question, then you have to run away, and then they're not going to answer. Those are real things. These are real problems. So,
thank you for that.
Hi, my name is Zipum Simon from South Park University, and my answer is a no as well. I would go with the brand that I prefer, although even the brands that I buy and prefer are not 100% foolproof. The trajectory of the periods when they feel like it always misses the mark at times, and when it misses the mark, you left with a very clean pad that now has gone to waste, and a very red underwear, which now you need to sort out, and you now need to sort it out at work, at a function, at somewhere, you are out trying to enjoy your life, and your period said, hello, today I'm not going to behave, which is every month, in actual fact. And I'm 38 this year, something like that. My son counts for me. But there's never been a time, even when the cycle changes, because it will change on you, and now you find yourself, oh, okay, this thing has started, and what am I going to do? You never find yourself in a sense of freedom and in a sense of carefreeness with your periods. As much as all these big brands, they allude to this, and they provide us the sense of illusion that, yeah, the longer the length, or, you know, the thicker it is, the better it is. Periods will do what periods do, which is misbehave and make your life a living hell. And they've been a living hell for over 20 years of my life, and still to be, because when will menopause hits, which is also another problem to those that have reached that stage. So it's a very contentious issue. Facilitators, can I steal one question, please?
No ways.
Oh.
Bye. Ramona, did you have something to say?
Yes, to the question on my success, my struggles. Okay. So, Dr. Nora Clark. Do you guys know Dr. Nora Clark? You know who she is? Let's give her a round of applause. I met Dr. Nora Clark outside. She and I are going to become great friends. Just watch. We're going to lead a revolution. And I said to her, the reason why women are not part of economic emancipation, economic activity in this country. For me, as a woman, I mean, I've been in business for the past 9 years, and you can see the way I look. There's the thing that I really had to battle with in the beginning is transactional sex with men in power. To the day where I'm single, I don't have a husband, so I don't wear rings. And I've gotten smart about it because I have men who now represent me to go to these meetings with people. But the hardest thing is, while you all judge me at the way I look, I was molested on our farm when I was 4 years old. My work is not a business, it's a calling. I sell healing in my trauma because I want our girls to know that I was also touched inappropriately. It took me 25 years to heal from that, and I was blessed to have been given a business that teaches the word as we go. And in my meetings, I'm always looking like this with a room full of men and a boardroom full of them. And I had to really learn to lean into my worth and my self-esteem and not be desperate. And the thing we don't talk about, and I was saying this to Nora outside, to date my business, I'm busy raising 15 million for a plant, but I haven't taken the state's money because I'm still waiting for the right opportunity to do this. But my biggest challenge is men, being attractive, blurring lines as women in business and women in academia, all of us sitting here. Our story is common. Why must you always think that I must trade this part of my body? We teach the girls, this is my flower. This is my flower. I have to wash it. I have to keep it clean. I have to not give it to every boy. I have to just keep it here because my flower is everything. And my thing is, why do I have to trade something that I have for the survival of what you have as a man because I'm making a way? And that has been my journey for years, whether it's male mentors, whether it's men in business, whether it's a cater on a Tinder. I can phone blessing, but can we? No, we cannot. We cannot. You'll never see me in Johannesburg in Sandton after 5 o'clock with a man because I haven't created a market like that. A man will never take a chance with me and be like, let's go on a date. Because when I walk into a room, I know what I want, I know what I'm asking for, I know whether you're going to help me or not, and I know whether you're on my side. Because I'm not that girl. I respect you if you're that girl, but I can't be standing on a soapbox encouraging girls to keep their knees together, focusing on their education, doing the hard stuff, fighting the government for funding for women in entrepreneurship and all these big accolades with all these. And then I'm busy doing things. No, man, it doesn't work that way. Would you respect me if I was that girl? No, honestly, you wouldn't. And I'm saying that's my first struggle, which has taken me, and if there's anything you take from my talk today, is that one. If there's a man in your life, and we all have that man, that's taking something more than you should be taking, you need to cut that cord and you need to focus on you, because it's the only way you're going to empower yourself. That's the first struggle. The second struggle is rejection. You must know, to close one deal, I have to knock on 100 doors. And 99 of those doors are not opening. I'm the wrong color, I'm the wrong gender, and I'm the wrong race. I'm also the wrong age. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, where I'm supposed to be doing. But these are all white-collar men sitting in a room. Even my discussions with Pick and Pay. Guys, I fought to the end for 5 years. And when I saw those pads on shelf a year ago in Women's Month, I cried, not because I was emotional. I cried because it's possible. I cried because everyone who said I was mad wouldn't help it. And that's why I do it. It's the fact that, you know, you can't do the things that you want to do, but the rejection and the resilience of continuously doing it makes it happen. And then the last thing I want to share about my struggles that are so painful is losing people I love. For some odd reason, each time I hit a milestone in my business, and you mustn't think, wow, Mimi, this, you'll read it on Google, there's like pages of me, and you're like, this girl woke up one day. My career spans 16 years of building it, and they say an overnight success happens in year 10. My business hits 10 next year in all of its entirety, and now I can see doors are opening, things are happening. But let me tell you, I haven't slept solidly in the past 9 or 10 weeks. I've been living between Durban, Joburg, and Cape Town. And every time I hit something amazing, and I wish I could tell the world, I've been invited to speak at the UN next month, and I can't. I'm busy with stuff. I don't have 50,000 to drop on a trip to New York. I have to be here. And I'm very honest about it. I don't pretend in my life. I don't pretend on Instagram. If I don't have, I don't have. We eat at the best restaurants at times. We eat at the worst restaurants at times. Hey friend, I can't come out this week. My money's tied up. Petrol is this way. Logistics is that way. And the hardest thing I feel in business is losing your friends and your family to jealousy. To the fact that I was given a blessing and you just can't clap for me. You just can't. Nora met my best friend. She and I have been friends for 10 years. We met in business. It's a true story, Nora will tell you. I used to recommend her as a photographer in KZN, and I was a DJ on East Coast Radio, which is the biggest platform here. And I loved her work. And then we get to this meeting, and her husband wants to book me as the MC. And I was like, oh my God, you know, this work is so amazing, and I'm so glad you have this company. And he's like, no, it's her. And I'm like, oh my God, it's you. And she's like, how did you recommend all of these people? And I'm like, it's just your talent, and it's just your vision. And I've been blessed because we have this joke, we share everything but her husband. And we really do. We share matching underwear, we share tears, we share life. She's come up, but she had to leave because she had to pick her kids up. But she's come out. She was, when the email came from Nicole, I sent it to her. I cherish moments like that. At this stage in my life, it's not about the Gucci handbags and the Instagram posts. My greatest moment is when someone I love, because I'm losing in business and I'm being screwed over to the work. Girls, let me tell you, if you think abusive relationships are tough, wait until you get to business. Men will take you for a 6 every single day of your life. It is the most shocking thing. I have 13 consultants that work around the business, and I have 5 people that work with me in the business. I have all of them reporting to me every day. While I was driving here, 8 of them are calling because they're trying to sort out stuff. When we have a meeting with all of them, I have to wait 20 minutes for all the men to compete with each other and their egos, like who's impressing me the most. Yeah, you know, Ramona, I was doing this, and Ramona, I was doing that, and whatever. And then I have to sit there and wait for them to work together. And then they come back to the fact that I'm the boss. Even that is hard to learn. To learn to be standing there as a woman with my shoulders straight and not collapsing in my chair, to take leadership and to lead is hard. And those are my struggles. At night when I lie in bed, it's always, am I doing enough? Am I solving enough? Now I'm going to think about biodegradable pads. I was already thinking about that. But now I'm like, should I do this? Should I do that? Am I sleeping? No, you're right. No one tells you about this. Entrepreneurship is a calling. It is hard, resilience, everything. And personally, today I want to say my health is not good because I've given 10 years of energy drinks, sleeping tablets, and I want to have a baby. And now the doctor's like, we have to look at those things. Those are my personal struggles that you will go through. But when you're dedicated to a cause and God works in your favor, every single time, I promise you, there are moments where I want to fail. And then I'll get a call from the state. Can you serve? Can you help? Can you come? I do it because it's not me. There's an entire nation of people on a continent that I serve to, and I carry on. But don't ever for a moment think it's easy. I always say this, in business, when the highs are highs, it is high, guys. Women's Month for me is a high. It is business, talking, discussions, January, we go into absolute depression because there's no money, there's no funding, things are tough. But I promise you, if you have people that keep your feet on the ground, you have things going on. I want to tell you a personal story right now in this room. Simon, you all met Simon. You must have all met Simon, guys. You know Simon? Simon and I met in the worst year of my life. He was sitting on the same aisle at me at Wits Business School in Johannesburg. The reason I went to Wits Business School is because I went to the state, I went to the government and I said, I want to raise money for my sanitary pad plant. They were using all sorts of terminologies that I was sitting there as a girl and I didn't know. And we met. Simon will tell you that I used to teach our class at times because my prof was just like, Ramona knows more about business than me, let her teach entrepreneurship. And I went there because I said, let me have this master's, maybe the government will give me better finance without surety. And 3 weeks to the day, Simon's right here to tell you this, my grandmother died. She died in our second week. And our lecturer, we were all there. I just met this guy. It was the 4 of us on campus. And my lecturer was like, Ramona, you have access to people in Stellenbosch and the world. Your people in this class, they will never get to meet these people. I need you to finish this master's. Because I was like, Dr. McEdward, I can't do this. You know, my granny was my all-star. She was the ultimate feminist. She died of, strangely enough, she died of cancer of the vagina, which is my work, right? And she died because she stopped going to the gynae and HPV and all these things that I fight in my business. So it's full circle. And Dr. McEdward said, Ramona, I will help you pass this master's. I had Simon, I had my friend Janelle, and I had Kuda. And would you believe these people carried me that whole year? And true to the day, I'd send Dr. McEdward my thesis at like 11 o'clock in the night, my research report. And he'd sign it off the next morning. And I actually passed. It was super hard and I did it. As painful as it was, and I did it. And because I have people like Simon, when he sent the email and copied Nicole, relationships like that, you show up for people because that's who he is. When he was going through challenges with his brother dying, he would call me because when you build relationships, these are the type of closeness you need to have. And for me, like I said, it's not about the money, it's not about the success. It's about the people that hold you and the people that honor you, because when you're sitting in rooms, they take you along. He didn't have to recommend me. I left my FMCG business, which is, guys, it's FMCG. It's fast moving. Even when we're sleeping, it's moving. I just don't even know how we do it, but we do. And those are the struggles that no one tells you in business. You lose a lot, but you also gain so much. So I hope that, and I wish you all the best, to your women of worth, all of you. I promise you, I don't know who you're waiting for to come forward and tell you you are worthy to go share the message. Just go do it, girl. Just go. Like, go talk. Women want to hear. I don't know why you are so scared. I ask some ballsy things. My favorite thing when I speak at incubators, I ask them, how does Ramona ask the government for 30 million when I have 500 rand in my bank account? The IDC is not going to put a poster of me saying, did you know Ramona came to ask for 30 million today? Once I've left that room, they don't care. They don't care. There's a million of us asking for money. You do not need to be any sort of celebrity to go and spread the message from your own experience. And if anything, you are all worthy as women leaders to do that. Go do it. Go tell them about that boy that broke your heart. And go speak. And I don't know what you'll wait for.
Ramona, stop.
I get very passionate.
Ramona, switch off there, please. Thank you. So, colleagues, I'm not sure if the other, we're going to lunch. Ramona and Blessings are going to join us. I would really would like to ask the last 2 or 3 people who are going to ask questions to maybe have a chat with Ramona during lunch. Is that acceptable? Thank you. So what we're going to do before we go to lunch, can we have a group photo? All of us, Ramona and Blessing, please join us, and then we can go to lunch. Simon, is lunch same venue? So lunch is same venue. We have an hour, guys, because can we keep time? Nicole.
Hi, colleagues, delegates. Thank you so much. Linda was being very sweet by saying you have an hour. This is the other side of me. Can we do lunch in 40 minutes, please?
Slave driver.
This is
I
the
get the
other side
boss.
of me. And why I'm saying this is because the next speaker starts at 2 p.m. sharp. If you are not on time, it affects this program. And Ramona, sorry, you have to see the side of me. Sorry, Blessing. But if we take long, it affects the entire day. And the next speaker, you've seen the program, has a hectic schedule. But same like these ladies, they also have schedules. We need to respect our speakers' times, please. So I'm asking you, can we please do lunch, 40 minutes? A minute longer, we start without you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nicole, for being a slave driver and being the bad one in this relationship. Without further ado, guys, before you go, remember photo, a group photo. We won't count the lunchtime when we're doing the group photo. We won't count the lunchtime. Can we just, where are the camera people? Oh, sorry. Outside. Okay, we can go outside. We'll have it outside. Who say here is going to direct us. If we can just listen, I'm sure we'll move quicker. Ramona and Blessing, thank you so much. Let me give you a token of appreciation.
University. That animal rights poster really doesn't make sense, but in my opinion, I feel like marketing is used, well, is portrayed by like the male gaze, you know. Sex sells because the executives in these agencies are men. So we must appeal to them. You understand? There's not a lot of representation or a lot of point of views. So that's why you'd find that most marketing is like this. You understand what I mean? Yeah, that's just my opinion. Thank you.
All right. Next person. No one. Yes.
On the flip, thank you so much. On the flip, one of our previous presenters, Babalo Fundagamaposa from Sifako Makatu, did say that the biggest buyers are females. So I wish there was somebody from marketing, because we discussed here yesterday that as part of what needs to happen when you create a product that you're going to sell, is that you need to look at your market research. If that picture of all animals came wearing a skirt like mine, nobody's going to buy it. And the biggest buyers are females. So what we then need to look at, because also if the Dolce & Gabbana is a male one, most probably if you have that smell, that's the power that you have. Because we translate these things into something that we'd like to achieve in our lives when we have it. I'm just going to make an example. The devil wears Prada. And it's something that you look at and you think, it doesn't matter how big or small, you know what, I would like to wear that Prada. It's got a red shoe under. Thank you.
And that is essentially it, because when you even look at the adverts, and based on what I also did read when I was pretty much putting together this presentation, is that everything, even from a woman's point of view, based on what I read, is what you were just saying. It's on the male gaze. So even as women, the reason why the imagery is put out is because that is what is perceived to be consumed by everyone out there. That is why you'll even have women-centered magazines showcasing women in the light that they showcase, because that is what they think should be put out there. And that is what indoctrination has happened from the past, coming and infiltrating down into modern times, and actually noting and seeing that, you know what, it is okay to portray women as a size 0. It's okay to always be in a bikini. It is okay to always do this. And no one walks around in a bikini on a normal day unless you're at a poolside or a beach. Do you understand? Or the Maldives, you know, where I'd like to go. But I also remember that even if you watched Miss South Africa recently, there was a question that was posed to, I think it was Tando Tabete, because she owns Tabooties. I love Miss South Africa, by the way. I'm like, pageant, everything. They can tell you, even at work, they know through me who has won, who has lost, and there. And they were talking about the swimwear, the swimsuit part of the competition. And everyone was asking, why is it a need in a pageant to have a swimsuit part of the competition? Like, what is it achieving? Because I really believe that in this day and age, when we are looking for a representative for our country, we are looking for brains. We are looking for an ambassador that can take the country forward and enact change. And I don't think that a swimsuit forms a part of enacting change, according to me. Beautiful designs, though, but I don't see I don't see it, to be honest. I don't know, maybe because, but every time I see it, I almost just like, I don't get it. Yes.
Someone once again.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask, based on what you just said now, what if, who said that I can't be in a bikini and have braids?
You please repeat that?
I'm saying who said I can't be in a bikini and have braids? I'm going back to the question of why is there a need for the swimsuit section in Miss South Africa? I'm like, what if women are comfortable in wearing clothes next to nothing? In the not like in the media, but like what if they're just comfortable like that?
I will respond, and then I think I will ask someone else to infiltrate. For me, it's one thing for you to feel beautiful in it when it is your choice to feel beautiful in it. But when you are forced as part of a competition, because if Ndavino Kiri was walking there, our new Miss South Africa, and in that swimsuit session, she says, no, I don't want to be a swimsuit. What was going to happen? Was she going to win Miss South Africa? Because it is part of the competition. Yep. But if you feel, no,
I'll come back to you. But if it is something that, as you feel comfortable, even us, we feel comfortable in our Speedos. I think we all want a bikini body. So, okay, we all want to win bikinis. But no one says, Saturday, you are wearing a bikini. No. It's you waking up on Saturday and saying, I feel like wearing a bikini today. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so
But you can answer.
so what we're trying to say is that there should be an option.
Yes.
To not, if you're not comfortable, then you cannot wear it.
Particularly for me, I feel like the swimwear part needs to be rebranded to allow people, if they want to wear swimsuit or they want to wear something more, depending on what is it, because I think fashion is evolving and even clothes, even bikinis have evolved. So I think something must happen. Someone must do something. Start a business. Come up with a nice, more innovative way of showcasing femininity, but not forced femininity because of societal standards. Well, for me, I'm not sure for others. Then I just want us to watch a very quick video. I'm not sure if it will actually play. Let's see. Is it not? No. All right, I will definitely now have to do this. And it is not playing. So, Terence, please come and assist.
Where's the video?
It was embedded, it's on YouTube.
I don't remember.
I want people to see.
No, they won't see. Where is it? Where is it? On YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. I forgot to say the objectification of women in media.
Speak something.
Yeah. Right. So whilst we're finding this video will showcase the objectification of women in media. And it is going to touch on salient points, including, including how women are portrayed in action movies, as well as in adverts. I had embedded the video in my presentation, but it is not showing. If it doesn't show now, I believe we can watch it a bit later. So that shouldn't be a problem, because I can see we are all ready for our next powerful session. Even me, I'm excited, but I'm trying to contain myself.
They have used this site. Perhaps while you may want to take comments.
Any views? Wait, any hands? Oh, yes.
Yes. No, thank you.
Microphone.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We're having an interesting conversation here with Dr. Neo as well. Now, this conversation, particularly of you, Madam, reminds me of a conversation I once had with a friend of mine. And my argument was that the only thing that distinguishes in most places the VIP section and non-VIP section is that the ladies dress less in the VIP section. Now, this was my critique. Now, her response was that we give ourselves too much credit as men to think that women get naked just for the male gaze. Now, her argument is, if the non-VIP section, the general section, was as safe as the VIP section, more women in the general section would dress less. So they feel more free to dress less in the VIP section because of the security aspect. Now when we look at, particularly when we cite the male gaze and how the media portrays things from a male point of view, of course, men created this wonderful system called patriarchy to make sure we stay on top of the food chain. When you look at it, you must look at all aspects of it, because Dr. Neo, I'm going to say to you, when you look at it, now a PhD holder makes her own money, an independent woman by all means, but she argues that she it's because I'm male. Is this
technology is not my strong point. Yes. Technology is not my strong point. Technology is not my strong point.
No, you can continue.
Oh, I can continue. Yes. Now, another aspect of it, in terms of, it relates to that, but it's not really the core of what we're discussing now, in terms of how women bodies are portrayed, is even the notion of patriarchy itself. It's reinforced by women who like the system, for example. Like, I could be strong, independent, but take me to dinner and pay. You see, now, when we try to dismantle systems, we are often guilty of, like, how your portrayal of how you expressed your view on the
swimwear
aspect,
pageants, yes.
And your reservations about it.
Yes.
But also the context is very important. I feel like, for example, and I speak this as a man, of course, with all our flaws, that, for example, when you go to the beach, a normal person hardly sexualizes women because of the setup. Like when you go to Umhlanga, where women are literally wearing next to nothing, you don't go on with a hard on there because women are naked. So there's more to it. There's more to it than just what we see. It's also about changing perceptions in terms of, I mean, it's deep-rooted, particularly when it comes to South Africa. I mean, you look at our statistics in terms of gender-based violence, sexual harassment, and everything related to that field. There's a greater perception problem that must be dealt with, but not necessarily, you don't get triggered when you're at the beach and someone is walking with it. But somehow someone could be fully dressed, and then because they are showing a part of lingerie, boom, something magical happens. So there's a lot of things there, man. Like there's a greater conversation that we'll put together proposals, and in the next conference we'll present. Yes.
I'm very glad that we're starting to have conversations like this. It makes me so happy. Do I just press enter? No? Where? Start where? No, Terence, please assist.
Orange now.
Oh my god. Oh.
Meet Phil and Narinda.
See, I hate that. Stereotypes.
Leanne, Isla, and Holly.
That tea will go everywhere.
The friends are settling in to watch scenes from some of the world's most successful films, TV shows, and music videos.
What?
We've asked them to look at how they treat women.
Oh, ew.
Everybody get up.
Oh, no.
Who actually thinks of a music video? Let's get naked women.
Naked
around
size
us.
0
Yeah.
women. And even if they are wearing underwear, it's nude coloured.
Oh,
This
what?
music video is crap.
Why is he fully clothed and all them women are naked?
Yeah.
They're like the men boss, and then it's like all like the sexy naked women.
He's literally saying that consent is one big blurred line.
All of it objectifying, all of it sexualizing. People know that these depictions are wrong, but they're still being made and people still watch them. And then they always hit the #1 charts. Like, we're still selling the idea that sex sells, and these women, these models, are much more than what they were just shown in this.
Oh, no, I can't.
Would you please turn around?
Why?
Just turn around. I can open one up there, but I will need some help. Turn around.
Oh! But what was the point in that entire scene? Why did she have to
Why did she have to get naked?
There and then.
Firstly, when she said, turn around, and he's like, why? She's like, just turn around. Even when a woman does give you reasoning, it's like, in Hollywood, they don't listen to the reasoning.
It just added a sex object.
And he's the
That's what she was boiled down to.
Yeah.
Just unnecessary. Do we see him wear no clothes in Star Trek? No. From that scene, no. Obviously, it's great that she's like a woman and she's like the one that's saving everyone and everything. But also, like, why is she wearing nothing? Batman has like a full-on suit and a cape.
The film's not focused on the fact that she is fighting. We're focused on like her legs and her boobs and how flowy her hair is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, also, yeah, her hair's like perfectly done. That's not real life.
Why is she wearing heels?
Yeah, I know.
What?
Imagine you're in like a dinosaur situation, you're being chased by a T-Rex and you're running in heels.
Yeah,
it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, honey, wear Nikes, like, run.
And she's definitely been told to wear that vest top so when she runs away her boobs move about.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
That's That's just actually disgusting.
The boobs were the sweatiest part of her body.
Yeah.
Like you could see it on her arms, they were a little bit sweating, but as soon as she started running, like even me, I was focused on her boobs.
Yeah, that's
because they were like glowing with sweat.
But can you believe it's taken this long for like people to realize like, oh, this shouldn't be this way. Like, why are they talking about women this way? Why are they talking about girls this way?
Or sexualizing
Yeah.
women so easily.
Still, that doesn't justify those actions or that script in general with the producers.
Make sure you check out our other episodes.
Yeah, then. There was another video, but time is not on our side. We will revisit the conversation, worry not. Now, in closing off this very brief part of the program, it's quite brief because I just wanted it to be power impactful, and then I would like it if maybe those of you who want to study further, who are in media, if you can maybe look at this from a research perspective and really see where too can we make a difference. Because I think we all have strengths, and there's a few research questions that can be addressed, and hopefully some of these research questions can impact a lot of change in terms of advertising and broadcasting. All right. Now, the question that we need to ask is, where do we go from here? And I'll literally only take two hands, please participate this time. Can I not talk to myself? Please. Yeah, you see, one hand, they don't even know, two, done, thank you. How do we readdress the portrayal of women in media at grassroots level, emanating from research practices in institutions of higher education in effectively changing the media landscape? You can go.
Would you like me to say something about that?
A comment.
The issue that I have with how we understand decolonization, transformation, equalize, social justice, those words, buzzwords, is that our arguments are mostly one-sided, trying to be exclusive and have holes and gaps in them. And it ends up being this popularity thing, extremist. So I don't believe that there's something completely wrong with teaching Freud. I teach Freud in my class. But what do? The other perspective of Freud's psychological theory is Fanon. So I bring Fanon in the next lecture. Because what am I trying to do? I'm trying to develop an integrated psychologist who can think from different perspectives about how people function. So there's nothing completely wrong with teaching Freud, but there's something missing about only teaching Freud. So, thank you.
I like how you brought the academic into it. And then our last comment.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to let you on what he said. I think our biggest problem is the fact that we sexualize people. If we did not sexualize the pictures, they were just going to say a beautiful woman's body. And if we can move away from that, we need to remember that as the black people, we literally are the last people to have worn clothes. My father was born in 1945 and they did not wear clothes. It's only when they started going to church, after, I think when he was 8 or 9, and school, that they started wearing clothes. So then we never used to see sexual objects. We saw human beings. And that if we can start seeing bodies like that, most probably we'll see that they are just canvases and that there is a bigger message rather than sexualization. Number two, if you look at us now, because you also need to sexualize what you see for you to see it the way you see it. So this used to be responding to the people that had the power and the wealth, which were men. In this day and age, we are very happy to see that tables are turning. It means the kind of pictures that are going to be portrayed are going to be different, because whoever has got the purse, it needs to respond to that person. The only thing that we might be looking at and responding to say, maybe if we're now going to start selling to women, because also in the olden days, if we need to sell to women, we need to change how it looks like. But earlier today, we have an LGBTIQ+ communities that we're talking about. So it means our adverts will also going to start talking to that. So there is going to be a lot of change that is inevitable that is going to happen. Also, lastly, the kind of intelligence that we used to have, or what we used to be attracted to people, has changed. Attraction used to be just purely physical. Now we have moved where we want to be around emotionally intelligent people. We want to be around people that are extremely intellectuals. And we also are looking at spiritual intelligence as something that we're looking, and social intelligence. So there is going to be a shift, because now we've always seen that, okay, you look in a certain way, and then what does it matter? And the fact that the media, because today when we talked of media in the olden days, by the way, by the time it gets to news and it gets to the newspaper, you are already late, we are not interested, because Twitter has come and has finished it. But in that space, we have seen a change where all body types have been accepted to be body types. So we have, yes, Miss MC, or, these things, Madam MC, these things have now changed, which give us a lot of freedom and empowerment. So yes, these are good questions that we need to have, but how do we translate it into the classroom? That we need to, as part of our teaching and learning, as part of our businesses also, rebuild people's confidence, so that you need to be comfortable in your own skin. Because once we are comfortable also, we would like to see also umkhosi womhlanga wamadoda. We want these things also, because if they introduce a certain culture and certain behaviors, we also want to see them. So the same thing, whatever that has happened, if we have to balance things, we have to now started changing our perspectives on how things are. But we are looking forward to seeing the change that has been happening, because much is happening and much is still coming.
Yes, thank you. With that being said, I am closing this session. Thank you for allowing me to stand here and talk about such a controversial topic. Thank you for your time. God bless you all.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So we will just dive straight into our next session, because obviously we have time constraints. The theme for our next honorable speaker is gender dynamics and support in sports and student leadership and gender-based violence. Sorry. It's women in sports, the big debate around gender equity and female participation in sports. I'll give you a brief biography of our honorable speaker, Shaun Mkhize, professionally known as Mam Mkhize in South African socialite, businesswoman, philanthropist, television personality. Her career began in 1996 after she graduated with a diploma in accounting from Durban University of Technology. She went on to work in finance department for numerous companies, but then went into business for herself. She started off with small projects from local municipality, which included feeding schemes, painting, and construction work. She started a construction company called Zikhulise Group, which is a black-owned and also has several businesses, including Zikhulise Maintenance and Transport, Zikhulise Auto Recoveries, and Inyanga Trading. She also owns the South African football club Royal Eagles FC. She is considered to be one of the most influential people in South Africa and an inspiration to women, as she has been instrumental in breaking barriers for women in the corporate environment in South Africa. In October 2019, she was announced as the president of the Royal FM Football Club, formerly known as Real Kings. Shaun Mkhize is considered to be a force for empowerment in black business and gives back to her community in and around KwaZulu-Natal through charity and bursary schemes. In January 2020, she worked with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to choose a school to donate to. She donated shoes and sanitary pads to Umlazi, Comtech High School. She is also a feminist and an activist for the social change for the fight against gender-based violence against women and children, as well as HIV and AIDS. To date, her philanthropy efforts have mainly been targeted at helping women and children in and around KwaZulu-Natal. The 2020 Hollywood and African Prestigious Award recognized her efforts and strides in both business and philanthropy, and awarded her the Women of the Year Award. In April 2021, she collaborated with SABC1's Expressions and the Department of Correctional Services for labor to build 20 houses for the underprivileged with the help of prison inmates. With that mouthful, can we please kindly give a round of applause for the Honorable Ms. Mkhize.
Good day, everyone. Before I can greet all of you, I must say I have broken everything today to be here. It's things like this that I want to do. When I was growing up, I've never had an opportunity to have people that were going to lead me, to have people that I was going to ask, how can I get to where I want to get? Every time when I have an opportunity to share, every time where I have an opportunity to give back, knowledge is power and information is power. Where I can inspire, I always want to come and inspire. Where I can brought in the change, I always want to come in and bring in the change. If I can tell you, I was in Joburg, I was in Durban, then I went to Joburg thinking I was going to fly down and come back because I needed some clothes. I came here for soccer. I completely forgot that I was supposed to speak today here. Then I went to Joburg. When I was in Joburg, when I was looking for a flight to come to Durban, there were no flights. Because there's a comrades, I don't know, there's a lot of things that is happening in Durban this weekend. You know what I did? Because I wanted to be here, I get into the car, I drove for 6 hours, and here I am. So what I would love you to do today is to get as much as you want to get from me. The reason for me to be here, I'm sure, was to share ideas. I'll tell you my journey, which has been very clear and which has been very visible since I was on the public space, Women in Sport. What I would love to see, I would love to see a lot of women occupying the space in sports, because I believe women can make a change. And I always believe in youth, and I always believe in people that are sitting in the right position, that from where I'm sitting, I'm the only person who can provide change. I'm the only person who can give hope and who can show anyone who's coming besides me that, black child, it's possible. Woman, you can do it. And for me, I would like to say, there are no doors that a woman can never break, as long as we put our minds together and we are focused and we are saying, this is the door that I want to break. Trust me, you're gonna fall so many times, but don't give up. I have fallen. If you can find somebody who's standing wherever that is standing that you are looking up to, and they can tell you that they've never fallen before, they're lying. We fall. You might look at me and think everything is rosy. No, it's not rosy. We fall. But you know what's the trick? What do you do when you fall? You put yourself together. You said, I'm not giving up. You must never, ever give up. And don't be discouraged when you fall. Because when you fall, it's how surely when you fall, there's a mistake that you have done. And what you can do about that mistake is to learn from that mistake and move forward and don't repeat it again. Sport has been difficult, guys. I went into sport, and I think you've seen my turbulences last year when I was number one, and I had to. I had to see myself not being number one, and I was like, from the boardroom, boom, I was no longer number one. But I said, I'm not giving up. I fight my fight, but I had a plan B. So we must always have plan B. Whilst I was fighting my fight and those turbulences that I was going in, remember I was in a male-dominated industry, it was not easy. They were all saying she doesn't know what she's doing, she's gonna be expelled, she's not gonna see soccer again. You just keep quiet and close your ears from the nose of the world and focus on what you want to do. So I had two plans. I've closed my ears for the nose of the world. And I said, as much as I know this is a male-dominated industry, I am not going to fail. Guys, when I didn't get promoted, someone else was going to give up. But I didn't. And I want to tell you today that giving up is not an option in anything that you do. And don't say, how do you do it? Because it's so difficult. Nothing is difficult in this world. Nothing is impossible. I mean, I always want to go for the impossibles and change the impossibles and make them the possibilities. And if I can do it, what will stop anyone to do it? If I can get into those men-dominated industry without taking my panty down, without doing anything that I'm not supposed to do, and being feminine and being me and say, I am coming here and I'm gonna make my way up without doing anything, we can all do it. And it's not easy because men will always think you don't know what you're doing. There's no good in what you're doing. We always have to work 3 times harder. Yes, let's work 3 times harder. Why not? Today, I went into Royal AM, came into Royal AM breaking doors 4 days before the league starts. I'm sure you guys are on the media. You've seen what has happened. She doesn't know what she's doing, why she's buying a club. She's gonna be relegated. Those are the words that motivated me to do better. The more they were saying that, it's like they were making me to get in there and dig in deep and say, I am not going to fail. And with God's love, because I had faith, God, He showed in and He showed up. I found myself in the top 3. I found myself playing in Africa so quickly. I found myself beating the teams that were there for the longest period of time, Kaizer Chiefs, Pirates, you know. And I was like, okay, God is showing up here. God is showing up. And whatever you do in life, again, don't be pompous. You must always be humbled. And don't be pompous, because if you are not pompous, things will come your way. And always have a listening ear. Listen to people. Open your ears and listen, because a person that is sweeping from the street will give you something only if you've listened. I'm not going to say much because I know you have a lot to ask me. And I came to this conference because I wanted to share. I came to this conference because I wanted to see if anyone will take something from me and will take any leave from me. So I'm going to allow you guys a platform to ask what you want to ask. You know my story. My story is out there. I break boundaries. That's me.
You can have a sit here and I'll ask like 3 questions and you can answer if it's okay.
Sure.
All right. Okay, so I'll take 4 hands quickly. Wow. Simon, you see? Yeah. Number 1, number 2, and number 3, and number 4. In that order, please. Please introduce yourself again.
Greetings once again to the House at Large. My name is Bonto Rasakanya from the University of Free State. I have a question for Mankiza here. I want to know what made you go into such a male-dominated industry. Like soccer is more of a male sport, so I want to know what led you there. Thank
All right.
you.
Are you going to be taking answers as they come, or are you going to list them? Which one is easier for you?
I'll take it as
Okay, cool.
I always like challenge, and I always like to tap into something that has never been tapped before. I've started in the construction, and when I tap into the construction, it normally used to be known as the male-dominated industry. When everybody was packed into it and it becomes so crowded, I needed change. I always want to tap into spaces where most of people haven't tapped in, and I always want to bring change into those spaces. That's why I tapped into the male-dominated industries.
Thank you for that. I think just before, it's also this stereotypes that we think this is a male-dominated space. We've got Banyana Banyana. Nobody cared. But I get what you're saying, but I think those barriers we need to break, really. Next question.
Thank you. My name is Onesimo from Walter Sisulu University. My question would be, then what happens if you do want this? Like, it's not from a managerial position, but from a player position. I am in this team, and for example, Banyana Banyana, it does the exact same sport, but they don't even get paid the same, yet they are performing way better, you know? So then we take it back to our student leadership, where it's like, we've got sports in our institutions, but then the male soccer is prioritized more than the female soccer. And so what do we do if now we are women and we want this, but then we just aren't appreciated enough?
Thank you.
What I think we must do, we must support each other. You know, women must stop the pull-down syndrome. We've seen Really Dwaba when she was running for the position, but nobody have stood up there as women. We didn't rally behind her because we said, why her? So as women, I think we must stand up and be united and stop looking for faults in the women that are striving and start supporting them and start learning from them. That's going to change. You know why I bought the women's soccer? Because I want to bring change into women's soccer. I want to bring change into how they look into soccer. And I know people will follow. Trust me, 2 years down the line, there will be so much difference in Banyana Banyana. And you guys must go and support them on Monday. They're going to be playing.
Lucinda?
Thank you.
Wait, I'm still doing the
Yes,
first round.
firstly, I just want to say well done on the recent purchase of Bloemfontein Celtics, because I know Orlando Pirates and Chiefs, they've been there, but they don't even have a women's team, so well done for that. And then I have a question on that. The coaching structure of that team, is it only males, or do you have a female coach in there? We do have female coaches like myself. I'm a female football coach. Yes. Yes, Lucinda. So yeah, that's the first question. So well done for that. And like I said, I'm a woman in sport and I love it. The beauty of the conference is actually it's broad and there's women in sport, there's women in academia, and that's why I like this platform, because we can share. The second question, or the second thing or comment that I just want to make is on equality. You just recently have your women's team in the Hollywood bid, so I want to know, like, I know in America the national teams, they now have equal paying systems, and I know in tennis is also that they have equal paying systems. And the impact that we in South Africa have as women in football is that it's a loss of financial revenue, maybe, because we don't get equal pay. I don't think any club, even in the Hollywood bids, I'm not sure, I think Sundowns, they pay their players, but then when you go to the Northern Cape, you look at Richmond Ladies, for instance, I don't think they get anything, or just they get like a drop in a bucket. So a Royal AM, do you guys give your players, your female players,
I don't know if this is a question for this platform, but how do you guys pay your women's team? And yeah, so that was my two questions that I had for now. Yeah, thank you.
First of all, I must say, I will need your number. And I am a feminist. When I bought Bloemfontein Celtics, it had a male coach, and the assistant was a lady, a female. But for me, when I bought it, I had this lady in mind. I forgot her name. She has done so well into women's soccer. But I'll find a name just now, get you a name. It's just missing my head. She has never got the recognition that she deserves as a female. I wanted, when I bought this female soccer club, my eye was on her. I've already spoken to their agent because I needed her to come and walk this journey with me. Because this is the journey that I'm gonna walk slowly, and I know I'm going somewhere. And I need her to get the accolades that she has never got from anyone else. And that's the accolades that I want to give her. I need more female because we must lose together and we must win together and we must build each other. Like I was saying, it's us. We need more women in power to bring in change. I'm not against male, but I feel like God has given me what He has given me because He wanted me to share. And that is what I'm going to do. For now, my focus is mainly on female. Coming to inequality of pay. That is a crisis that we always have in South Africa. As much as we fought and we said we fought for gender equality, our parents fought for all that gender equality, it's still not there. But who's going to make change? It's us. Number one, when I got into this Hollywood bet, I know I'm still going to be making the media very soon. I came in and I was like, why are we not having sponsor? But you know what has happened there? People that came before us. When one sponsor came in, like Hollywood Bets came in, they put these restrictions that anyone who's competing with them can never come into sport. You know what I've done when they told me that when I've brought in World Sporting? I said, whatever World Sporting wanted to give me to support the club, I'm going to give it to the ladies and change their life. Number one, I've just been with them. I think we've played only 5 games with them. I've already taken them to the spa to make them feel good about themselves. And towards I think next month we are going to check the soccer boots. And I've changed their lifestyle a little bit because that money that I was supposed to come in, I'm putting it into their salaries so that they get a better salary and they see a change that they are working, and they see a change when I came in that woman is in power now, woman is looking after. I understand their needs. They left their homes and they went to come and play this football, which I think women's football is the future, guys. Trust me, it is. So, for me, it's not going to be easy. Trust me, it's not going to be easy, but I am going to break boundaries. I am trying so hard, not only for Royal AM ladies, but I'm trying for the 16 teams. I've already made a meeting with Udeni, Babdeni Jordan, with Udebuko, both from SAFA, and I said to them, they must just give me permission. I need to go and see if I can't use my influence to get the sponsor, not for only Royal AM, but for all the 16 teams that are playing in the Hollywood Bet, so that at least, if you look at the women's football, it's almost par than the men's football. So that's all that I'm going to do.
Thank you. There was a question there, and then 2 more questions this side.
Good afternoon, thank you. So I wanted to ask, when starting a business,
We become our own accountant, you become your own media. You do everything in your business yourself. You learn how to do that as you go. But I want to ask, how important is it to know your business in and out, even if you have the means to delegate the duty? So yes, you can get someone to deal with your finances, but you need to know, okay, how is this business being run? How important do you think it is to know the depths of your business, even if you can find someone else to do it for you?
That's a very profound statement. I am a living example of that. I'll share something with you here that I've never shared with anyone else, but it's a reality and it's a truth. I went to Taxman, that's the story for everybody else, and reported my case. And I said to them, they must help me and check if I'm doing the right thing. So when they were checking, they came back, they said I was owing them that ridiculous money that I was like, oh my goodness me, where am I gonna get this money that you are saying I'm owing you? But you know what they've realized? And you know what I've done? You must always think outside of the box. When they were busy chasing Zikulisa cleaning, because I had Zikulisa group, the difference between me and anyone else is that my business is me. How does my business become me? In the construction, I'll become the builder. I'll become the carpenter. It's very important to know everything that happens in your business. You must look at people that make their business or run their business with remote. It doesn't last long and it's not sustainable because when there's problems, they don't know where to go. But if you know that you've built this, when there's cracks, you know how to close the cracks. So I will say, you can delegate, but you must know what is happening. I can tell you now, in my soccer, I think I've got 40 players in the main team, 30 players in the disky, and now I've got my ladies, which is about 40 players. I know all of them by name. And I make it my duty to understand what is their strengths and what is their weak points because you need to get in there, get in dirty. I know the jersey, if the jersey is there, everything must be there because I know they are looking for me. They are looking for anything. They want anything for me to fail. So it's very important to understand your business and to have passionate. It must start with your passion first. You mustn't do it for money only, but you must love what you do.
All right, thank you for that. Can I ask a question?
Greetings to everyone. My name is Tolana Golbera from the University of the Free State. My question to you, Mam Kize, is that I heard that you want to be the president. And I was also running for SRC president in my campus. So I would like you to please share me some leadership skills based on that portfolio.
Okay, for now I'm not a president of the country, but I am a president of Real AM.
Yes.
I will share you some few details of becoming a president. Number one, you must be a leader. And you must never ever force people to respect you. You must earn respect. How do you earn respect? It's how you treat the subordinates of the people that you work with. My people, my workers, everybody that works with me, I treat them the same. But they know not to cross the line. As much as I might be nice, but when it comes to work, they know exactly not to cross the line. So what you need to do if you want to be a leader, you must lead by example. You must never expect people to do things that you'll never do. And you must show them that you can also do it first. Don't expect to sit there and be like this, you, no. Do it yourself. Sometimes they must come in the office, they must see you doing your own speech. Don't expect them to do the speech for you. They must know that you can do it, so that when they do it, they give it your heart. And you must always surround yourself with people that will tell you when you're wrong. Don't be entertained by people that are gonna be like, oh yes, yes, boss, because you're gonna fail. Surround yourself with people that gonna enhance you. Surround yourself with people that are going to motivate you. Surround yourself with people that are going to show the better on you and bring new things in you that will equip you to be a better person.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director Sawana Mamkis.
Sawana.
Mine is a reflection, more of a reflection more than a question. And I'm going to speak on, I think it's a social justice issue, particularly when you look into the kind of environments that certain players or people come from. For example, in the field of soccer, particularly female football, I speak from experience. Ne? You get that exposure and access to information and opportunities is not equally the same. When you make reference to, for example, kids who go to private schools and who are more exposed to opportunities, and then you go to townships. So the situation between those two areas is not the same, and at some point in time it becomes saddening, to a point that even when you look at the opportunities that are being granted in certain spaces, they are granted with an intention to undermine those who come from backgrounds that are not privileged. For example, there's a trend in football as well that you can buy a player, or you can, if I have money, I know I can put my son or my girl child to play in this team, that I can just pay. And then you get that in that process, there are many talented kids who are left behind, in a sense that just because my parents cannot afford to buy me an opportunity to perform at a particular level, then I don't have the opportunity to do so. And I'm saying this particularly because like for a person who comes from Soweto, for example, you have teams like both Soweto Fabulous Ladies, teams who are recognized and who have been playing in the Sasol League. But as a result of, even when we scout, we don't go to certain areas. For example, when we scout, I think CS Ezola or Remdeni, we're just going to scout in Pimville, next to UJ, whatever the case may be. So you get that there are many talented kids. Like you get that there are true people who have raw talent, but they are not identified and recognized in that essence. Also because of the systems and the corruption that is also in the space. And I also want to applaud you for opening your female team, because I remember there was an announcement by what's that tournament that Banyana just won? AFCON. Yeah, there was an announcement at AFCON to say they're not going to allow your male soccer teams like Kaizer Chiefs and Pirates to participate anymore if they don't have female teams. And that's where you also saw your team coming up and other teams coming up, and I genuinely want to applaud you for that. But I also want to, I think it's a plea more than anything, that in the development of your team and your players, that you also go back to those townships where there are truly kids who don't have access to information, access to the opportunities. Sometimes you get that I'm not even learned to go to university, because most scouting happens in universities now. You get that you play for UFS, you play for UJ, so therefore you know the scouts during Sasol League. But in this instance, you get that I'm not even learned at this point in time that I can go to university. But I truly love football. I'm playing every day. Every day at 4 o'clock I go to gym, but I don't have equal access to opportunities. So in the development of teams, I really want to plea with Royal AM that in the scouting process that we also go to those rural townships to look there and scout there, because some, for example, in university I have a choice. I'm here to study a degree. If soccer fails, I have something to lean back on. Basically, I have plan A and plan B. But there's a girl in the township who their main focus or their main passion is football. And I don't have a plan B, but I'm not even scouted. I don't even have access to this information. And with the lack of money and resources, I can't even reach the places that I want to reach. And I think, I just wanted to make that comment so that in the development of female football, because it is developing, that we also look back into those social injustices and we try to implement solutions and in terms of, okay, what then can we do to redress the problem, particularly if you're a woman in sports now, because yes, usually the space is dominated by men, so there's certain influence and power that comes with that. But as women, as part of our transformation agenda for redress, I think we also need to look back to those injustices. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm taking your point, and it's a valid point, because truth be told, people that are coming from high schools in the township that plays football as female, but in any case, this thing is still new. Give it some time. I'll tell you one thing that I'm gonna be doing. The fact that I've started the Females Club, watch the space. Next year, Pirates will have a club, or a year after, Chiefs will have a club, because I have came into soccer and I've brought change. The change that I've brought into soccer, male, they can never stand being beaten by me. They can never accept me doing something that they haven't done. So I'm a draw card, and trust me, these big teams will be coming across, and they'll use my system of how I'm doing. So I must be an example. Right now, my motto was to go to school, go to rural areas. If you look at Real AM, the big team, the A team for male, there's very little known players. But the players that are coming into Real AM, because all what Andile wanted was to give the child that has never got an opportunity a chance to showcase their talent. If you look, there's a boy called Tigaz. I don't even know if you followed our soccer. There's a boy who's called Tigaz. We've started introducing him slowly. He's come from a rural area from Norway, but he's there now playing in the A team. There's a boy who's going to be coming in this year, very young, Pila. There's Magwekwe who's playing in the A team. I think I've got about 10 players that are playing in the A team that are no name brand, but they're going to shake the space. Trust me, they will. You know why? They are hungry and they're just talented. They've got nothing except talent.
All right, I'm gonna take another round. So I note you, I note you, I note you, and I note you. The four hands for now, because we have little time, but I noted four hands for now. If we wrap up and our questions are short, we might be able to assist other colleagues to also ask questions. So yes.
So my question is really not more based on sports, but being a descendant of struggle icons, your parents were very present in the struggle, and they fought the good fight and they left like a legacy behind. Do you think that the governing party at this point is doing justice to what they fought for? With the fuel hikes, with poverty, with GBV, with all of these things that are happening, do you think that the governing party is doing justice? Thank you.
She asked that I wanted to become a president. At some stage, I was pissed off with how the country is being run. And I must say to you, there is no justice to what our parents have fought for. But that being said, I think we lack knowledge as the country. We are all fighting to gain the country, but when we received it, we had no plan. There was no planning with what is it that we're supposed to do to sustain it. If you look into it, we are fighting, there's so much that is happening, but it just need a female. Trust me, when this country have a female president, you'll see change in our country. That is why I'm saying, as female, we must fight to have a female president, because once we have a female president in South Africa, you'll see change. And the way we are running the country, it will be so different. At some stage, but not now, it's just that I don't want to be in politics. But one will look into see, how do we get a female president in power? I must say, I was very great to see Mamnomsa. It starts there. I think it's the first time for us to have somebody in power on the top 6 in KZN. And me, I was very happy. And I want us as women to support her and not allow it to fail. You know, I was looking at some stage, I work with the municipality, and there was a time whereby there was a DCM was a female, and HOD was a female, and a senior manager was a female. Then they started to fight. Then I went to them, I said, guys, we can't allow this to happen. As female, we need to show that if we are in power, we do better than men. Solve your differences, do the work, showcase that you guys are in power now, bring the change.
Thank you for that.
Good afternoon once more. I'm Katikani Mabunda from NMU. Growing up, I loved sports because it was that one thing I shined in. Academics was not my thing. But because there's this thing of sports doesn't really have a future, it's like a backup plan. Well, that's what I was told at home, that you can't really go into sports. What is sports? There's really nothing that comes from sports, you know, it's just something you do on the side. So I want to ask you, what would you say to a young girl who loved sports as much as I did and doesn't really know the things that, or the opportunities that are in sports, whether it's your athletics, soccer, hockey, anything? What would you say to that young girl, and how would you encourage them to continue, even with the lack of support from the family and the society at large?
I've told you before that if you've got a vision, you fight for it. When I was growing up, all what I know, all what we were taught is that you must be a teacher or a lawyer. But we've broken those boundaries. When we were growing up, nobody talked about business. I think you must be liberated in a way. I think I can safely say I'm part of liberation, because things that our fathers and our mothers were unable to do, we are able to do now. You need to tap in and do your own research, and don't expect people to do things for you. Do your own research, empower yourself, and follow your decision. I don't believe that sports is a secondary plan, it's plan B. It's how it has been portrayed that makes it to become plan B. If you look at Lionel Messi, he's such a successful person because there are some things that Tina we are not taught here in South Africa, and that we are not bred from our childhood of how, when you've got this money, because truth be told, if you are in sport, there's sign-on fees, there's salaries, then how do you make this big amount? There is nobody that get paid a lot of money like people that are in sports, especially in the males part for now, not the females one, but that's gonna change. But the thing is that is happening, there are no schools, which is the long-term plan for Royal AM. I need to have a school like the class, the world class of children that are talented, sports school, but it's also going to teach them, because some of the kids that are in sports or people that are in sports, they're not academics. So we need to have something that is balanced, that it's a school of sports, but at the very same time, it teach people how to handle themselves and what to do when they're exposed to so much money. So that's the future for me that I'm thinking that will need to change. And by the way, I had a very lengthy talk with Upito and Upanyaza. This program that they are doing, it's going to change a lot into sports, because they're going to bring in people from different dimensions together and look at their talent and see how they can empower it.
Thank you very much, Chair. Babalafunda Gamapoza from Sifago Makhato Health Sciences University. I'd like to salute you for having shared with us the tools that you use on how you identify your business. And these have made you an outlier. I'm just going to make two of the many that you mentioned. The reason why I'm doing this is because we've got different ways on how we identify business. And because of the fact that we then create fear within ourselves, we then don't go to those spaces. So it gives us hope to say this is one bad way, because we have seen somebody who has walked that road and have been successful. Secondly, to that, what you also did is the fact that you have told us that there is hiccups and there is challenges in these journeys, which is something that we hardly get to really talk about, to say, yes, you will fall, but what matters is the fact that you rise. It reminds me of my late father who would say, nobody will count how many times you fell, but people will only count how many times you stood up. The two things that you are saying is that you identify your businesses by looking at the least areas where women have been. And it doesn't matter how difficult they are, you find yourself and you go to those spaces. And the fact that, number two, you have learned how to rise or ride high in the tide and even against the tide, which is something that majority of us lack, which is why we will start our businesses. But when we get to a certain point, earlier there was a speaker who was presenting here who said out of 7 businesses that were developed by females, 5 of them failed. Maybe just a few of the tools on how you have trained your mind to say, I need to go into the difficult spaces. And when they still become difficult, I am going to make sure that I still succeed. Of course, we have to applaud the fact that you are definitely an outlier, but it is always very nice that we get to know those tools and the kind of thinking. Another thing I've realized is the fact that majority of your projects, as they were presented, is like they are in KZN. I want to present this to you. Mam Kize, is that there is a university called Sfago Makgato Health Sciences University in the north side of Pretoria. We are inviting you to come and see the university. And
Thank you.
Lastly,
Let's wrap it up because we need to give other people a chance to also ask questions.
just one last thing, that men have been on the top of the game when it comes to with their salaries in soccer as a form of redress. Don't you think maybe we have to agree that maybe you can look into this as a strategy to say in the next coming 5 years or so, and that women should be getting more salaries than men? Thank you.
Okay, what's the name of the school again?
It's Fago Makgato Health Sciences University. It's in the north side of Pretoria. It used to be called Medunsa.
I'll find some time to go and visit.
Thank you.
The tools that I use not to give up. I think it's not to listen to the noise of the world. And it's not to allow anybody to identify my future, and to not allow anybody to stop me from what I want to do. Sometimes when you get into these places, you develop a thick skin. I used to be a very shy, timid girl, tomboyish when I was growing up. But with the t-shirt that I've served and the challenges that I've seen, it makes me a stronger person. So what I'm saying that you must take home, challenges that you face, they must be able to make you stronger. Because they will. They will make you face every fears that you've ever seen. And you must face your fears head on, because if you keep on dodging them, they'll never go away. Face your fears so that you become a better person.
I don't think I'm missing anyone. Oh, yes. Sorry, apologies. 1, 2, 3, and 4 with the pink hats.
Thank you very much,
Sorry
Program
about that.
Director. We are speaking to Pumla Nikani from Sulu University. Molweni Mamam Kize. My question is going to be short and precise. I just want to know, as a busy woman, how do you balance your businesses and your family, because your family needs your attention? Thank you.
I think that's a question that the whole world see. In my life, my family comes first. And I love my family. I'm too family orientated. And at first, I taught people that I'm not working on weekends. When I was still married, okay, I used to work between 9 and 5 p.m. Then I used to switch off my phone and I used to focus on my family. That's how I was balancing myself. And when Andile was still young, I never used to work at all on weekends. And I never had a nanny for 2 years because I wanted to have my bond with my son
he was my only thing that I have. So my family is, you know, when I shut down in December, they are the first people that I spend Christmas with. I spend Christmas with my family because I always allocate the time as the family time to catch up.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hekeleta Maboya, and she forgot to introduce herself. Her name is Gugulet Mukhema, and we're both from the UFS. Mamkiza, my question for you would be, how do we make female sports more attractive? And I'm speaking about it generally. I know your area of expertise or what you're focusing your energies and time on now is female soccer. But I believe the biggest problem and why female sports is not as far as it is because as females we're not supporting our sisters participating in sports. What makes male sports thrive is that men are engaged in those sporting codes. They're watching it, they're buying their merchandise, they're going all out to buy tickets to go to the stadiums and so forth. People will travel from, I don't know, from Cape Town to Joburg to go watch the Soweto Derby. People will travel from Limpopo to come to Cape Town to watch the Springboks play. And we're not putting in the same time and effort into female sports. And I believe that it really does start with us in us supporting our female sisters that are participating in any sporting code. I think, and I could be mistaken, those who do know may correct me, but I believe before they won the World Cup, the the USA team, the soccer female team, they privatized themselves. So they pulled out of the federation and they privatized and they started monetizing and capitalizing on their strengths, merchandise and so forth. And I feel like those are things that also our female national teams could focus their energy on. And I believe through your work and what you're going to be doing for female soccer, that will also influence other sporting codes. But in essence, like I know from past experience when I was in Ray's leadership and I was in the committee for sports, I would get free tickets from the university, but I would struggle to get people to watch our netball girls who actually won the university league that year. I'm sitting with maybe 20 to 30 tickets and I can't even give them out for free. And that's through various sporting codes because, I mean, you're not just in charge of 5 sporting codes, maybe your common ones. You're in charge of literally every single sporting code that's in the university. And you're saying, whatever that is, I'm going to try to make sure that you guys have access to these things, but people are still not engaged. So just going back to my question, how do we engage more females into supporting, and how do we make female sports more attractive? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you know the power of the media. I think female soccer there's been so much less that has been said to them in the media. Influence is key. You know, in this day and age, you influence how people think about anything else that you've put there. So for me, I think we need to go back and look at how do we expose female soccer like how they've exposed the male soccer. It's there. If you open an SABC 1, you'll find female soccer. If you open on Super Sport, you'll find a female soccer. SABC 3, e-news, when you open the news, they talk about male sport. So we need to change that. As much the visibility of male soccer, we need to also try and match up, engage that, because truth be told, the new generation, it's all about the social media. And we must see it more on the social media. People that are playing, they must put it in. We must support the women that are playing. I don't know how many people I've drawn as Umamkize to go and watch even the female soccer. And I'm still going to draw more people to go and watch the female soccer. I'll try. But it's all about us using the social space to create the know-how. If I was you having a problem with people going to the match, I would speak to the people with the buses. I believe there's buses at university. And kids, they're always bored. They need something to do. I would have went to the buses, speak to the buses, make some noise that, hey, let's go to this thing. Making like an outing, creating an outing so that you get those people in the bus. I can tell you now, there are buses that pick up kids from university as we speak now. You must watch my match. I don't know if you've watched my match when I was playing Pirates. There were beautiful students that came in there just because they wanted to see Mamkhize, but they were all packed in the bus. They were at the stadium. I went into them because they've got free access to the mode of transport. So university have access to the mode of transport. You should have utilized it. Next time you must utilize that and make it vibey and hypey.
Thank you. The next, yeah.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Koliwe Nduna from the University of the Free State. Mamkhize, I just have one question. Please take me through the moment when you won against Kaizer Chiefs, because when you when you firstly entered the football industry, you were undermined. People were saying that you're gonna be delegated, and knowing that Kaizer Chiefs is a big club, please take me through that victorious moment. Thank you.
You know, my first encounter with Chiefs was very amazing. We went there, number one, they've ill-treated us a little bit when we came in. Remember, I was going with my speaker by that time. There were no supporters at the stadium. I was my number one supporters. And I was like, is this speaker going to play? I was like, this speaker is going to play. I am not going to be defeated here. So when the game was playing, we scored the first goal, we scored the second goal. By the time we were scoring the second goal, I was already saying, I'm winning this. I was like, yeah. No, but the moment was amazing. Remember, Chiefs was a big team, and for us to get in there and beat them 4-1, it was an amazing feeling. I don't know how to share that feeling, but it was amazing, amazing. And you know what? Now it has become the norm. When the season started, I met Bobby, and I was like, Bobby, please, it's the women's man, be kind to me. He said, Wena, I want to beat you. I was like, no, don't beat me, it's the women's man. And when I beat him, he was like, no, Sean, there's something that you're doing. But beating Chiefs, it's an amazing thing.
Hi, Mamkhize. I'm Mona Lisa Pap, and I'm from the Nelson Mandela University. So, ma'am, my question is more based on your personal challenges, I would say. So, my question would be, if you had a reset life button, would you use it? And if so, why?
Oof.
Thank you.
Of course I will. I would reset that button and stop and allow my mom and my dad to see me. And allow my mom and dad to see that what they were nurturing has become this. And everything that I do, I always do it for them because I think I'm the second footprint of them. By the way, there's a book coming out in September, and I've wrote a letter to my mom and dad. You just get yourself to that book. It's going to be very interesting. So my reset button was to bring my mom and my dad back.
Wow, wow. Thank you for that. I think we are out of time. So what I would want to ask, if there's any closing remarks from your side, and then before we release you.
I'm going to say thank you for having me today here. These are the things that fulfills my moment. These are the things that I know some people, they look at me and they think I'm this glitz and glamour. But for me, these are the moments that fulfills me. You know, I can sit here the whole day and share where I can share because this is what fulfills me. And I'm a phone call away. You know, my team, they know. They will tell you. When it's somewhere where I have to give back and to share information and knowledge, I will always step in there because maybe for me being here, she's got the job. I'm taking a number. Maybe for me being here, I've created hope on someone, and I've created faith on others to say black child is possible. And I still say black child is possible. Remember, we must always support each other. We are the change. Women are the change. We must support each other and stick to each other. Thank you.
Just before you go, we've got a little something. As NASDEV, that we'd like to say, we really appreciate that you appreciated us this much, that you took your time and drove 6 hours. Wow, thank you. So this is a token of appreciation. We really, really appreciate you coming, and thank you for opening up your doors and for allowing us, even for future, to reach out to you. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Indeed, I am a South African. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right, with that said, I think the next session is going to be quickly chaired by Zippo. So I'll hand over to Zippo. Thank you.
Afternoon, colleagues. Hi, are we sleeping? Oh, you are there? Let me give you 30 seconds of there. Hey, Lucinda, no poaching. Afternoon, everyone. How are we now? I don't know. Let me take from Richard's exercise yesterday. I know we've had a very energized conversation right now, and we are all in a celeb zone type of vibe. Let's stand up and just, wiggle, 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 and then we can get into the next, so we can center ourselves. Yeah, when I say let's get up, guys, the energy as well to get up must be Voomer. Colleagues, am I speaking to myself? It wasn't a choice. Oh, you want a bathroom break? Bathroom break won't work. Bathroom break won't work. This is the break that I was giving you, but you do not want to utilize it seemingly. So, I don't exercise. I'm hopeless, and after a sports, I don't know. Throw your leg in the air, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Come, guys, energize. Wow. Hi, hello. The disrespect, though, can I address it to the rest of the body? It is a bit disheartening because we have a next speaker lined up and we have a program and we need to stick to the program and the schedule, and we need to respect all our speakers equally, irrespective of stardom or whatever it might be. So if we can just pull ourselves towards ourselves now, ladies and non-conformers and gents and etc. Thank you. Yeah, but the rest want to go ahead because there was a request for a bathroom break and the majority in here was like, no, we're cool because we want to spearhead with what we're here for. And then finish. It's a Friday as well. I know people want to paint the town red. So I think we've actually given them enough time, hey? This is close to 5 minutes, is it not? It's 16:02. Can I say 16:03? Okay, guys, I'm actually starting, hey? Because, yeah, as I said, we need to respect all our speakers equally, and this is where it stems from. When we opened this conference, we had a guest speaker who talked about something that speaks to this in terms of understanding each other as people and respecting each other as people and respecting the platforms we are in, because we're here to gain and learn, and that's where it stems from. So thank you to those who are still here and active and want to participate, because we are all here for the fruitfulness that this conference brings. Our next session, it's a rapid fire talk, and it's on a research topic titled Research Presentation, Holding Things Together and the Knife in its Sharp End, Exploring Female Student Career Leadership with a Social Dream, Drawing Lens and African Ontology. And it was co-written by Dr. Neo Pule from the University of the Free State, as well as Professor Boitumelo Diale of the University of Johannesburg. If you'll allow me to just go through both our next presenters' bios. Dr. Neo Pule, who is walking down right now, is a registered counseling psychologist. She is a registered counseling psychologist with the Health Professions Council of Southern Africa since 2009. She is currently an academic member of staff at the University of the Free State. Dr. Pule is a visiting academic fellow at the University of Central Lancashire in the UK and serves as a board of director for the Centre of Social Dreaming. She is currently a recipient of the Black Academic Advancement Program of the National Research Foundation, which is funding the project called the Agile Student Leader of the 21st Century. In 2021, she was the sponsored scholar of the African Studies Association of the UK. She has published nationally and internationally, including the South African Journal of Higher Education and Transformation in higher education, as well as presenting at national and international conferences, including our very own NASDEV, SASAP, Psychological Society of South Africa, Psychoanalysis, Culture and Society in the United States of America, and NIODA in Australia. A round of applause, please. Professor Boitumelo Molebogang Diale, who is unfortunately not with us, is the Vice Dean of Teaching and Learning in the Faculty of Education at the University of Johannesburg, and a registered educational psychologist with the HPCSA, and an employee wellness practitioner. For the past 18 years, she has run a practice at Clinic Stepo Temba Private Hospital in Soweto, amongst many other roles. Professor Diale was a chairperson of the South African Career Development Association from 2017 to 2021 and is currently a board member. Professor Diale is the president of the Convocation at University of Johannesburg and chairperson of the South African College of Applied Psychology Academic Board. She is also the current visiting professor at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Her research is in the field of career psychology with an interest in the career transitioning of youth with neurodiverse needs. Without any further ado, I will hand over to Dr. Nero, who will then do her presentation, and from there, we'll then go on with our rapid talks. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't see a presentation.
He's going to put it up.
Good afternoon, everyone.
You want to present from there? Oh, yeah.
Well, wherever.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Is that what we're doing? Okay.
Where's the one that I sent you?
Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Alrighty. There you go. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to give myself permission to steal 5 minutes from the question and answer session and just make a couple of comments as background to this talk, which I really appreciate. Some of the people who contributed data that I'm presenting here are actually sitting here, and it's nice to see their faces again. To say that as females, as women, as girls, there is no, because I am in academia and I am a mentor of students, and I have interest regarding our opportunities as women and as Black women in academia. There's really no reason that any of us and all of us should not have PhDs. No reason. There's a lot of money in this country to make that happen. There is opportunity to make that happen because here I am, a supervisor potential. My colleague, Professor Diale, is here, supervisor potential. And we have walked through similar journeys to what you would have gone through. So we also have the lived experiences to do that. So I want to see that happening. I want to see more students coming for masters, for PhDs, because we need to be thought leaders. There is no reason for us to say, how do we change that? Will we change that? Are we going to change that? Because to change something, we need to think. And the thoughts that make the change are leading thoughts, so we need thought leaders to do that. And you become a thought leader by creating innovation, and one of the ways to do that is through a PhD. So, pep talk, done. In my language, there is a saying that says, Musadi utshwara thipa ka bogale, which is one of those sayings that sometimes rub me the wrong way, but I see its place. And so this is a conversation that we're trying to strike in terms of exploring female student career leadership through social dream drawing, which is the methodology that I use to speak to the student leaders who I spoke to, who some of them are sitting here, and also then to, use African ontology, idioms, sayings, stereotypes, the way that we shape our minds to understand how we are socialized, how we live, to create the life designs that we end up creating. So this is sort of the background, and I'm not going to go through that slide because we've spoken about that slide the whole day. We're in different roles in the kitchen, we're wearing makeup, we are juggling, we're wearing stilettos and flat shoes all at the same time. But at the end of the day, we still need to have some kind of career, because one of the things that's happening in our society right now, for us to be able to build our economy, is to see women in leadership places, positions, settings, right? So, but at the end of the day, we still see the gaps, we see how it's not necessarily happening. And so for this presentation, what we're trying to do is to say these are the data that we collected, and this is what we're learning from that data, and therefore these are the recommendations that we want to make. So while leadership is quite a broad concept, I've heard questions about how do I become a leader, what is a good leader, all of that, so maybe this conversation can try to settle that question. But there are different ways to look at leadership. There are various styles of leadership, various theories of leadership, including the African way of looking at leadership. But we summarize it by saying it's a process referring to some kind of gender-integrated leadership career trajectory concerning female leaders. But in this South African context, it's related to some kind of history, political, cultural, social, psychological setting. We want to look at this leadership from a career transition or transitioning theory, where we have situations that we have spoken about today, and I'm not going to get into that because I actually want to tell you about the data. So I'll slide through this, So we know the situation. I don't have to rehash that. But in terms of the self, that situation interacts with the self, which is psychological, which is spiritual, which has personal circumstances, demanding some kind of support for transition to happen, and also strategies that make that to happen. We also want to incorporate excuse that error. I see those errors. We want to incorporate the life design theory into our thinking about what we're trying to say, where the life design theory is an ongoing individual process of the self and career development or career construction through all life roles within their complex constructions. It's lifelong, it's holistic, it's preventative, and it's contextual. In terms of adaptability, we want to look at the readiness and resources to cope, to develop. Narratability, we want to look at how we're formulating our subjective identities with intentionality, the ability to generate new ideas, and then with the activity, we want to pursue our goals. So we use social analysis to frame our research. It's a psychosocial methodology. It's not only psychological, but it's also social. Working through the unconscious, associative unconscious, meaning that what I'm thinking and what I'm carrying, it is somehow a representative of what's happening in the system. And so I hold some part, you hold some part, you hold some part, and if you all sit together and say to each other, what are you carrying on behalf of everyone? That conversation tells us what's actually happening under the surface in the system. Based on free association, so we don't synthesize the individual, but we synthesize the group. So since we were talking to student leaders, we were actually trying to understand what's happening in the student leadership realm at a national level and also at campus level. So we're having this understanding of the group beyond the individual and doing this relational knowledge creation, because we're not doing an interview, just asking one person, but we're sitting with groups of people and then relating what the groups of people are saying about what's happening at their campus, but also what's happening in the national space. So everything, then we are able to connect the dots. So how did we do this? We were collecting dreams. We asked student leaders to draw a dream that they've had when they were sleeping, and bring the drawing to the group and say, this is the dream that I had that I relate to student leadership. And those dream drawings, we use them then to explore student leadership experience. In this presentation, I'm only going to tell you about what those findings are saying to us about female career leadership from a student leadership perspective. So I won't bother you with too much theory. I really just want to get there. So this drawing actually came out of this university, UKZN, and it was contributed by a male student leader, but when we were busy free associating, which is allowing any thought that comes to the mind to say, this makes me think of, one of the main things that came out of this drawing or this dream, so I'll tell you briefly, the student leader dreamt of himself putting together a puzzle of the world, but Africa was highlighted in his dream. And so he was putting together this puzzle, but could not remember finishing it, and was very preoccupied by why he couldn't finish it, and was really bothered by that. So a couple of associations came out regarding, him not being bothered, him sitting in the dark and trying to put this puzzle together and relating this to student leadership, what load shedding does to student leadership, what kind of darkness student leadership experience. But what I wanted to highlight in terms of this conversation in relation to female career leadership was that these, I'll call them knobs, that hold the puzzle together was related to nipples. And this, if you can look at the puzzle, those knobs hold the puzzle together. And so we started a conversation about how the nipple feeds and nourishes and provides comfort to children, to people, to the nation, men and women, so that they can be functional and fulfill whatever purpose they need to fulfill. But the interesting thing was, there's no knob around South Africa. And so what does that mean about female career leadership, about student leadership, about leadership in general in the South African context, if indeed we're saying that the knobs are nipples? We just spoke about how we need a female president. So if we don't have knobs in the South African area, what are we saying about having a female president? Right, okay. So that's a question that I leave with you. But something that made me think for many months. What is this solid line around South Africa and the patriarchy that we're dealing with, the ideas that we're trying to dismantle? Are there no women? Do we not recognize the nipples in this country if there are no nipples there? So, food for thought, I'll leave it with you. Then the next dream that I wanted to show you was of, it brought up our themes of incubation, pregnancy, and stillbirth. So in this dream drawing, or in this dream, the student leader was seeing herself being pregnant, and when she eventually gave birth, the baby was born as a stillborn. But she relied on her grandmother to be the midwife, in other words, giving direction and guidance, and there comes the intergenerational topic and theme around the maternal and the older generations and generations of before, in terms of how we do leadership and how females can carry leadership on. And so if you think about the previous drawing, if there's some intergenerational passing on that needs to happen, and we're relying on our grandmothers to do that, then are we not listening to our grandmothers, or are our grandmothers not doing what they're supposed to do? And who are those grandmothers? And on campus, who would represent the grandmother? And do we have space for that grandmother? Also, the woman's womb was associated with incubating vision. But because we're not necessarily making space for that healthy birth, then the baby's still born. This is basically what this dream was telling us. The stress and the complexity in higher education creates this environment that's not conducive for healthy birth. The next drawing was of a student leader who drew herself crying with her siblings next to her. Her mother just died, and her stepfather is alone in the house. And so one of the quotations from that discussion reads, "My mother has been telling me to say no. You have to be smart. You're the eldest. Your siblings are going to rely on you once I leave, because you never know what can happen if I die. And then when I die, your father decides to say, I don't want you anymore. A man is a man. I've been taught never to rely on a man as a woman. You have to rely on yourself and other women around you, because only women can understand the pain of a woman." And then the last drawing was of a student leader. This dream was brought by a female student leader who was seeing herself central to uniting and reconciling the nation. The nation would be campus and on a national level. But in that conversation, what came up was that the qualities of the woman can be seen as the heart of leadership. If you look at leadership as a concept, the heart, or if you look at leadership as a body, the heart would be the female part of the body, and the men would be the head. So the thinking and all those cognitive functions were related to male leadership. But then the beauty is, if you put the heart and the head together, if these two work together co-equally, then we have this desirable image of leadership. So what did we learn? We learned that as a world, we are hungry for love, for compassion, for kindness, and these qualities are essential for bonding and connectedness. So this is what we learned from a woman's way of being, a woman's body. The landscape of leadership is changing without necessarily putting on strategies and support in place for female student leaders to be successful. This is what they were telling us. Existing constructions of female leadership based on traditional models of organizing roles or organizations. Leadership environments should be conducive environments for healthy delivery of leadership vision. There's a unique quality of a woman, such as natural ability to nurture, to care, to nourish, as those Africa and leadership environments would tell us about, but also that our environments and women themselves should grow an appetite and desire to indulge in these qualities. So if you bring in the life design theory and the career transitioning theory, what this small, you call it a rapid fire talk, the message it tried to bring home is to say, there are these existing ways of doing leadership, and as women, we need to prioritize and spearhead conversations about the constructions that are on the table and how do we deconstruct them and then reconstruct what is desirable. And what are the pictures that we want to see about female career leadership that can help us. So in the process of transitioning from being a student leader, or maybe even a high school leader, into being a student leader, into getting into APSA and being the head of the entry-level graduate group. And as you transition into the different life roles and different career steps, we need to be always be evolving while we are appreciating the uniqueness of being a woman and what that can contribute to society. So I'm going to end here and leave the rest to the question and answer, because I didn't say a lot, because I'm cognizant of your time. But I hope that the point is made. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pule, for an invigorating talk and yeah, thought-provoking. Thank you, Terence, because one of the things you said was that qualities of a woman for nurturing and caring should be putting us in the forefront of leadership. But it's these precise qualities that are used as barriers for us to be able to reach where we want to reach, because the fact that we are caring and nurturing, we are perceived as being soft and as being weak. So yeah, we've got many barriers to break. In terms of time, we'll take 3 questions. And Dr. Pele, how would you like to do it? Would you like to note them once or have them all once? All in one go, okay? So I'll take 3 questions and we'll just ask them in the order of the numbers that I will state, and then we'll take it from there. One, 2, going once, going twice, sold. 3. Thank you. And we will be short and brief, please, so that we can rapid fire. Thank you.
Greetings, Dr. Pule. I'd like to ask, since I am a psychology student, and then I hear that they address you as Dr. Pule, meaning that you've completed your PhD. So my question to you is, what is required for a psychology student to get to that level of getting a PhD? Like, how do you go on about doing your researches, and yeah, from the master's research honors to PhD? Thank you.
Thank you. I was thinking. I've got respect for speakers who are able to respond to a number of questions consecutively. I need things one by one. So sorry, program director, for forgetting that it's my turn to speak. Dr. Pule, and of course to Professor Diale as well. Congratulations on excellent research. This was just enough to really provoke so many questions. I want to see so much more of what you've done here. And just hearing and seeing something of the heart of student leaders. And if we, you know, firstly, your vehicle that you have selected, for doing your research vehicle and theory on the one hand, is very interesting and impressive, but then on the other hand, the responses from the students. And if I have to choose, from the many questions that I have, if I have to choose one, I think it would be, in the context of our conversation here, you've had responses from male and female student leaders, you know, and I'm sure across the whole spectrum. And in terms of gender, were you able to kind of categorize responses? Were there certain themes that were more related to a particular gender than others? You know, so if you wouldn't mind just sharing some thoughts around the gender response, the gendered responses to your research question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair, once more. I promised myself I wasn't going to ask any questions, but I could not let the opportunity go. The reason why I had said I was not going to ask any questions, you know, in life there's 2 things, which one of the 2 we usually have is a headache. It's just a normal headache. You can take a medication, you can have water and it goes away. Dr. Pule made my brain to be painful. This is really thought-provoking.
on two levels. One, I really like the method that you have decided to utilize to collect your information, and I really am intrigued by how you then had to analyze that information. I really analyzed the data. I really honestly thought we would have a longish time to really unpack the research. It is, I'm not a real researcher, but because of the fact that I'm in academia, you have to find yourself doing research. But I promise you, this is one of its own that I have seen since I have been part of the academic space. The artistic expressions and how they drive home on what really the world needs versus what we get. Dr. Pule, I think this is going to change how I've seen what needs to be done to change leadership so that we can then incorporate women leadership. The kind of leadership styles that we get to see was mainly developed from a masculine point of view and not feminine point of view. I hope that as one of your recommendations at one of your studies is that you would have to then incorporate this so that we can start developing feminine leadership styles. Because we have been measured based on masculine leadership skills, which is why most probably one of the reasons why we fail. And not only in leadership, most probably in business too. Because how we then get to do things as natural as there are things, for instance, if you go to a boardroom, the boardroom has no nurturing thing. There's just no nurturing there. Things are straight and things are in a certain way. And so if you have to bring in certain things and then you'll be labeled as a woman. I am taken of the few, there's one that really stuck to my mind of the fact that there's no nipples. Number two, the understanding of the fact that the woman would only be more the heart and the man will be more the intellectual. How do we then use all this information to see that in a feminine way, how do we then balance these things? Because as much as, yes, we've got hearts, I think also we are intellectual beings. And how do we then utilize the uniqueness of a woman to make sure that we can develop leadership strategies that can be utilized throughout? Thank you very much. I think this is one of those presentations that will change my life forever, and I will follow you because I'd really like to us to have a conversation around this. And I'm requesting NASDEV to in the future also make sure that they invite you so that we can unpack this. Because as we develop new strategies, we need to make sure that emotional intelligence is much, much bigger and seen. Maybe even to develop a different word that would then encompass leadership by women as a form of intelligence and something that can be measured so that we don't be seen to be failures in everything that we touch into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I hand over to Dr. Bole, Babalo, I was also intrigued with the nipples because for me, what came to thought when I saw it was there are different shapes and sizes. And if it was intentional when that drawing was made to get to that point where it's nipples, because as females, we have various types and shapes and sizes, and they're also a problem to some of us as well. So yeah, that was intriguing. Thank you for the questions, and Dr. Pule, you can take over.
Thank you. The person who made the drawing of the jigsaw puzzle was not drawing nipples. He was drawing a jigsaw puzzle. So the nipples came out of, what do you see here? As we're sitting in a group and we're saying, okay, here's the drawing. This is what I dreamt. Okay, what do you see on this drawing? And nipples were one of the things that were being seen on the drawing. So he didn't intend that. And can you imagine this rich conversation that we started having about the role of women? The nipples, what does it mean? I mean, we had a field play on this sex, the role of sex in leadership. And then because the drawing came out of UKZN, we started talking about the Zulu culture. And how the Zulu culture or the scripts that come out of cultures influence, determine, lead, inspire how student leaders do what they need to do. The female student leaders in that group were telling us about how the male student leaders expect them to make them tea and all of those things. So the stereotypes that are in society that play out in student leadership roles And then you can imagine if that student, if that female was the SRC president, what that would mean. But okay. So that's, I'm saying that to also answer the question about gender. So one of the very strong genderized themes were around culture and cultural scripts, patriarchy, stereotypes, those type of issues. And I like the idea about the feminine leadership styles that can come out of this data. I went to, well, with colleagues, who are facilitators that I was taking with me, but I went to about 11 universities so far. And I'm hoping to get to CPUT next because they gave me the ethical clearance last week. So that would be the top place where I go. But I'm hoping to really just, get the wide spectrum in the different provinces just to see what our student leaders are saying, because they are future leadership. And the whole idea around this is about how should leadership frameworks be adjusted. Number one, for female career leadership to be constructive, to be successful, to contribute to the decolonization conversation. But then also, how do we support male student leaders to be successful in this world that wants to dominate about females. And so, I usually have this conversation when I'm in racism conversations to say, as much as Black people need to look at how things need to change and what we need to do, there's white work to do in transformation, in what we call anti-racism. We all have a place. So in the same way, in this conversation, men have a place. And there should not be a moment where any of us feel, I cannot speak because I don't put makeup, or I cannot speak because I've never lived in a township. We all have a place because we all need to coexist. And it's about how to amplify the scripts and discourses that have been silent. That's really what this is. So it's not about doing away with patriarchy or doing away with this that we used to teach, or doing away with medicine because we need African herbs, all of that. Doing away with men because we need women. It's about how do we amplify what has been silenced or missing. So I summarize that, even in terms of balance. Social dreaming is exciting to me. I remember sitting with my grandmother and my other cousins and siblings around the fire as I was growing up, telling each other our dreams and learning a lot from our dreams. And this is how I became attracted to the methodology. It's UK developed. And the reason for me being on the board for Center for Social Dreaming is to pull out the African perspective and say, but this is actually our thing. And we need to bring it back where it belongs. And these are the ideas that we all need to come up with as women, as African people, as Black people, as high-end people, as whoever you are. Your idea should mean something for society to take us forward, because a PhD is a document of innovation. This is what a PhD is. And maybe we have been misinformed that, this is what a PhD is. But a PhD is actually you writing out your idea in 10,000 words. This is what it is. So I don't know if that answers your question very in short, because every university has got their own way of how to address, the operational way of getting a PhD. But in essence, a PhD is a document, a 10,000 word document where you say this is an idea, this is how I went about to say this idea works, and this is how I think it works, and I've proven it in this way. That's it. So I hope to keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Thank you. And a round of applause, please. I'm seeing nods, so we were all answered. Thank you very much. And last, thank you to Dr. Pule. And yeah, we will keep the conversations going as the DP of NASDEV has already said, networking and using this platform to get those contacts and get those long-lasting friendships is part of that. And let's not lose that. And as Babala was saying, the conversations needs to carry on. Thank you. And for our next presenter. Right, we're close to the finish line. She did a research topic on gender dynamics in student leadership, a case study of University of Limpopo. Please allow me to read a short biography for Miss, believe you me, I'm Zulu, so when I went to Salt Lake University, I came with the Salt Lake University, so if I mispronounce, please do forgive me. Miriam Mabocha. Thank you. Miss Miriam Mabocha is, she holds a master's in communication studies, and her positions she's held, Deputy Secretary of Economic Freedom Fighters Student Command in 2018, the Deputy President of University of Limpopo's SRC 2019 and 2020, and her current position is Chairperson of Gender Health and Wellness at the University of Limpopo's SRC 2021-2022. Ms. Miriam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As I've been introduced, my name is Miriam Mabocha, and to rectify a little mistake, Madam MC, I do not hold a master's degree. I'm a master's candidate. And my topic is on gender dynamics in student leadership, a case study of University of Limpopo. A brief introduction or motivation is that we have seen that in South African higher institution, many students who are enrolled are females. And then this is due to the population growth and campaigns to encourage female education. There are more women enrolled in higher education of South Africa, as I indicated. The pursuit of leadership role by female students in their universities, however, is frequently hindered and generally neglected in comparison to that of their male counterparts. Despite the chances and access to higher education. Well, evidence suggests, however, that national leadership, particularly in politics, is frequently connected to leadership at higher institution of learning. And I hypothesized using the University of Limpopo female student leadership in governance as a case study, and used for this research topic, I used liberal feminist theory, and that despite some systematic cultural difficulties, female student desire for leadership position in education would not differ much from reality. So I'm going to be talking more on the challenges that female students face in student leadership across universities, because when I was doing the reading, I realized that even some scholars, they've done who have done similar topics, they came across same challenges. So, as female students, one of the reasons why I did, I did this topic is that when I enrolled at the University of Limpopo in 2016, studying my BA in Media Studies, my brother was the chairperson of the branch in the University of Limpopo for Student Command, and there were no females in the branch at that time. And I told myself, also to my friends, that before I complete in this university, I would have become the first female president. And fortunate enough, I became the first female deputy president, and she followed and became the first female president. Challenges that we face as females in student leaderships are such. One is social cultural norms. We are in a view of the challenges that female students face. I observed that some female candidates have a particularly difficult time because some voters still perceive women as less politically powerful than men. And undoubtedly, this challenge affects female student access to leadership position in institution of higher learning. It is also the influence of gender stereotypes that manifest in a form of low self-esteem and lack of confidence. I mean, if you were to approach a student and say, I am a candidate running for presidency, some of them will look at you and be like, nah, you won't make it. So we have to prove ourselves, and we have to fight 10 times more than our male counterpart. I won't say there are institutions that are well privileged and are white dominant, so politics are not really a factor to them, unlike the institutions that are previously disadvantaged. And one other factor that's a challenge to female students is a role conflict. Also, the study revealed how difficult it is for some of the participants to balance their academic work with their leadership responsibilities. Some of the participants felt that juggling their studies and leadership responsibilities occasionally compromise their academic success. Well, I guess most of us here, we are student leaders, and there is a say that a student leader's academic record must be 10 pages. That's one of the reasons why we are facing role difficulties, because we can't balance both our social life, academic, and responsibilities of a leader. And another challenge that we face as females in student leadership is financial constraints. Well, it has proven that economic factors are paramount to female students' access to leadership position. In addition to the challenge faced by female student leaders in institutions of higher learning, they also brought to the 4 financial challenges, whereas one of the participants faced this challenge during the campaign or prior to her election. Another participant also indicated that she faced a similar situation immediately after assuming office. Well, this is just to say that during campaigns, you need money, and comrades will say, lobby me, buy me alcohol. Comrade, you can't want to be a president if you are not funding the ground forces. So that's one of the challenges that we face as females, because the little money that we have, we think beyond politics. Myself as I am, I'm one person who loves helping out a lot. I rather sleep with an empty stomach, but the next person must sleep agile. You get what I mean? So the little money that we make as female students, we help where we can. So as compared to our male counterparts, well, money to them is, they use it recklessly, buy booze and do whatever they want. And they will be lobbying. And for me, I can't lobby if I don't have finances. And another challenge that we also face is that of political party interference. The study revealed that student leadership at certain level have party political connotations, and that if you are not affiliated to a national party, you may not be able to overcome the pressure to contest. I mean, if I were to stand and say I am contesting as Miriam Mabuja independently, who would take me serious? I have to carry a banner of a political party for me to contest elections. And also, our national political parties, they will also come and say, but you are a woman, you deserve to be a treasurer. You deserve to be the secretary. They will never make you the president because there's someone they're looking at. They'll say, but you are not anarchic. What are you going to say? How are you going to kick the dinner tables? And well, I always say to my male counterparts, say, it's not about kicking dinner tables. It's about the ideology. It's about your negotiation skills. You can kick dinner tables, and then what fruit are you going to produce? Everything that you fight for must start at the boardroom before you go to the streets. You can never win a battle by going to the street without going to the boardroom table. And another one that I've also, the challenge that I've also, the study also revealed is that although there are institutional support mechanisms to help female students to become better leaders, our female students are not interested. For example, this conference was to empower women, and I am quite sure that there's a number of people who left their institution to say we are going to attend the conference. But if you were to count the number of people who are in this hall, they are lesser than the number of people who registered to be here. So I'll conclude by saying it's high time as female students we take ourselves serious. We can never fight the battle if we are going to sit back and say, but Watwana, they are going to give Matome the position, although I'm capable more than Matome. Show your capabilities as a woman. Thank you. Should I sit here or there?
Miriam, hi, man. Thank you for that. And one thing that you just said now came up at our institution recently. Our SRC held a women's empowerment gala dinner for all female students. And then there was an opportunity for questions and answers. And one of the questions the students asked the SRC was, and our SRC is made up of 10 individuals. And there are only 2 females within our SRC build-up. And the female student asked, why is not one of these 2 in a more senior position other than just being the treasurer and the DP, as you said? And then our dean, Ms. Morris, stood up and she posed the question back to them to say, we've got elections coming up. How many of you are going to run? And hands, were non-existent. So it's a problem. We want change, But as on the other side of the coin, we are not there to make the change. So without wasting any further time, I'll open up for panel questions, and we'll stick to 3 again, and we'll note hands, and we'll, Ms. Miriam, do I say note the questions for you? Will you be able to answer, will you note once or simultaneously, individually? Not a problem. Right. The floor is open. 1, 2, 3, okay, 4. If we still have time, I'll hold you. I'll pack you for now. 5, 6, okay. Right, I will note the question. 1, please.
Thank you very much. Ms. Miriam, my question goes as follows. I wanted to know which leadership behaviors are the most helpful in empowering and engaging with students. Thank you very much.
As a student leader, you must be, one of the factors that I've noticed to us as female is that we tend to portray too much of our anger towards students. So you need to be able to manage your anger and be as polite as you can when assisting students. Remember that if a student comes to you and asks you, okay, here's another thing. We've got different political parties as institution. So be able to, when you are a student leader and in SRC, also be able to differentiate between a student and politics. If I come wearing a t-shirt of EFF to you, and you are the president from YCL, SASCO, DASO, PASMA, all other political parties which are, I would say, oppositions, you need to notice that you are a leader of the institution, not a leader of a political party. Because it's a student who voted you into power and a student who can still vote you out of power. Thank you.
2.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. I learned a lot. So my question is, what advice would you give to a student who's interested in being an SRC member, but you know that being in an SRC, it's politics, especially for you to win. So what advice would you give to them, and you know exactly that they don't enjoy politics? Is it clear, the question?
Okay, here's the thing. Although you need to be participating in politics for you to be in SRC in most institutions, do not invest too much of your time in petty politics. Petty politics. Politics that are not going to grow you. Politics that are not going to grow your career. Politics that are not going to grow your future. And also, as a student who wants to go into SRC, you must always remember that the university management is never your enemy as an individual, but are the people that you are going to collectively work with in making sure that the needs of the fellow students are met. Also, you must also remember that you are building a career for yourself. If I happen to say one day I'm going to be the first female vice chancellor of University of Limpopo. So if in the University of Limpopo, I think many of SRC members are friends with the vice chancellor. He's a very friendly person, but don't cross the line. Don't take the kindness into stupidity. And another thing is, you must know that being in SRC means you are building connection for yourself and for your future generation. Thank you.
3.
Thank you very much. I think Usizipaya captured my question because bendizobuzwa uba zeziphi advice ongazinika abantu abangosisi so that they can be strong bakwazi ukucontesta i-SRC elections. Nathi we recently had president ebeyi-female previous term. But when you check now, no one is willing to contest that space. Abekho brave. So, at least nina senike nayenza ngaphambili. You must give abantu abezemveni kwenu now le courage beninayo ngela xesha beni-contest i-SRC elections. Baye kuloko befuna ukuqhutywa ngabantu abangamadoda because bayacingela bazicingeli bona. Enkosi.
Thank you. Are you fine? Okay. That's basically what he said in essence is that she's captured his question in the space in terms of women in leadership, because previously at his institution they've had a female SRC president, but now there are no contenders for this position, and it is seemingly just left to the male counterparts to take on the baton and fight the war for the students. But now, as females, we want to have a say, but we are not putting ourselves in the forefront to be able to have that say that we seek. I hope I captured everything correctly. Thank you. Let me steal time and go to 4, please.
Thank you so much, Program Director. My question I want to ask that, like, being the same organization where we have like policies that 60% must be female in your whole structure of leadership and. But firstly, with that 60%, women do not contest. It's not that they're not given the platform, they just do not contest the strategic positions. You're going to be deputy secretary, you're going to be gender and disability, And then with that, women don't like perform their duties. So my question is, should we now like look at it in a point of it should be a 60%, or should it just be whoever is capable, whoever wants to, but like should not be discriminated because of their gender? Because honestly speaking, a lot of people were invited in this sitting and a lot of people are not here right now. Had I risen up and said that, no, let's go with somebody else, probably a male, it would have been that you're pulling down another woman, this, that, of which they don't seem interested. So do we now like need to look back as women and say, let's be truthful with ourselves? If you are capable, it's fine, but it's not going to be a 60-40 just because now you're a woman,
Thank you. I would say let's look at capabilities. Leadership, it's you are born to be a leader. And let's not make leadership about friendships. Do not vote for someone because they are your friend and you are going to personally benefit while other students won't benefit anything from the leadership of that person. So policies are there, but we can still revisit and redraw policies to say the issue of 60-40 is because the people who are drawing the policy, they were trying to empower women, but unfortunately, as women, we do not see ourselves as capable. We don't have the self-confidence, and our self-esteem is very low. That's why I know that there are females who would rather support a male who's contesting a female. And, well, they are the word that I'm going to say is, it's politically friendly, but not friendly in the setting. When I became the deputy president of the University of Limpopo and the first female deputy president, I was contested by 3 males in a conference.
And one man stood up and said, I don't understand why you all are contesting her because she is made of, she has balls of steel than many of you in here. So she's more capable than you are, and you are contesting her, and it's not because you are capable, but because she's a female, and a female can never beat a male. So as females, we need to take ourselves serious, like so seriously that if an opportunity like this presents itself to you, anyone and everyone will think of you and say, oh shit, there is that lady from, where are you from?
Walter Sisulu University.
Yes. There is this lady from Muso that I can take to a conference and she'll learn. Unlike these empty chairs that we don't know where their owners are. But when they left their institution, they said, I'm going to learn about women in leadership.
Five.
Hi everyone again. Okay. I am Tulana Kolberg from the University of the Free State. I'm not going to ask any question, but then I'm going to just add up or comment on what you have said. You are very true when you say that women are being undermined in terms of leadership when coming to SRC because like students will be like, we don't want to be led by a woman because she's not capable. We want to be led by men. We rather take the evil that we know rather than the one that we don't know. So that leads to, what can I say? That leads to a low self-esteem of women running for SRC president and deputy president. That's what I would like to say. That's all.
Time won't allow. Ish. I know I saw other hands, but can we have it outside? Time doesn't allow anymore. I allowed more than I was supposed to, and thank you, everyone. Wow, it's been it's been a long journey. Day 3, and it's been very exciting, very empowering, very educational, very insightful. We can go on listing all the adjectives that are out there. And I'd like to thank our last panelists and offer now closing. The EDHE team are unfortunately departing. They have other things, so... and we thank them as well for their presence. If I can please call Dr. Bullet to just come down quickly. I've got tokens of appreciation for our last panelists, and then we'll have our vote of thanks. And after the vote of thanks, there's a cooler, a sundowner, but not a sundowner on the foyer. You look at it how you look at it. I know there's yeah, it's a Friday, but it will bring some coolness to the life. Are we one at a time or together? Okay. She's at the top. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was so unexpected.
Thank you. Okay, and I'm handing over. Are you? What did you say? I'm handing over to Ms. Delcy, who will then do the vote of thanks. Okay. Before
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. I can see that people have just finished, but we're not sure where they are. So, but hopefully they'll be there tomorrow. After I'm done, Ms. Nicole will give the direction for tomorrow. So, mine is just to close the WIL conference and the 3 days sessions where there will be information regarding what has happened. So for the past 3 days, you can agree with me that we have learned a lot from all the presenters, the speakers, and delegates. It was really a robust engagement that was very fruitful, and that we have taken something home so that we can be able to just implement. You were a really engaging audience. Can you give yourself a round of applause? This past 3 days was a fruitful one and very informative. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence and their experiences and knowledge as powerful women. I'm also very much thankful to all program facilitators who have stand here and the invited speakers for our sessions. We had a very, very engaging sessions, if I may say. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support and impart knowledge to shape the NASDEV WIL conference. On behalf of NASDEV, and I know that you are busy saying NASDEV, and then people, I think you know what is NASDEV. And if somebody doesn't know, please make sure that you raise your hand so that we can tell you. So the NASDEV NEC, National Executive Committee, we convey deep, heartfelt thankful to the host university, UKZN. Thank you so much for hosting us and accepting the invitation and making sure that you support us all and provide us with the support which we need at the beginning until the end. Can you just give the KZN University a round of applause? So this conference was not going to be possible if we didn't have such a beautiful venue, if you may see. And even when we had some engagement, Gallatin and whatever, KZN Durban is very beautiful. So I would like to thank the Honorable Queen of KZN, Zulu Queen, to bless us and grace us with her presence during our gala dinner, our first opening. She gave us the kind words and sharing with us her community projects and experience on GBV. We were really honored. NEC, I don't know where are they? How many? Okay, so others are here. NEC local committee. And the president, thank you for your commitment, dedication, and support for the WIL conference. Please give them a round of applause. They just actually work very hard. At the first day, President and Deputy President said that this engagement must not end here. We must have WIL, Women in Leadership, every month to tackle the issues that affect women and empower each other and not judge each other. And our boy child, I usually say, don't forget the boy child when you empower women. and the community at large to eradicate GBV. Other speakers suggested that we must use communication and awareness campaigns as a tool for behavioral change and eradication of such perpetrations. We can even use the women rights awareness programs to create awareness and advocate for the rights of women and children in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly, I just want to thank all of you who have attended this Women in Leadership, for taking your time and be with us and making sure that you leave everything behind. We know that some of you guys, there are elections, SRC election and other stuff, but you made time to be with us. Thank you so much. Thank you, Program Director. So I would like to call Nicole to just give us the direction for tomorrow. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen.
I was saying to Dulcie that was really good. I'm going to need her to do it again for me tomorrow. So just in terms of logistics, I won't keep you any longer. I did a head count. There's only 40 people in the room. I thank you very much. On the attendance register, we are over 120, but in the room we are 40. So I think in our respective spaces, we maybe need to have a conversation with those. And, it's a tricky one, hey? Because we've had difficult conversations. We've been together for 3 days. We've been blasting the men in our society. We've been blasting everybody for no opportunities. And then we do this. And when we do this, we don't only let ourselves down, but we let the entire room down. And yeah, lots of work to do. But I shall not be, what's the word I'm looking for? I will not become despondent. I will not be demoralized by this. It just means the work continues. That's all it means. Okay. So to the 40-year, thank you very much for today. You were wonderful delegates. Thank you very much for being just so beautiful inside and out and making the process over the past 3 days really easy and seamless. Terence, on my right here, thank you very much for sorting out the tech. Simon, for being everything to everyone, from facilitator to program director to runner to everything. Just thank you for that. To our colleagues doing the tech, you guys are phenomenal. I don't know how you stand for so many hours. I don't know what shoes you're wearing or what cushions in there, but if it comes in stilettos, please do share. I need those. And then just once again, thank you to UKZN. Why I'm doing that is because we're not coming back here, okay? Tomorrow morning, we're going to be meeting at the Botanical Gardens. Now, I was honest enough to put 10 a.m. on the program, but I think I'm speaking to the wrong group right now. I don't know how we're going to get this right. Because what I should have put was 9, and then I should have told the 40 that's here, start time is actually 10. So, if we can, let's get the message to our colleagues that it's 9. Can we agree to that? Let's help our sisters, because our sisters they're not gonna help us. So let's help them. All right? Can we agree as the 40 executive members that this is the decision we are making? That. Yeah. Yeah. So, as my shirt just opened up, I hope that's not like streaming. Yeah. Anyway. Life of a woman. Anyway. So, if we could tell everybody it's 9, okay? And if they're not on time, they're going to miss out on the goodies, giveaways, something. Because, I don't know, our colleagues just need a bit of a nudge here and there. But to you, okay? We kick off at 10 a.m. sharp. All right? But not 10 a.m. in the parking lot, 10 a.m. inside the Botanical Gardens at a set location. So if you're there by at least, I'd say 9:30, 9:45, it gives you time to park, to walk through, get lost, find the location. All right. Please dress comfortably, so you can wear shorts, you can wear leggings. Someone asked me outside if they can wear bum shorts. I said it's fine, as long as you're comfortable. I've got no problems. But yeah, the pictures are going to be tricky. But as long as you're comfortable, it's fine. And then please make sure that you please wear your NASDEV golfer, which you've all got for the pic. Now, we're only there for 2 hours, okay? The speaker that's coming in is a paid-for speaker, so she's really good at it, okay? And what the speaker does is she's going to teach us how to embrace this notion of mbogoto, but also being mindful of the self, okay? Initially, we envisaged yoga on the beach. Then we envisaged a session at a waterfall. Then, of course, the beach got shut down. So then, there's a lot that we're dealing with in real time here. We had to be agile and think through many things. And then we found this amazing lady who's from an organization called The Toolbox. And she said that she'd like to do a session that's more healing. So it's a personal session, okay? But it's also a session just to teach us a few breathing techniques, stretching techniques, not yoga, okay? I know when I go to a yoga class, I can count how many black people are in the room, let alone colored people, not there. So for those of you who do yoga, great. For those of you who don't do yoga, great too, okay? It's not yoga. Don't be intimidated by what I'm saying. It's not yoga. It's purely to help you breathe, work out a routine in the morning, work out a routine in the afternoon when life is hitting you or when you're sitting at that boardroom and they're coming at you, how you don't crack under pressure, but you do just a bit of care so you are able to stand firm. And I'm not saying don't cry. I cry. Ooh, I can cry for days. So please don't miss that session. It's for 2 hours. You will then get a packed lunch, okay? And I think the packed lunch is really cute and special. We said then we don't want brown bags. It's going to look pretty. It's going to be pretty because you're pretty. So then you'll have free time, okay? So explore the city your way, visit your family, visit your friends, do whatever you want to do. Then we meet at 6 p.m. at Marine Parade Garden Court. The venue's changed for the cocktail evening. It's Marine Parade Garden Court. Now, our speaker tomorrow evening is the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, okay? In case you didn't know today, but her team was actually here watching us. Yeah, you noticed. Yeah. Now, every day, believe it or not, the people we host send people to actually watch us. And how we behave and portray ourselves in these sessions are very important. And at least he said he's coming back with the minister tomorrow, so well done to the 40 in the room. But I'm just letting you know this for your own information, okay? Be mindful, be aware wherever you go in spaces and places. I'm not saying don't be yourself, but you never know who's watching, okay? So he's indicated to us that she will be there and he's asked that we please be on time. It is a cocktail. Dress code, your rules, your way. And the minister has indicated that she is flexible with pictures. She doesn't mind taking pictures and so forth, so there's no rules. But of course, there is the protocols that we need to observe. Dulcie, that vote of thanks was so good, I might ask you to do it again. And that brings us then to a close. Do travel safely. I've run out of English bundles. It's been hectic. Travel safely. And have a lovely evening, and I'll see you tomorrow morning, Botanical Gardens. The pin I'll share with you on the group, and then those who are in the group will share with their groups,